The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
What is up, survivors? Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5. It is Annalie and Gideon, your casters for today, as we are ready to jump right back into our groups, because yesterday was Group A day, and now we're going to be jumping into the Group of Death, the Group of Foe D, Group B.
Well, honestly, I'm hoping that they're not going to be, farming the rest of the groups today, but who knows, right? After yesterday, seeing at least some of these teams try to compete, I know everybody's got their opinions, and yes, this is the Group of Death, so really, who are the challengers up on the chopping block ready to take them on?
Literally, the group, I think I said this yesterday, it's just the Group of Death. You look at the teams in this group and you just think, who's going to get points? It is not Group A. It is not Group C. It is clearly going to be Group B. It's feast or famine, and guess who's feasting?
I mean, they're the wild hunt. They're the big bad right now amongst everybody else, and it's not
bad wolf.
It's tough. It's tough to argue with the logic here. And I think as long as you're keeping in mind that we're looking to at least qualify for the next stage, then maybe it puts things into scale. But at the same time, you count the number of teams in that group itself. There's a very good chance that most of them are going to be the majority of the top 4, if not top 8.
Yeah, I think that's a very real scenario, actually, especially for teams that are in Group B. But as we move on through the broadcast for today, we do need to basically just remind you guys, what are the teams playing for? Now, this is not the ultimate prize pool, but this is an additional prize pool that the teams are going to get depending on their placements from this group stage. So whoever gets first place is going to take home $2,500. Second place, $1,500. $800 for third place, $700 for fourth, and $600 for fifth and sixth place. Now, the reason why we are awarding prizes for top 6 for these groupings is because the top 6 teams that come out of this group stage automatically qualify for the final. That is the grand prize for this stage of the tournament. But we still have the play-ins, which is going to happen after this for everyone that isn't top 6. So 7 and below, you have a second life, but it's on one play day.
It's not a lot of time compared to what we're used to seeing, and especially since we're technically still fresh off of FFWS, I would imagine that a lot of these teams, in terms of adapting and coming up with a new strategy, it's a little hard, especially when money is on the line. I mean, we saw the big difference between first and second place alone. Everybody else underneath that feels kind of bad.
Yeah, but I think we also have to consider as well, right? The fact that you're shaving off that top 6, all of a sudden, there's going to be more points going around to these other teams that originally struggled to make that top 6. Well, so there is a comeback chance for these teams, but you still have to work for it. It's not going to be easy pickings. You really need to make sure you make those plays happen. Now, going off of yesterday's matches, we do have a player leaderboard to kick things off here. As you can see, sitting in first place, sitting pretty, it's On Fire from Team Falcons with 22 kills to his name and 10,000 damage. And what makes this extra bizarre that we pointed out yesterday is that this is Team Falcons. They only played 4 games yesterday, and their top player is sitting at the top of the leaderboard.
I mean, they're heavy hitters. They're heavy hitters for a reason. That's why I love seeing, in terms of other heavy hitters, like Kyung, for an example, from BTR, 20 kills already, 8,900 damage. Even Twisted Minds is Diamond, even though right now they're not doing the greatest, but at least Diamond is putting up the numbers. I will say, though, I was hoping that Xpor was going to put some bigger numbers, but hopefully...
I thought Xpor would as well.
Right? I think today's the day where he starts to farm, but hey, that's not up to me.
Okay, maybe not today. I think definitely tomorrow. Because if I'm not mistaken, WAG is in Group C. So they're going to be at the mercy of Group B. But before anything, though, let's head on over to the overall standings. So you guys get a quick refresher on what actually happened in our play day yesterday. So overall standings, we're going to start from the bottom of the leaderboard and head on up. Unfortunately, sitting on the bottom here is Hua Esports. And I'm going to mention them in particular because this is a team that is in Group B.
Yeah.
So they have been really struggling because they have to share points with a lot of the other Titans. And I'm kind of wondering, as Hua Esports, after having a really rough play day, thankfully it was only 4 games for them yesterday, how do you sort of scrap together points today?
Well, I think you start looking at the bottom of the leaderboard and see who you can actually realistically start the farm, right? It's I mean, there's Homeboys, there's also Expand. RRQ may not be as easy because there's a lot of predicting on where they're going to be in the first place, and most of the time they walk away from first engagements. I would say that at the very least, Star Knights and PE Sports, like Star Knights are down to fight. PE, on the other hand, if they start off rough, it's always going to be a rough game.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, if you want to consistently farm somebody, and let's say they are comfortable playing against RRQ, they're in the same group.
Yes.
So you could theoretically target them in every single matchup. But that's if you have big kahunas, right? Not everyone's going to have that level of confidence. And especially for BOOYAH Esports, they've got a lot of digging to do. We are on the second page here. So we have Vamos in 12th place, followed by Todak, WAG, PT Esports, Attack All Round, and AG Global. So these are our mid-runners of the pack so far. I don't think there's anyone here that I'm just like, do they deserve to be here? I think everyone so far has really worked for their points. But it's mostly the top of the leaderboard that I'm kind of worried about, especially for teams in Group A.
Well, I mean, Group A is interesting to say at the very least, but I am particularly excited for PTE because they did come from the qualifiers, and now they're going to try and fight against some of these Titans. Surprisingly enough, GOW part of that first page list, and I think I watched the yesterday's broadcast. I agree with you. I was not expecting them to be in this spot.
Okay. I know a lot of people are not expecting them to be in this spot, but I'm going to have to quickly reiterate this because I think some people might forget, okay? Having a look at some of the teams at the top of the bracket, we have to remember some of these teams are in Group A, and they have played double the games that Group B and C have, which means they have to work extra hard today if they want to keep their placements, because we know for a fact most of the teams that were at the top of the leaderboard were from Group B. Yeah. So they're going to be farming.
I mean, we need to see explosive performances, especially if it's not supposed to be quote-unquote their day-to-day within rotation. But right here, caster predictions, of course, Team Falcons for you.
There's one that I'm kind of regretting at the moment.
Hey, look.
I'm sorry to Twisted Minds fans, but they have not impressed me yesterday. I have expectations for them, and I think we all can agree that Twisted Minds on a good play day or a good play week, they can play really great.
Absolutely.
Absolutely a tier 1 team, but I'm not sure what happened yesterday. It was like they really lost their rhythm as a team overall. Like the coordination really wasn't there. They weren't really trying to take the games into their hands. They were the ones being hunted a lot of the time. It wasn't vice versa.
Well, I personally feel like it's one of those like early game settings where they just need a little bit of time to warm up. And let's not forget, the last time we did see Twisted Minds, they were previously known as Reverse Red, and they won the whole thing anyways to qualify. So there's a very good chance, right?
Okay, I have a question here. Why is Falcons not higher up on this prediction list?
Hey, I just feel that teams who did really, really hot in recent tournaments also have a very good chance of not doing too well in the follow-up.
But then look, who's on the top there?
Hey man, that's just we gotta add in the ones that bring in the consistencies. You know, if we're trading in the market, we need a break even, and BOOYAH for me is the break even.
This man is like, oh yeah, the teams that are doing great are not going to do so great. BOOYAH's like on top. I don't understand how you function, man. But Fasha knows what's up. Fasha knows what's up.
She does.
Falcon on top. Actually, some of the production team were quite surprised that Falcons are sitting on top, because I kind of agree with them originally, and I guess you as well. I think a lot of us were expecting BOOYAH to be on top because they literally just won FFWS.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of ripping through it. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe it's like, oh, your rivals are now one-upping you, so now you have to show them what you're all about.
Sure.
It's one way of taking it. I mean, here, it's Group B versus Group C this time with Team Falcons, BOOYAH United Esports, Homeboys Conspiracy, RRQ Kazu, Attack All Around, and BOOYAH Esports. Truly a star-studded group.
Star-studded group. I mean, the fact that Falcons and BOOYAH are in the same group, I think, is a crime in itself. It should not have happened, but you kind of just have to suck it up, I suppose, for some of these teams. But Attack All Round, I think this is a team that we also kind of need to highlight as well, because they can definitely have great days. Sure, they also have off days, but the fact that they're doing so well in this grouping, I'm quite shocked.
Well, here's the thing. I feel like Group B, despite having so many like hard fraggers on their side, really professional players, really polished in everything they do, it's a good distribution of play styles. We have our aggressive ones, we have people who like to kind of chill out, those who play inner or outer circle, and I could say almost the same thing about Group C, but like, you know, a little worse. Well,
a little worse. I mean, okay, let's have a look at Group C first. I think we have to identify some of the big players within this group.
Yes.
So I think the most obvious one is AG Global and WAG.
Oh, yeah.
AG, you guys know them. Really fantastic team. WAG, the up-and-comers from Vietnam. They have really impressed me. I can't wait to see more from them. But aside from these two, I really don't know how Star Knights, Vamos, Expand, and PE Sports are going to find points in this upcoming match, because, or at least the upcoming 4 matches, because you're dealing with some of the most aggressive teams in the entirety of Southeast Asia.
I mean, we're getting the full range, right, of the polar opposites of those who want to be aggressive and those who want to play for the inner side of the circle. And regardless, you're not going to be able to kind of fit in between. Take for an example, Team Falcons here.
Jeez.
Average kills, they're already hitting the 50 mark compared to BOOYAH United, who I would say is the most all-around polished team.
Yeah, I have to agree. Although Falcons, they did seem, to me at least, much more active yesterday, right? A lot more proactive. And I think we also need to consider for BOOYAH, I wonder if that game 1 also knocked their stats down a little bit, because we have to remember, first game on Bermuda yesterday, they got thrashed. Like, they got surprised, hot dropped, deleted. They literally got bullied out of that game. So I kind of wonder if they were allowed to thrive in their normal environment, would they actually have better stats?
They probably would, but I would make the same counter argument for Team Falcons, for an example. Is the reason why they're getting in so many engagements is because so many teams, well, I would like
Everyone's
to say...
looking at BOOYAH.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way of looking at it, but even so, right? We have teams like PTE, we even have teams like even BTR, who for a long time in FFWS during the regular season were battling each other out in the same spots on the outside in the blue.
All right, so our schedule for today, and I know some of our viewers are going to be a little bit confused as to why they are so different with these groupings. So, kicking things off here with Group B and Group A, as Group B and Group C. We're going to be doing the same rotation as we did yesterday, so Bermuda, Purgatory, Kalahari, and Alpine. The grouping after this, where Group B pivots over to Group A, the reason why it has been set like this is because teams only play the Bermuda, Purgatory, Kalahari rotation once they have played that rotation for the first time. Their second rotation will be Next-Terra and 3 random maps. And I did explain this yesterday. For the random maps, there will be no chance that we get an accidental repeat. So there is no way that there's going to be 3 Next-Terras. That will not be allowed. We can get one Next-Terra, because that will be a dupe or a double, but we will not get any extra dupes after that. You can't run a map 3 times.
No. So it's just a predetermined order, if anything, just to make sure that you guys are still in the loop with us here. And that I don't think teams can really plan for it, and I don't think they mind the order. Can they?
I think they can, because you have to take into consideration the mechanism for determining these maps, right?
True.
Because once a map has been determined, you know you'll never have to play that map anymore. So you can anticipate, okay, maybe for that last map, we've already played 2 maps. There are 3 potential maps that they could pick for in this up-and-coming matchup. And that's when you start to plan for, okay, if it's this map, we do this. If it's this map, we do this. If it's this map, we do this.
Oh, a lot to think about here. Hopefully you guys can keep up with the math here, and maybe I might just catch up to it. We're going to go on a short break here at the SBS, and when we come back, we can start the theory crafting. We can really get deep in the dirt as these teams battle it out. We'll see you guys then.
Together, ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had.
What's up and welcome back, everybody. SPS continues here today with the best that Southeast Asia may have to offer with multiple stages, and yet we are still here to whittle out the week. My name is Gideon. This is Denali here at the caster's table once again. Free fire. Ooh, I can't wait for this one. It's B versus C. We're hoping C doesn't get farmed here, and if they do, we might just spot some diamonds in the rough.
Well, I hope we get some diamonds in the rough because I think we're all kind of anticipating a bit of a farm fest in this particular matchup. I'm just trying to think to myself, what's a team that could surprise?
Oh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. The teams that I thought were going to surprise us didn't play as well as they did yesterday, which is probably why it's making it pretty difficult to predict for today's matches.
Yeah. Okay, this might not be a surprise, but I kind of think maybe WAG could be coming hot out the gate today.
Oh,
this
really?
This might be a WAG game.
It could be a WAG game. I mean, let's look at yesterday's highlights, right? We had a lot of endgame scenarios for you guys. I think it was only, what, two maps that were slightly skewed at the very beginning, but the endgame rings have been pretty generous.
The rings have been really generous. I think we had, actually no, there was one awkward circle, I believe, for Group B, and it was Purgatory. Because it was skewed in favor of Falcons back then, because it was, let's put it this way, they were on the wrong side of the river. So you get one of those, right? And sometimes you just think like, okay, that's just how the game is.
Oh wait, that's the one with the super southern side lopsided drop zone, right? Yep. I remember it now.
We had some really strange flight paths yesterday, I have to say. Just super crazy left or right. I'm just like, hello?
Hey, come on.
Who's the pilot today?
The pilot did not get paid enough, and it's clear in that path. But overall, I think these in-game scenarios have been like quite fun to watch in comparison to what we saw from like Free Fire World Series, for an example, where some of the end rings always felt so... It felt like somebody already had the God spot majority of the time.
Yeah. Either they had the God spot or the teams maybe went a little bit too ham in the early game. Because that was also something we kind of noticed yesterday. Normally for tournaments like this, teams are going to play a little bit more cautiously. They play a little bit slower, and you tend to have a inflated number of teams going in towards that third, fourth circle. Yesterday, though, we saw like 3 teams consistently in matches getting eliminated within the first 2 minutes.
Well, that's the thing. That's the hot drops that we've been seeing recently.
Yeah.
Some teams, I don't know, but if they're trying to pull it off against BOOYAH United again today, that would be quite a spectacle.
Well, maybe it's not against Falcons today, because we know Falcons had a relatively not easy game yesterday, but it was, I think, more free compared to BOOYAH, because BOOYAH got bullied in their first matchup. So we'll see what happens if anyone does have the cojones to challenge BOOYAH, because remember, they're still a formidable team, and we're getting a bit of a lopsided flight path. Again, it's not too high up and towards the northern quadrant of the map, but anyone that wants to fly towards the southern side, they're going to have to fly a little bit further.
I already see the Star Knights. They're taking over Sentosa straight away while sticking their noses out of where Expand is going to be by Cape Town.
Okay, interesting decision. I'm not sure if it's a case of BOOYAH invading Homeboys or vice versa, but this is a really dangerous early game here for Homeboys.
Yeah, let's not forget about Attack All Around, who's actually pretty close by Bimasakti. I always struggle with that. But even WAG in Puchanok, I think that this could be a very hot zone very, very quickly, unless we see more forces actually try and keep everybody else out on first ring, which most likely isn't going to happen, right?
Wow,
Right.
I'm actually surprised how peaceful this early game is. I was expecting some gunfire already, especially from that initial hot drop that we saw, but Homeboys and BOOYAH, they're taking it quite slowly here, trying to find that opening, and we do finally see some shots coming in there from Wasana to open things up for the team. And Ace, first one to go down on the side of Homeboys. First elimination of the game, first blood, and Luffy's goes down as well. BOOYAH, they are cleaning up. Yeah, Get High drops down, but I mean, they got the majority of Homeboys there, and unfortunately for Homeboys, they are limping on out of the competition already.
They're struggling to play fluidly, especially in these like small fights of 2v2s. They need to be able to push and pull just a little bit better. Just feels like BOOYAH were more prepared for this scenario than they were.
I kind of want to add on something, add on to this as well. I kind of think they should not have had that truce at the beginning.
Right at the very beginning?
Yeah, because essentially both teams, they let each other loot.
Okay.
And they were able to assess what their inventories looked like. And then whoever had the best inventories went first. Wasana was the most comfortable, so he started things off and he had a massive advantage. With BOOYAH, you have to catch this team off guard. Now, this is quite surprising here because Caramel, he is down. His teammate is there to support him. Cypher trying to see if he can actually catch out Death. Death is taking a couple of pot shots here. Stop is trying to get him, but it looks like that blue wall is going to be preventing a lot of the damage. And they're going to try and go for the pickup onto Caramel. Cypher is there, so...
Okay.
AG, no free elims, thankfully. But yeah, Hua's not going to be too happy about that.
No, it's just good that we're seeing the teams that, respond immediately to, I'm not going to revive my teammate. I need to stop the shooter first and then start thinking about my teammates.
Are you crazy?
He wouldn't.
He is.
He doesn't seem fully equipped for this type of fight just yet. But let's not forget that, he just spotted out Cypher. Now he realizes the scenario.
Okay, and they actually managed to get Cypher, so Caramel's too far away from his teammate, and that's going to be a free elimination. And for AG, I mean, they do get the buyback there onto Dew and Co, and actually stop getting caught as well. AG! What is happening?
Would you say it's overconfidence? I mean, Caramel's lost his vehicle, and it's not looking good for him.
Oh, it's looking terrible. He is horribly wounded. He is surrounded by Hua Esports. I want to say good morning to Hua because they have just picked up 4 eliminations in their first game today. Look, Shin's just like celebrating.
To be fair, he deserves to do this. Like AG, I think even when they realized it was AG, they're not playing too well today. Let's take full advantage of it. They're just not too sure where the sniper's position was. But Expand now finding the Star Knights on their side of the map with 18 Deer coming by around the compound to buy a little bit more time here. The rotation from Sentosa looks like he didn't bring any friends.
Oh, ruh-roh.
They're going to be chasing 18 Deer around the pylons first, but looks like the back end, the sniper's getting attacked as 18 Deer goes down. The first 3 fraggers, they find their mark, but Axel on the run.
Oh, this is not looking good at all for Star Knights. Kochil running into a 1v1 with Axel, pops to the blue wall there. They do manage to get the drop there onto the Axel. So Kochil, he does manage to at least help his team out a little bit, but this man has to get on out of there, and he's going to fling himself over. He's like, okay, guys, I got to bring my team back. Fize has just come back. I'm all on my own, and take a look at that. Expander's like, we want some blood. We need that consolation elim for what we've lost.
Yeah, and it also helps that it's conveniently along the flight path of a marketplace for purchases. At this time, Kochil, he's just trying to buy as much time as he can. He still has a remaining squad member alive to bring back the rest of the team. The longer he slows down Expand, the better odds it is for the full squad revive.
Yeah, the only issue though is that you have one player left that basically has nothing. It's just Fize. He does have enough money to go for 1 player buyback, so he will be able to bring their squad back up to 2 players. But Pungod not going to be looking too happy, and actually Axel does get bought back from his teammate. Attack all round, running into P Esports with 2 of their players already being eliminated. Basically crippled at this point, and P Esports going to be sitting very pretty there with their eliminations, as Attack all round are going to have to try and play catch up yet again with these buybacks.
Interesting. We're looking over Clock Tower here, and we're also looking at RRQ on that chase, right? Where have the rotations gone? There were a lot of people in this area, but where do they move to at this point? Do they head further north, or do they start spreading out towards the western side? From what it looks like, it still feels like they're holding their... Like, Bermuda looks like they're holding their position at the peak itself.
It's
even for Bismonti.
Rather centered circle. It's not too high up, it's not too far down, so it's still very accessible for a lot of these teams. They're not really feeling that pressured to try and go for that very early entry because you still want to try and grab those eliminations. 18D are going to be sniped down, unfortunately, by Hua Esports. So Star Knights not off to a great start in this first game as a...
Oh, no.
Well, I mean, they do get the buybacks, but here's the issue. Yes, you're buying back your teammates, but if no one is able to actually start building back their inventories and picking up their utilities, what is that going to do for you in the late game anyway?
It just cuts you back straight to ground zero. But right now, with the rest of Vamos taking out members, at least they found a trade, unable to get another elimination. Not the worst case scenario, but at the very least, it's back to square one once again.
Back to square one. I mean, they're literally playing square one for the entirety of this match at this point of time. I'm hoping they can try and find some kind of opening. Look at that next circle, though. It is, you guys cannot see this, but it is going to be a very, very biased circle, as WAG are going to love this. They are already in place. Everyone is going to have to come in from the northern side. And what's going to make this such a special circle is that because everyone's coming in from the same side, that bottom section, WAG have no one that they have to worry about. Yeah, okay, maybe Expand is coming in from the eastern side, a tackle round might be coming in from that western side, but most of the action is going to be north. They don't have to worry about their 6.
Now the question is, do you hold by Pochinock so you can see people coming in from that northern as well as eastern side, or do you just pull further back to Mars Electricity, which is easier to fortify, but there's a good chance that the circle might just pull away?
Well, just looking at how WAG is moving, that definitely looks like they're looking to try and go back to Mars Electric. I think once they catch sight of Expand, they're probably going to park themselves there just to try and figure out where that next circle is going to be. Because the further up they are in that circle, they already know where the majority of the teams are coming from, right? So sometimes it just pays to be away from where all the action is, and you can come in a little bit later when everyone else is already wounded and injured. Now, speaking of wounded and injured, we know that a tackle round is incredibly spread apart. They're about to run into a full roster of RRQ. I think they're going to have to sacrifice here. Like, they have to sacrifice somebody. Just don't lose the whole roster. But Limit, I mean, this is really risky. He's right next to PE Sports. Any sound he makes could attract another team.
It doesn't help that Cougar is just left pretty much on his own here. He's got an angle towards Limit's side, which is why he's pulling towards the downhill. But no matter what, he's going to go down and attack all around. Also in the same position, just crippled, not at full fighting strength by the time they make it into 3rd or even 4th ring, assuming they even get there.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the inventory for Limit, you know. Limit barely working with anything. The entire team, you can see they've all been revived at some point. So this lack of inventory, this lack of utility, it's really going to make this mid to late game really hard for this team unless they can somehow vulture, somehow disrupt this team fight, maybe loot another team. Maybe that's going to have to be their comeback mechanism. But to be this weak, I think you have to sort of sit back and play a little bit more passively and just be very opportunistic with your next choice moves. WAG, I think this team, I mean, I kind of made a prediction. I did not expect them to have such an advantage in this circle here, but they are poised to potentially take this game because they are in such a fantastic position. RRQ will be their first challenge, and they see them flying in.
Really good spread from WAG here. Now that RRQ basically not in that compound, they're going to hail storm, hail lead on top of them. RRQ need to quickly reposition themselves into one of the buildings or at the very least find some natural cover, which they do at the cost of a couple of glue walls. In the meantime, Cyrus just needs to hold them back. Do not let them take any ground on this uphill towards Mars Electric. But it looks like RRQ are down to fight, and they spotted out Krillin on the far right. At least for C1 Bank, is able to hold his position as the sniper. WAG can't capitalize on it just yet.
Yeah, just really great use of that natural cover there coming out from RRQ, especially with the tunnels as well as that compound as well. They're wasting WAG's resources. I kind of wonder, you know, WAG, are you sure you want to continue to use all of these utilities now? Because this circle, you are still in it. You will have to fight RRQ, but you could definitely leave this fight for another day. Maybe leave another team to deal with them instead, rather than you just using all the utilities. Now, speaking of, we do have the top-down view. We can see all these teams slowly coming in from that northern side. Falcons could potentially third-party this RRQ and WAG battle, and that would really turn things up a notch.
It just goes to show, right, that at least for WAG, in terms of their position, it's way better for them to hold this outer compound of Mars Electric, keeping RRQ wide out in the open, and until they see resistance coming towards their side, there's no reason for them to actually hunker down as long as they don't get picked up. Now, this entire time, Expand has just been creeping up to Mars Electrical, right? They've taken their flyover.
Oh,
Wait. What?
Who's that?
I don't know what team that is.
It's Vamos. I think it's Vamos.
Is it Vamos on the far right? Well, we'll see first after we conclude BRU running straight into Hua on the outside fence here. Hopefully, Wasana is able to try and get that jump shot. Doesn't connect, though. Has to lob some grenades over as we see the Trika and Yanbit and as well as Death having to give up their position. But Shin, he's already down. PE Sports say hello to the third, and Buram now giving up that space back to Juan. Not sure where this third is coming from, as PE Sports will not falter just yet. They already found one of the members of the Star Knights and are looking for a little bit more. Realizing it's too hot, they're out of there. What? And Juan launching themselves.
Hello?
Where? Where are they going?
They're about to fly into one of the players from Attack all round. I'm a little bit concerned, but look at Koichi hiding for Star Knights on top of that billboard. Look, smart play. Sometimes you have to play extremely safe, and it means sometimes doing some of the less conventional strategies, which is being one with the billboard. But everyone is now starting to fight for these compounds. PE Sports wanting to secure one for themselves. And so far, this team looking 4-man strong, looking pretty happy for themselves on the edge of this circle in a really great spot to really go for these gatekeeps. AG Global looking to enter that central point as well. BOOYAH still sticking around the edge, and look at that next circle. It is in favor of Vamos and Expand.
You're kidding. What a weird pull. I mean, this is going to be interesting now because it's wide out in the open. There's not a lot of natural cover to work with other than trees and just the edge of Mars Electrical. But that northern side of BOOYAH AG and as well as PE Sports is going to be hot to get through those borders.
Oh, yeah. RRQ, they have run into Falcons, and if they can get some major shots here, that would be massive. The team is massively split, and they do manage to get a drop there onto Kororo, but they have been blocked off with those glue walls, so a pickup should be imminent here for Falcons. One more, though, going to be going down. That is a huge pickup there from RRQ. Can they finish off Falcons? The team that dominated yesterday on fire is on the ground, but Arbe also got picked off there by Peter. But RRQ, they might be able to get rid of Falcons here.
Oh, and they're doing so close. Kororo, he tries to turn it, gets eliminated, still in 11th. 11th here as we move on to this 4th ring. So many teams still alive, but Expand the next. They were here first, and WAG seems to pressure them right back into the corner with no space to play here. And they also, wait, are they not running their usual electrotherapy? I mean, they drop down the Chrono once again, try and protect the glue walls eventually are going to fall down as the melters come through. WAG shooting fish in a fish barrel.
And they found the Axel as well. So Expand going to be ending the game in 8th place, unfortunately, as we now finally have our major defenders for this incoming circle. Everyone else is going to have to fight their way through. And looking at some of these other teams, a lot of them are massively injured. RRQ is down to their final 2. BOOYAH looking to be 3 or 4 man. We can't quite see where they are. Purgatory, though, on the side of a tackle round has been caught on out, unfortunately. And Ma'al actually being eliminated. RRQ, they're gone thanks to PE Sports.
PE Sports cut off the rotations and have been hunkering on the top of that floor for so long now. BRU trying to push them off of this position, but they're getting hailed by nades. PE drops down for the all-in. Tatsuya dashes away. Quick Riptide Rhythm ain't going to help too much. Now dropping down the Chrono as well as the electrotherapy to keep him alive. He's still alive.
They're doing it.
TQ keeps his team members alive as they're pushing BOOYAH outside. Star Knights get eliminated in the meantime, but it's not going to be an easy battle here. Laho does find Get High. Finally, a good headshot, but LBT takes out the rest. Wasana down with the help of the Uzi.
PE Sports. What is this? We have some major players in this final circle. PE Sports and WAG, 2 of our Vietnamese powerhouses in the league. Now WAG launching themselves towards Vamos. They did manage to drop a couple players. They launched themselves into this battle. This is extremely dangerous because it is out in the open. They have their sniper out in the distance, going to be coming in as well. Vamos, if they can defend this, they will have to deal with PE Sports, who are advancing and wanting to stick their nose into this battle as well.
And PE Sports, if they can just get those backs out, if they still have nades, and here it comes. The nades are they're splitting the fight into 2, but it's really focused around WAG. And Vamos, they just let it go by. They go by it. LBT is trying to get back into the fight here, but he's getting zoned off. Luckily with the electrotherapy, it doesn't take too much damage. Jun finds his own. They control the outer ends and are now pushing PE Sports back out into the blue here. TQ finds Jun, and they also get Crimex as well. Laho does fall to cut the easy here, as WAG are still in to win it, but Allen's finally down, and Cyrus, he's just holding on his own. He doesn't want to be part of the fight, as PE Sports still have Don't Cry and LBT still running around. Cyrus does find Kathesi in the middle of that fight, but LBT now with the rest of his members picking them up. Riptide Rhythm to blow away that cover. Legolas finds one.
He got Cyrus.
Oh, that's the perfect target. Now PE Sports have one more person left, and it's pretty much secured here as we do find it. Legolas holds out PE Sports on fire. Push him to the very edge. That's a booyah for PE.
PE Sports, who would have guessed this team to get the first booyah of today, and it's on top of 22 eliminations, which is going to bump them up to 34 points total. PE Sports, what a strong start for this team. I thought it was going to be WAG. I mean, they did survive for as long as they did, but dang, PE Sports, hello.
It was a great rotation from them, right? They found their spot. Luckily, it was still considered to be in the ring. they managed to hold out as well, especially against invaders, attack all around, even Falcons, even to a certain degree WAG, who, well, at the very end, they decided, you know what, we're taking out Vamos first.
I think the fact that they eliminated Falcons, like that was the motivational push this team needed to be like, hey guys, I think we actually have this game in the bag. So after taking down some of these major teams, like you could see right off the bat, they ran into these fights so confidently. They ran headfirst into them. They didn't bother waiting for that opportunity. They could have played opportunistic. They could have played slowly if they wanted to, but they decided, let's farm these points for ourselves. Why are we giving these points away to some of these other teams? And this is huge for PE Esports too, because yesterday they didn't score that many points.
No.
So for them to grab these points here, and this is also, you've stolen these points away from Group B.
True.
So this is massive for PE Esports to get this massive bundle of points for game number 1 today.
I mean, we can see it right now what the total points looks like from the endgame stream, but you guys can't. You're going to be surprised when you see that number pop up compared to everybody else in that lobby. It's not funny here because, again, PE Esports, as we've seen throughout the games, we expected them to be a little bit more passive. Today, decisive action really has helped them surmount a good number of points.
And actually, I want to add on to your point where eventually when we do see the scoreboard, it will be incredibly shocking. One thing I want to point out was that when we did finally get to like that 4th, 5th circle, we still had 11 teams.
We did.
11 teams remaining, right? We only had one team eliminated, which was, I think, was it Homeboys?
It was Homeboys as well as... Oh, there was one more squad. I forgot. I want to say it's AG because they failed that initial engagement against Hua.
There was one, it might have been AG actually.
Yeah, because they were getting blasted.
So it was one team that got eliminated, and then we were stagnant on 11 teams for most of the game up until we started running out of real estate. So because of the number of teams that survived for so long, it was a bloodbath as they were racing towards that circle. It was a very southern circle as well. So anyone that had a northern drop point, they had a really long path to walk towards.
It was a bit of a bummer, but at the same time, it just goes to show that taking out specific teams actually changed the entire behavior of the lobby, right? Because AG is usually the instigator in the early game, especially if you're not playing for like Outer Ring, they'll happily poke at you just for fun.
Well, that's actually something Falcons does. Like historically, that team also likes to bring the fight to everyone else, but they played so passive for game number 1 today.
To be fair, they have a limit to that. If it's within the first ring, it's like, okay. Once you start getting into third, you see them in the blue just chilling out there before they walk in.
Yeah, but like, we had 11 teams. We had 11 whole teams, and they still weren't going on their usual, you know, their crime spree, their killing spree, whatever they like to do. They didn't go hunting. They decided to just sort of sit in the nest and wait. And for teams that are generally aggressive, I think it's quite weird to not see them play their standard play style at times. Because it's like, why would you want to change your playstyle now when you're already so far ahead?
It's like the blue lock theory. You could be good at one thing. The next thing you know, somebody else is going to outrank you in the same area, if not because they are better at other areas, which I think is kind of interesting. Now, I never got the opportunity to ask, are you a big fan of the electrotherapy? I think it's interesting, but, you know, the triple Tatsuya setups has also just been the standard go-to, but we've seen teams like WAG, even Twisted Mind sometimes run it.
I think in this particular matchup, with how the game went, I think mobility would always be king here, because you are having to navigate through all of these glue walls. You possibly want to chase someone down, you want to use it for escape. So I think in this particular game, with how claustrophobic everything was, I think Tatsuya would be the bigger priority for me anyway, just because of the number of teams that survived. If it was Kalahari, then okay. It's a bit of a different story, because there's maybe too much space, so Tatsuya might not be so useful, especially with the verticality. But I think in this particular matchup, like, it really, really paid off for PE Esports to have 3 Tatsuyas.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? When I'm looking at WAG and even BOOYAH United probably don't care about it as much because they're so fluid amongst their members, where there's a lot more structure between WAG and as well as PE Esports. You're clearly the entry fragger, so you're going to get the electrotherapy tether first, you go in, and then we play Spartan tactics. Whichever side folds first, we lean more into that side.
Yeah, I mean, we did see PE Esports use it quite well.
I think it's pretty dope sometimes. Because it goes both ways.
Yeah.
Are you not a fan of it? Are you not a fan of, like, the quote-unquote, like, support fragger?
Okay, I think it's just because everyone is just so used to the old metas, right? Like, we already, it's tried and true. So we're all used to it. So just sort of having this extra variety sort of come in, like, we're always going to err on the side of caution and be like, Okay, do we lose because of this one thing?
yeah. Is it the double vector meta all over again?
Question mark.
Big questions. But generally, I mean, the way that they're playing, like, I like the way, with this structure, it allows them, and it even shows in their top weapons, right? Somebody's going to be a dedicated sniper, somebody has a dedicated launcher as well.
I mean, everyone had a Trogon, so...
I mean, I think that goes without saying. That one is truly tried and tested.
That's the weapon everybody uses. So.
Military made, baby. Militarily graded as well.
Oh my gosh. I think in particular this game, the Trogon was really such an outstanding weapon just because of how small of a space everyone was working with. Like everyone fighting for the compounds, everyone having to run around all these glue walls. I wish we saw some more monster truck action happening. I kind of feel like there was a moment in FFWS where monster trucks, we kept seeing them in like those final circles to break glue walls and to really, you could hide behind it. It can cause a lot of chaos. You could hijack people with it.
That's true. That's true.
So I'm quite surprised that we aren't seeing this priority for vehicles anymore, or at least for the monster truck to just randomly come in for these final circles.
Well, I will admit that at least in the mid game here, we're seeing a lot more like, casualties in terms of like just one player going out. And you're thinking like, do I fight for the POI with my full squad or do I just pocket mark this real quick? And I think majority of the time led into pocket marking. For the time being, I don't know if that's going to be the case because as soon as we start moving into like places like Next-Terra, I feel like that's the go-to strat.
I'm only mentioning the whole vehicles because I'm hoping I'm summoning it here because it tends to happen, you know, just like slowly trying to summon these things in. But here are the round standings for our matchup that has just concluded for game number 1. So, bottom to top. Homeboys. First team to be eliminated, unfortunately, because they scored no points. Wrong place, wrong time, truly.
I mean, we could say that about everybody. There's even an argument for AG, wrong place, wrong time, right?
Yeah,
they got 2 eliminations.
They got something.
They got something.
But I think one of the surprising ones here is that people will be looking at this and saying, Falcons are in 10th place? Like, what happened? Yeah. And the reason why I'm bringing this up again is the fact that I was surprised this team wasn't a little bit more proactive this game. Because, if you don't start taking out the competition, who is? You can't trust everyone else to get rid of everybody for you. And historically, Falcons just love to play aggressive. They love to pull the trigger. Have you seen their aim? If you're that good, just do it. Just pull the trigger.
Yeah, just flex those biceps real quick. Just show that you're that much better than everybody else. But as we start moving on, at least for the Star Knights, right? Coming up at 6th place, not bad, 9 points.
Good job.
And then you see RQ at 10. It's like, all right, Vamos at 14. It gets more exciting.
I'm looking at Vamos here, and I'm just like, this is a sign. Signs of life here for this team.
Okay, I'll take that.
Signs of life.
Okay.
Signs of life. But we are only at game number 1 here, folks, at the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5. As we get ready for map number 2, it's going to be Purgatory. But before that, though, we will be going for a quick break. So don't go anywhere. Make sure you're back in 3 minutes because Purgatory is coming right up.
Here we go!
Welcome back, survivors. We've just wrapped up game number 1 with esports dominating the round with 34 points on Bermuda. Who knew that they'd be taking our first booyah of the day? But are we going to be getting another underdog booyah for our second match, which is going to be on Purgatory. So water circles are definitely on the table. Not guaranteed, but definitely on the table. And are we maybe looking at a bit of a change of play style for some of these teams? Because let's be real, that first matchup was quite bizarrely slow.
It was, and I would like to justify it by just the circle pull, but even then, we do expect some of these teams to be a little more aggressive, right?
Yeah.
Especially for Falcons. I mean, I don't blame them entirely because, you know, attack all around happened to be there, Hua, so on and so forth, and things start to spiral out of control. I think especially for this upcoming game in Purgatory, early fights probably might not be the way for some of these teams. I think, you know, they're going to take it a lot more chill this time to kind of get a feel of today's lobby. If PE Esports are making decisive action now, that could be said about everybody else where they change.
I'm just thinking, do you start targeting the bottom feeders now to grab those points?
I mean, speaking of the overall standings, I think it's a good time to start looking at potential bottom feeders that they could farm. Hua used to be one of them, but they beat out AG in that last map. I don't know if it's a one-time thing or whether or not it could be, you know, a conspiracy, some may say. Even Homeboys unable to win out their first hot drops.
Yeah, I want to see where PE Esports is after that fantastic round, like 34 points onto their total score. I don't know if it's going to push them first page. Second page, I think they're definitely making a climb, 100%. But we will be seeing it after this. No major changes down here, unfortunately, just from the overall standings. The point gaps down here, I think it is quite steep for some of these teams, right?
It is getting wider and wider. I think after these next 3 maps and we start moving into the Next-Terra into the 3 random maps, I think that's where we're going to see the biggest changes. But even so, even for Twisted Minds and GOW, they're still in a very comfortable spot, but PE is catching up fast.
I was just going to quickly mention they got bumped out of top 6 because they started today top 6. So for Twisted Minds and for God of War to already be bumped down into 7th and 8th place, that again, this was something I mentioned yesterday. If you don't do well on your play day, and when I'm talking about play days, these are when your group gets the 8 games back to back, you're leaving your fate in the hands of these other groupings when they have their play days, right? And so they have to overperform in their matchup later today, which is the Next-Terra map and the random maps.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to squeeze a lot. I'm not worried about their stamina here. I'm more worried about the possible scenarios they're going to get put in. For example, you know, even for BTR and even AG, having those weak starts don't usually go too well for the rest of the day, so hopefully they start picking up the momentum now.
Yeah. Now, luckily for Falcons, they scored so many points yesterday that they still stay in first place. They only picked up 4 points in that previous round, which I think for some people is quite shocking. But most importantly for BOOYAH, they have closed that gap. So these two teams definitely gunning for that first place. They want their $2,500 prize pool. I mean, who doesn't? So you're basically guaranteed that spot in the grand finals, but having the extra prize money,
it feels great.
A little extra ka-ching, you know?
I mean, especially if you end up in second place and you have like pretty much half the prize pool overall.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're losing out on like almost $1,000 there, which
$1,025, yeah.
Every no one wants to take a pay cut, okay? No one wants a pay cut. So I expect these two teams to really fight hard for that first place. I'm just thinking, is there anyone that could maybe sort of break into that top 3 and challenge for that first place spot as well? EVOS Divine if the next 4 maps are just Bermuda, 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 one after the other. Very wishful thinking, but the random map option is not going to give you that. So yeah, kind of sad about that. I mean, it would have been nice. But
I think it would have. There'll be too much variance, way too much variance. And really, I mean, if you're unlucky, you get teams who are just particularly good at one map. But coming into this, I'm hoping that RRQ in particular find their footing because so far we haven't seen them like really predict where that endgame circle.
Flat.
Yeah,
they are so flat, and I'm glad you brought up the whole predicting for RRQ because that was something that this team used to be so good at.
Yes,
they used to be so good at predicting the circles, placing themselves in such an advantageous position, and then they just pick off teams as they're coming in towards the circle. I don't know what's happened to that iteration of RRQ. Like, they maybe sort of lose that spark when it came to circle predictions. Are they changing the way that they're playing? That might be something that's happening.
Well,
but look, if it worked in the past, like, you don't need to change anything. I don't think you should anyway.
True, but I also feel like RRQ wants to evolve their playstyle because the big problem is that a lot of teams were actually mirroring them, right? It's that's the issue. It's, oh, they're so good at figuring out that very last circle. It's either you stop. Wait a minute, we're seeing. Hold on, we're already seeing a hot drop straight by
Vamos and Expand. Okay, so both of our MSP teams going to be jumping right on top of each other. And whoever wins is going to pick up a really pretty score of 4 points. And so far, Expand, they're sitting on 3 points. They haven't lost their final player, so it looks like Vamos are the ones to actually lose that fight all round. But look at that, though. Legalot, Vast Person, WAG is there. Krillin just ran by it. Do not move. Do not breathe. Legalot. Legalot, he's got nowhere to go. Vamos are gone.
That was such a bad opening here, and that's... We've seen this. Honestly, I feel like this is a little bit of deja vu. Like, I've seen this somewhere before where two MSP teams go together, battle it out, and then you have, like, the lingering teams knowing that they will battle it out, and they just start to farm them, especially in isolated islands like this, or even when we hop over to Next-Terra. But for now, it's a great time for Expand as well as WAG.
I mean, Expand are in dire need of points. I think that is something that's definitely happened yesterday. They didn't really have a great opening. Out of all the MSP teams, it is Vamos that's doing the best as well. So to eliminate your competition, I suppose, it's going to push them up, but they need to really perform in Purgatory if they want to finish strong and push themselves up on that leaderboard. But because of that, Expand, 3 points, great start. I want to see more from this team.
Yeah, I want to see more from them as well, but looks like they're going to be chilling for now. Looks like it... Well, once again, we're seeing the homeboys landing relatively close to BRU, but not taking the full fight this time.
Well, I think in most cases, if you run into another team this early, I think it's safe to say, like, maybe you kind of don't want to fight anybody because you don't know who is who as of yet. But Hoa Esports, they got a couple players here. A tackle round is there, and they actually managed to catch Jump God out in the open. Cougar's going to be there to back him up, and poor Shin, though, wasn't able to finish the job, so he'll be losing his life as Jump God is eventually going to be picked up. Tricken, though, not looking too good on the side of Hua, going in for a skirmish himself up against one of the players from a tackle round, but Yanbin's going to be losing that one. A tackle round coming out on top, but Poongod is the next one to go down. Yanbin gets picked up. Death is there as well. Maybe they can kind of turn this around. Maybe punish a tackle round as they're trying to finish off Tricken. They want to try and finish him off. They do pick him off. It's a 2v2. It's extremely risky. Limit's trying to get away. Hides behind that glue wall. Super low. All it takes is a one tap.
He just needs one shot to connect. One shot. Yanbin turns the corner. Doesn't find him just yet. But they've got a really good split. Death is down. Has to check his back quickly. Gets the glue wall in time. Resupply. But can he turn this around? As the Tsuya dashes are already through.
The glue wall.
Just turn. He just needs to land one shot with the Mac. If he gets it, it could be over for Cougar straight away. He definitely hears it. He heard him go for the med kit. Turns around the corner. This 1v1 is intense. Turns it one more time. Glue walls instead. Takes one shot, but misses it.
Yanbin!
Good 1v1.
Incredible. But Limit's been caught. Poongod thankfully does get brought back, but Poongod has nothing. This is a complete reset for the team, and he's going to have to go into full eco mode if he's going to have any chance of bringing a tackle round back into this game. Sure, 3 eliminations to start the match, but to start off this week, I suppose, you are in for a really long game.
Yeah, especially if you're dropping towards the centralized area of the given map. It's going to be pretty hot. And to be fair, PE Esports were already in position to take this fight anyways. They've been watching, and actually they were poking at Hua a little bit earlier prior to the attack all-around engagement.
We actually saw on the kill feed just now, one more on the side of Falcons going to be eliminated. So it looks like Falcons, they have been caught off guard. They're all spread apart, and that's going to be on fire gone again. So Falcons, what's kind of happening with the team here? From what we can see, at least, they are quite spread. Actually, it's just Peter. The team got picked apart?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what the previous death their squad mate on fire was just now, but looks like they haven't been able to make much space. It looks like they might have rotated from the southern side of the map. Maybe Fire Brigade? Hard to say. But now, we do look at RRQ, taking out the members from Homeboys here by Mount Villa. They've got a better... Wow, oh my goodness, Abe is just picking them off.
He picks off Ace, who unfortunately wasn't able to run too fast, as Ma'al's going to be the next one here to try and go for the dash, start things off for the team as he does scout the map. Catches fires on the side of Homeboys, so that's going to be one player down. Gotta look for this next one though, and Mika, you kind of need to run, man. A little bit faster.
Oh no! That's so sad, but it's fine. Mahal's got this. He's got the launcher as well. Great around these tight corners. They're going to finish them off. So at the very least, they get 3 points, but Homeboy's looking to recover by Central. Manages to sneak out, still within the ring. We won't know what the next ring is going to be, but on that same island, further a little bit to the east, we will be expecting Hua as well as the Star Knights.
So just looking at the position here for Homeboys, same spot as Purgatory for attack all round. So we're looking at 2 teams down to their final players playing full eco mode this game. So we'll have to see if they can get the buybacks in. And we do have one here for attack all round. They do save up 400 coins for that first buyback. So Limit is back in the game. The recovery is eventually going to happen. But the thing is, they've been spotted by one more.
It's a 1v1, but they don't know it. They don't know how many people are going to be coming down. Punga tries. Good chunk. Takes a majority of the EP away. One more. Still just waiting. Waste his resources. Come on in. Drops down the glue wall to stop the initial push. Punga still realizing he's running low on ammunition. Has to take the full all in. One more glue wall just to block him off. One more. He knows that he's not well equipped for this. He's using every advantage in the book to try and beat Boon God on a Trogon with level 2 armor.
And while he's doing this, he is slowly buying back his team as well. Got the second buyback, and he gets one more! Boon God winning that little skirmish, and that's going to be enough money to go for the final team back. So Attack All Round is back in business, baby. But speaking of business, WAG back to the usual business.
All right, fighting for the mountaintops here. WAG have already found an initial elimination on one of the members from Expand. They're looking for a little bit more as they're playing the low ground, pushing upwards. At the top, Xbor trying to hold on to it, but Afik is the first to fall down. Xbor still holds down, finds the execution with the help of Krillin. They push the rest away. Expand disengage, leaving the rest of their members to go down.
Oh, Axel, at this point you are praying. You don't run into another team, you don't run into another roster. He is playing full eco. We've seen so many teams in this round just switching over to full eco because surprisingly, just like our first matchup of the day, we are still sitting on 11 teams. We've only got Team Vamos eliminated from the round so far. Falcons, Kororo has just been caught by Jump, and Jump God's going to be finishing off Kororo there. So Falcons, they thought they were going to be able to recover, but with attack all round here, this is not going to be an easy task at all. They've actually been pinned.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams have been taking significant casualties. Now we cut back to the Star Knights, looking over the members of both Mika and as well as Ace from Homeboys, looking for their own skins here, trying to survive. Honestly, it looks like Ace drops. Did they hear it? Did they hear the footsteps? I'm pretty sure the Star Knights know.
Oh, Liam knows. Ah, 18 dear. He's the one that gets the final hit.
Oh, poor guy. Somebody had to bite. Somebody had to bite it. Somebody had to sacrifice it to keep the squad up.
I know, but just Homeboys, at this rate, their team is just not going to recover.
I mean, say that to Falcons as well, which I'm curious to see what they're currently doing. But WAG now looking towards AG's side, staying in the blue, in a matter of fact. Rather interesting choice there. It looks like they've got enough medkits for it. AG Sypha, the last remaining member, looking for the revives.
He is rich. He's going to buy back the whole team with this, I believe. Do and stop. So the recovery is there for the team. They need a little bit more for Caramel. They're just another 100, and that should be done and dusted. But I mean, for AG, just to have these players back, I think that's already the first godsend for them, and they're actually going to get that final bundle of coins. So full team is back, but the eco game, still got to kind of work on that before that next circle, because this circle is starting to get really small, folks. And, well, let's have a look at where it is. It's on top of Brasilia.
Oh, wow. P Esports did not have to move at all. They've been stuck in Brasilia for the longest of time after the engagement between Attack All Around and Hua earlier. So, this works out for them pretty well.
As long as they can hold the fort. And I think most importantly, if you are in a favorable position, we've seen teams in the past lose these really great positions because their shots are not landing when they're trying to gatekeep. It is so important that you have the necessary weapons and utilities to prevent teams from being able to close that gap. RRQ, they've launched themselves in, but look at who is on their tail. It's Buriram.
Oh, man. Buriram's coming in real hot here as well.
Yeah, I think they got 2 players there from RRQ as well already down.
Are the Star Knights and as well P Esports not going to fight back against it? I mean, they're seeing everybody walk in here. And let's also mention that this ring perfectly around the perimeter of Brasilia and even encapsulating the high ground as well. So this is quite the kill zone for everybody.
Dude, it's almost getting it get high there within that compound. Arbe looking really low there on the side of RRQ, but look at BOOYAH. Team is looking relatively healthy, wanting to fight into RRQ, who's really trying to play with these blue walls and all of these very small bottlenecks that they've managed to put together. Get high on the ground. Moshi's basically, he's got nowhere to shoot. There's so many glue walls, but Dude's gonna lose up against Jonah in that 1v1. Jonah, get high. Holding the flag high here for BOOYAH. They're going to have to try and find an opportunity to pick their teammates up, but it's not safe yet because they still have Ma'al to deal with.
Yeah, everybody's just hovering around and we do see revives. Oh, Ma'al's going to try. Misses. Joanna wins and clutches it for BRU. RQ bow out at 11th. I just saw AG get full revives. I just saw Homeboys also get some full revives as well. I don't know about their economy in terms of what gear they're currently running as of right now, but looks like who was limping previously, now at full combat strength.
Full combat strength, and looking at the positions for these teams in Brasilia, P Esports looking fantastic. Star Knights are going to defend their position as well. On the side of Expand, though, it's literally just the Axel playing on the outer edge with his monster truck in that blue zone. I'm not sure how this man is going to be able to survive, but as long as no one spots him out, he might be okay. But on the side of Homeboys, Fire's is just sitting pretty on the ground. He's like, guys, I gotta play hide and seek. It's not free fire anymore.
Oh no, it's not. It's not. Doesn't really get to play the game too much anyways. Still gonna have to be creeping and playing for position.
Lucky for the Axel. He's in such a safe spot here.
For now, we'll see whether this next ring is going to bring us. And I will say though, I am a little worried about the teams who've been playing on the higher ground as we look at the map here.
Oh, that circle. AG Global?
Nah. Did they just get really lucky with this?
Yeah.
They just so happen to be coming from the same direction.
They're coming from the same direction. They have basically control of all the compounds in that corner as well. Everyone's going to have to play with the open space and any kind of natural cover that they can work with. You see Attack all round rotating towards the top, launching themselves up there as well. But I do believe WAG have spotted them out. Homeboys still staying strong in that compound. Do not move. Hua Esports in the vicinity as Attack all round are trying to advance onto WAG.
Yeah, but they still continue to fight inside. They've got one knock. They've got the trade at the very least, but the man advantage still with Attack all around. Homeboys get eliminated in the middle of this fight, but Alan still trying to buy time. Nah, doesn't get the position. WAG bow out at 9th.
Yeah, we're running out of space here, so teams are looking really desperate to try and find some kind of natural cover, any kind of compound to work with as they get ready for that next circle. But so far, Attack all round and AG Global in complete domination of some of the most favorable places in this circle, whereas everyone else coming in from that southern side. The Axel from Expand using a vehicle to do his best to basically rotate around and not to get spotted. 18 Deer, though, running into a skirmish there with BOOYAH. I don't know if Star Knights can do it, but if they can get rid of BOOYAH, that's a major contender out of the competition. But no, they get obliterated thanks to Get High and Moshi.
Yeah, really good Riptide rhythm there. Just clear out a majority of the mess, the noise blocking their way. Falcons are going to have to try their best here.
Into Hua.
A lot of CQC weapons.
Oh, Karoro.
They've already found one. Looking for a little bit more. Do even getting involved. Triken does find his own into Peter so far, but looks like there is some outside intervention here. Falcons trying to play on the inside, trying to keep Hua out and asking for some kind of safety line. Somebody needs to bail them out of this situation, but if they keep playing inside that compound, they're not going to find that support. Death in Yambin, it's a 2v1. If On Fire can clutch this, almost. Death catches him still right through the window.
Big body shot as well. So Falcons, our leader of the competition, is out. So we are basically down to the rest of the teams. I mean, we still have BOOYAH, so very, very good opportunity for BOOYAH to take that first place away from Falcons now, knowing that they're going to have the advantage in placement points and sitting on those 8 eliminations. But if they get eliminated by P Esports, that would be massive. But it's down to Don't Cry. It's just one player versus 3. Get High out of the building. Jonah gets sacrificed, but they do get rid of P Esports in the process, but it's going to come at a very expensive cost.
Yep, the red
Wasana! Caught by Cypher from AG. BOOYAH is out with down to our top 3.
Dude, did AG just get so lucky this game with that bull ring? Like, everything is just falling in their favor.
In their laps.
And their laps. They're at full fighting strength. They're fully looted, by the way, and they're taking 2 fights on 2 separate fronts against BOOYAH. Death should be eventually going down here, but it looks like Stop might be in some trouble if he doesn't get some help now.
It might end up being a massive fight here between Attack All Round and AG Global. BOOYAH down to their final person. Death is the next one to go down thanks to Caramel. 9 players, 8 players left. Our top 2 teams have been locked in. AG Global and Attack All Round. Final circle has been decided. It is now time to go. And at the moment, look at where Attack All Round is positioned. They have that central house, so it's going to be up to AG Global to find a way through.
AG being the one aggressive, trying to take the bottom of that house, getting hit by nades here, slowing it down. Cypher takes his breath. Caramel is going to heal back up here.
Dew's going to have to play such a big role here for the team. If he can land a impressive snipe, that might be the opening AG need.
I think that's what he's looking for. He's looking for this angle on that second floor. He's trying to turn the corner to help Cypher look across it for him. But now they're just lobbing out the nades. Okay, we're going to start with that first. Doesn't find to connect anybody just yet. Looking at Cypher's POV, he's even worried about his left-hand side. He's worried about those windows. As soon as his head pops up, he might get blasted down.
He could get blasted down. It might be up to Limit to maybe try and pop some heads here. He's still on that rooftop, but there's going to come a point where the rooftop is not going to be useful at all as Cypher finally goes in for the rush for the team. Dew is on the ground for AG, so they're missing out on a lot of firepower. Same with Caramel. I think AG might be the ones to lose this. There's up to Stop in Cypher, trying to manage that fight against Purgatory, trying to finish him off. They can't quite get him. There's too many glue walls. Cypher playing inside that compound. Cougar's going to have to try and pounce on him because if he doesn't catch him, that might just be the loss of that final BOOYAH, but I think this might just be it. AG Global out of gas. Attack All Round hunting for that final kill. And they finished 4-man strong.
Woo, what an absolute blast of a game coming in from Attack All Around. It really just came down to who had more resources and can we get a revive through mid-fight.
I think it was also the positioning, right? Attack All Round, they had the better defensive positioning. They forced AG Global to make that slow crawl forward. And because of that, I actually really think it hurt when they tried to go for that final advancement, right? When they tried to go for that rush in. Dew was at half health. I'm not sure if he actually ran out of med kits or something because he was very low once he took that blue zone damage.
Yep.
But he went into the compound, first person to go down. Then Caramel, your 2 big damage dealers down for the team. You have your front rushers, but what can you really do when you've lost the majority of your firepower?
And worse yet, you already don't have the utility because you're not entirely sure how to approach the house, right? Majority of the glue walls was used to actually advance, but then the nades afterwards just to kind of clear those corners. Unless you are doing a hard wide swing on that one just to bait out information, then it's just not worth your time. But overall, that was not the story at the beginning of this game. At the beginning of this game, Attack All Around was kind of, they were losing limbs.
They're losing limbs, they were decapitated,
Yeah.
they had to receive quite a few donations to make it back, but sometimes, even though a game might seem hopeless, I think you have to make the most of what resources that you have. And in this case, they knew they had that circle advantage. We never saw them put the team in harm's way just for a silly elim, a silly kill.
Yep.
They always waited and they used that opportunistic play style to force people into them. And I think sometimes when you play like that, when you know you are the ones that are maybe inventory-wise at the disadvantage, you have to play the mind games and make people think, oh, we've actually got we've got less than you actually think we do.
Scare tactics.
We're actually poor.
Exactly.
FYI.
you don't know, but you don't know that. That's the difference, right?
Exactly.
I get the mind games, but I think one thing that people tend to forget about Attack All Around is that they're really good at gatekeeping people. Like, that's their general style. The mid game is to punish people walking into the ring, and they apply the same tactics when they're dealing with teams who want to be aggressive and take that space from them. By all means, do it.
I mean, we have it here, right? Just having a look at the map and just the positioning overall of Attack All Around, like, they had this entire compound on lockdown.
Honestly, I did think that there could have been an opportunity for a play to be made on the second floor of that compound when they were trying to go for the revive, but man, they blew off that head really, really fast. So I got to give it to all these teams. Pretty good. 30 total revives across the board, 53 total damage. Those are the numbers we're expecting to see, but a total knockdown of 99, all right, things are going well.
Lots of knocks, lots of damage compared to the number of revives. 30 is okay. It's not towards the higher end of the spectrum. It's, I'd say, kind of average-ish. But the damage is definitely there. I'm surprised that only 6 was the highest kill score on any of these teams. I actually would have expected maybe someone to hit 9, but it was quite spread apart with how much action we had on that 4th circle, because that's when we start to see bodies hit the floor.
It was. And let's not forget about some of the crippled teams at the very beginning.
Yeah.
We did see that WAG was also harassing a little bit, but then they never found the scent of that team again. But you got to give it to Attack all around. Very good recovery in the early game, really good end game fights as well, but at the same time, at least they're able to kind of identify the zone of influence.
Yeah, and actually I think another important key thing to note with these stats is the accuracy for them. Their damage might be low, but in this particular game, to have a 40 and a 44% accuracy rate is incredible. That is like 1 shot landing at every almost every 2 shots.
It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy to have this level of accuracy, especially at this level of competition as well. But it also kind of goes to show that people are kind of walking out in the open more often than not, right?
I'm going to go back to the Tatsuya praise.
Oh, okay.
I think, especially for this late game, Tatsuya was king.
Oh, yeah.
Tatsuya was absolutely king with the number of glue walls that Attack All Round was navigating, and the way that AG was just trying to use whatever they could, any kind of terrain, trying to find some kind of backstab. Once you got spotted, like, there's no way you're escaping a Tatsuya.
Nah. I mean, that's what we saw with the corners as well, right? Just double dashed around it, and it's like, what are you going to do now, huh? Blink and you miss it.
You can get away.
Yeah, blink and you miss it every single time. But I also do appreciate the fact that most of the time, the biggest problem is having to waste more dashes than necessary to get past, like, awkwardly placed glue walls. Riptide River comes in, clean that up. Get it out of there. We're going to double as well to speed this up.
Could have been a monster truck. I'm just saying, you know.
Hey, come on. It's Attack all around, right? Where at least with Attack all around, they identified, hey, we're in a better position. We can actually do this. Let's pull through. We don't need to start digging deep.
Okay, digging deep. If there's a team that is digging deep in our top 3, it's BOOYAH Esports.
Oh, yeah.
This team has struggled up until this point. Absolutely struggled. Bottom of the leaderboard, unfortunately, just really struggling to find points. They're starting to get a little bit of breathing room. And today's their play day as well. BOOYAH Esports is part of Group B.
Yes.
So this is their second game to score 3rd here and to grab these points. This will push them up on that leaderboard. And I know they're not going to make top 6. I think that's realistic.
Okay.
But the goal for the teams that I like to set for a team that can't make top 6 is to make 2nd page. If you can guarantee yourself 2nd page, that's already a good sign going into the final play-ins to qualify you for the finals.
I want to believe that, but the more that I look at our top weapons and the fact that they're running Mag 7s and Charge Busters begs the question, like, ooh, do I really want this team to get...
They got 9 elims.
It's true. I'll give them that. The numbers do not lie, but I think that BOOYAH Esports, what's really making it work for them is their layered aggression, right? It's just slowly turning the dial up as the rounds go by, but for now, 1st and 2nd, you really gotta chill, man.
You gotta chill, just relax.
It's
make
dangerous.
It to the,
it's dangerous out there in the wild.
Make it to the end game. That's the tech.
I think right now, like, even when we're talking about the end game, right? I think most teams have got the end game down. It's more so how much can they affect the other teams to narrow it down to a traditional 4v4 rather than have to worry about one extra squad, and then it's a coin flip.
Okay, technically we're looking at like 8 squads, so
yeah, that's also true.
there's too many teams. Too many teams, not enough space. I'm just waiting for someone to pop off and be like, all right, guys, this game is too slow. Pull out the pitchforks. We're gonna go hunting. We got to do something, you know. Pull out the sniper gear. We got to look for those kills because these early games are just so bizarre. Like, yeah, we're seeing teams get 3 elims and someone escapes and they just go for the full team revive. That is fine. But we're not seeing any major full commitment skirmishes for some of these teams, which I think is really bizarre.
Well, I think, you know, I don't think anybody really likes playing in that handicapped position, right? Because we've seen some of these teams as well, like, you know, Vamos, especially Homeboys as well, walking around the map, not at full fighting force. It costs them points in the long term. I do think that it's still pretty surprising that Expand managed to go so far, even to say may have taken a placement from Falcons itself. Could have been, had they stuck around just a little bit longer. But right now, it feels like early game teams are getting punished overall unless you're AG and you just get super lucky on the ring.
Well, are they really getting punished? I don't think teams that are aggressive in the early game are getting punished. I kind of feel like the ones that get crippled early are definitely being punished because that affects their late game macro.
Well, I mean, it's either or. It's either you get completely wiped out anyways, or you're just crippled for the rest
Go
of the game.
all in or go home.
Yeah, go all in or go home, right?
Yeah, go all in. Go all in. I think sometimes you just have to take the risk, because if you don't take the risk, then there's room for regret to make you think like, okay, wait, if we maybe tried a little bit harder, or if we tried this strat, we tried something different.
Well, I mean, as we're coming into the second page here, my only disappointment, I feel that's exact sentiment for WAG, who right now is in 7th spot, just underneath PE. And I feel like because PE is at least decisive on their actions is why they're bringing themselves up to the first page.
Yeah, and they're actually doing better than WAG, which is quite surprising today. So, I mean, I don't know what P's actually eaten today or drank today, whatever they've done. Maybe someone's gone to the gym, like motivational speech, you know, a coach. But P esports, something's definitely changed today. And I'm trying to put my finger on what it is. Like, I know this team has good days. I think we've all seen it. We've seen them have good days. Yeah, they sometimes, in a lot of cases, they have a lot of bad days. But what are they doing differently today? They're doing something.
Well, I think it's something that we might have to consider as we go on a short break. And when we come back, hopefully we got the answers for you guys. Or if you can come up with the answers yourself, let us know down in the chat. We'll catch you back right after this break. And soon to be more Free Fire action.
Here we go!
What's the harm? Let me spell it out loud. I want you to stay. Feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing. I've been losing. Feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but feels so right, it can't be wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing. I've been losing. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try and try, but never find someone who's fine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try and try, never find another me. Try and try, never find. Try and try, never find. What is missing when you've been? Tell me something I can hear. Body screaming. You won't admit that you want me close. I know you need, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low, low, low. You say you're looking,
and they gave up the mid compound. Oh, that makes sense. Welcome back to the panel, guys, because Gideon and I just had a very interesting discussion on what happened in that previous game. And I'm not sure if you agree. Are we coming to the conclusion that AG should not have given away that middle compound because they had it originally, and then they gave it away to attack all around?
I am of the opinion that it's WOW Esports' fault because they survived a little bit too long, and unfortunately somebody had to deal with them, and it was AG's duty.
Okay. Got it.
I mean, it's a difficult scenario to be in, don't get me wrong. And I think that either way, I think AG's odds were pretty good. I mean, 2 out of 3 odds in terms of buildings where that final circle was going to be. I think that should be fine. But coming into this next game, I need to see some level of consistency from early to mid.
I want some action.
I mean, action is great.
I want to see some bodies hit the floor before the 2-minute mark.
Falcons, we're looking at you. Come on.
We are, because EWC champions literally won on Kalahari, so expectations, they're definitely there. But we do need to sort of give a quick highlight here to Attack All Round, right? They were the team that just got the BOOYAH in that previous round. Doing great, you know, this team sometimes inconsistent, but they're doing rather well today. They're getting their points in, especially in that previous game. Great execution of how they played around that central compound that AG had originally given up. Kalahari, though.
That's the thing. Kalahari is interesting because transversing the map, and especially if it does end up to be that Brasilia circle, maybe, I don't know, if it's factory,
refinery circle,
you know. Those general types is where it gets really, really dangerous. And I think, especially for Attack All Around, I said this about them during FFWS. I think they are literally the team that is one bad decision away from maybe winning it all or just completely bowing out. So right now, it looks good, but I'm waiting for that one decision. That one decision that's going to either mess them up or send them right to the top.
It's clearly waiting for the mistake to happen.
Look, I have made predictions for Attack All Around so many times, and it always leads back. If I add all my stats, it's a 50-50 in their performance.
Okay, well, speaking of this 50-50, we'll have to see who's going to make that 50-50 coin flip of a invade, a hot drop, a challenge. And at the moment, we do have Vamos and PE Sports looking to compete for Refinery.
We also have a bit of contact between WAG and as well as the Homeboys. We'll see how that one plays out, but more so, I know that RRQ, they want Refinery.
So historically, this team loves Refinery, but I think the fact that they saw 2 teams flying in, they just decided, nah, bro.
Hell no.
No, thank you.
I'm out of here. But coming back to it, PE, so far so good. Haven't taken any casualties. I've already forced Vamos out of the area, and they did it in a timely fashion, which is great. It means every other team who's been hovering around probably is deterred.
They got Legolas.
Oh.
They get 3 at the end of the day. Okay, yes, they don't get the full roster, but like 3 points to start off, so fast into the matchup as well, just 1 minute in. I mean, they're going to be pretty happy with that. Now, keep in mind, Ma'al, he just got rid of Legolas. They caught Dew as well. What is happening with RRQ? They are already so bloodthirsty, getting 2 elims.
Hey, man.
Don't cry, it's been caught by Ma'al. This sniping, man, this champion.
I'm telling you, RRQ, they ain't happy that they've been evicted out of their usual spot.
Actually,
and they're coming back with a vengeance.
This is so smart because they are so used to playing Refinery. They probably know all of the major weaknesses of Refinery.
Yep.
Which is why Ma'al is up here. Arbe is going to try and scout things out into Refinery, hopefully to open things up and maybe provide some more vision for Ma'al, but really, really great zoning coming out from RRQ. The question is, are they going to be able to compete with a third team called AG Global?
All right, let's just sprinkle a little bit more spice into the action. We'll see what PE Sports does to respond because they can hear it. Oh, wait, no. They're all just jumping right at him. They're rushing him. Sypha's already down. Caramel's looking for the trade on towards Dutz' side. They don't get it still, but at least they force him off of position.
Yep.
Oh,
they
no!
missed him. No!
It went so bad, so fast.
Oh.
It went so bad, so quickly.
Jeez, they missed the rail.
Everybody comes the victim to this at least once in Kalahari.
I think
Everybody.
everyone face palmed in the chat right there.
Oh, it hurts.
That hurts.
It hurts so bad. And PE Esports, they're trying to walk away from this. Wait, actually, they're chasing AG.
Why
they see
not?
the straggling members.
Yeah, look, this is a free elim on stop. And unless somehow this man can run down this cliff like the Flash, I don't see him being able to get away at all. And adding to that point for PE Esports, as actually one of the PE Esports players have been caught up by Stop! Stop! He got him!
Okay.
1 for 1. Worth.
Worth it.
Hashtag worth.
So very
But wait,
worth it.
Wait, I just saw RRQ flying in, so they could be going for the challenge onto PE Sports.
No.
What is this madness? Dotsy got him!
They're
He got
actually-
Wahoo!
They're actually doing it. They're actually pushing them through, though. It's looking kind of good,
That's
right?
not pushing. This is bullying. This is harassment. This
I
is a
mean-
lawsuit about to happen.
I mean, if you're already going to go for their
Oh
kneecaps, you might
my
as well
gosh.
go through all the way. PE Sports bow out at 12. I mean, Vamos is nearby. They're at full fighting strength. But let's cut over to the southern side because WHE and the Homeboys have been at it for quite some time here by Mammoth.
And so far, WAG are the ones to be the happy victors out of all of this. 3 eliminations to the name and chasing away Homeboys. Luffy, is Luffy the final player? No, they still have 1 player left on the roster. But if Luffy can just waste WAG's time, I think that's going to be the biggest victory for this team because they're going to have to try and play that comeback game for the rest of this Kalahari match. Now, the fact that they've actually managed to chase Alan so far out, they're getting pretty close to one of the Vamos players. And actually, Vamos, they are going to hear this. Luckily for them, though, Vamos not looking too strong themselves. So I don't know if a battle is going to break out at all, but definitely a challenge if anything does happen.
I do see revives coming down towards the southern
no.
side of the map.
Stop, Mika, stop. You're about to run into Hua.
Why is it always Mika? It feels like Mika is always caught in these situations.
Just don't move. Don't move. Do not. He's praying death does not scout. And he didn't scout.
Yeah. But wait, does the mid spot him out? No, he'll be like really tiny,
there's
right?
no way. Yeah, there's no way. As long as you don't move, I don't think you see Mika.
Oh, he's good.
Oh.
He's seen the whole marathon pass by him.
This man, I could imagine his heartbeat right now, just dong 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 dong. He's like, please don't look at me.
All he's hearing is sounds because his face is just buried in that brick wall. Just keep it stuck there.
If I don't see you, you don't see me. That's how it generally works.
Yeah, that's how these third-person shooters work, right?
Oh.
Right?
Yeah, sometimes in our imaginations.
is that
What
his head?
esports though? Now this could be a bit of a finicky one because it looks like Shin has been caught. Does get picked up by Tricken, but RRQ, they're looking to play that sniping game. All it takes is for 1 head to make an appearance.
They've got a really good spread here for the side of RRQ. It's not like Hua can look to outflank them from this far as well. All of their angles are covered for, and they even have an informant right at the front of the compound as well if anybody tries to push past it.
Yeah.
Whoa. Hey, wait. What's happening on the north side? Is that Falcons coming out from the top foundation?
Oh, and they're about to possibly squeeze Hua in here, so I don't know if they've scouted it. I mean, we're watching Death's point of view. Gonna try and go for the snipe onto Mal. Got pretty close. Bring them down to 1/3 of his health. Actually catching Mal. He actually got knocked down because of the fall damage, not because of death. Oh, goodness. But look at this, though. Falcons are here to play. And Hua Esports, if they can get someone out of here, I think that's going to be the best situation that they can ask for.
I mean, they're going to try, because right now they're trying to stop any means necessary. Triken is going to give the elimination. He was already down, but Peter and On Fire have to be fast about this. Kosku's still anchoring for the rest of the team, but Hua, looks like they haven't decided on how they're going to play this out. They've got the POI. They've brought back their whole full squad once more, and they need to make sure that they win this fight. They've already dropped the Riptide Rhythms. Jump Shot going to trade 1-for-1 so far.
What?
Found an elimination of their own.
Yanbin, he just can't find that clear shot there onto Kosku. Kosku's juking is next level. Yeah, Peter might be on the ground, but Yanbin, his shots are just not connecting. Shin gonna be the next one to go down, and Yanbin. Hua Esports absolutely crippled, tricking the last player alive, and thankfully he's not here, but he is out in the blue zone. Gonna have to play catch up for the rest of his team.
I think that's fine, but that just shows Falcons, they're just the green tide, right? They're just going in every single time, taking bit by bit, space by space, and really closing in on all of your angles. It really feels oppressive dealing with them.
Oh, but we have our second eliminated team there, WAG. So P Esports and WAG, these two teams have had a really strong start today, but on Kalahari, it seems like this map is probably one of their biggest weaknesses, being the first two teams eliminated. So this does open up the map for the rest of the teams to pick up their points. And especially for the teams that are struggling, this is going to be a really good opportunity to do so. But you also have to remember, Falcons and BOOYAH, they're still here, and they tend to be some of the favorites on this particular map.
Yeah, but right now they're facing two separate scenarios, right? With the next ring already pulling so far towards the eastern side, a lot of the western side teams, especially those who got crippled early on, have a lot of legwork to get back into the ring.
Yep. Now, on top of the leaderboard here, we have RRQ sitting at 7 eliminations, and I think this is probably the best game that we have seen RRQ win so far. They've done a fantastic job at just going for those very cute opportunistic snipes, getting very, very lucky with some of those hits as well, as we see Cougar trying to go for a little 1v1 here up against Crime MKS here from Vamos. Crime, he's separated from his team. There's only so much he can do here, unfortunately, but does not get the drop down onto Cougar. Jump code might go down, but Crime MKS will be finished off. But have a look in the background there. We have AG picking off attack all round. And they're down to Limit, who just got brought back.
Yeah, I mean, right now, BRU, they heard the initial shots. Yeah, they got involved. And now everybody's just punishing attack all around. Thank God that they were able to get a purchase onto Limit, but I have no idea how he's going to survive outside in the blue, especially coming in from the southern side. Yeah.
He has nothing. He's got no coins. He's got no utilities. It would be a miracle, I think, if he's able to buy anyone back into this matchup.
I mean, people are not dropping down as quickly as I thought they were. We're looking at the current kill leaderboard. 3 is the number to beat, and 4 players already achieved that.
It's been pretty spread apart, right? But like, there's no one person hogging all of the kills for the teams at this point of time. It's been very, very spread. But keep in mind, we are still looking at 10 teams alive, 35 players on the map so far. Could be looking at a few more, as we are going to be watching Falcons' point of view. They found Homeboys, and if Homeboys knew this was Falcons, they'd be crying.
It's a bit of an unfortunate situation here. Ace does take a good amount of damage, but makes it back into the compound. On fire. He's lining up the shot. He sees his feet, goes for a little bit more, tries to go for the head, but gets his shoulder instead. He's doing good. He's got the Trogon, waits it out, and finds Luffy. Good patience. Good trigger. Cosq still holding the top side, anchoring for the team, but the rest of the homeboys now pulling back together, getting chased down from the second floor as Peter's not letting them go through. Grapple hooks to the next build and flying like Spider-Man here, and Riptide Rhythm just to make these eliminations just a little easier.
Yeah, they did drop Peter in the process, but look at this though, coming in for those backstabs. Nika going to be the next one to go down. Fies, last player alive on the side of Homeboys. Now, he is thinking about making the play happen, but sir, you have 700 coins. Go for the buyback. Do not take the risk. He's got the portal go. It's going to actually create that space between him and Falcons. Sir?
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 Are you... What?
You wouldn't be.
He's going. He's right. It took a moment.
I thought maybe he was thinking for a moment, like, I could drop a landmine here.
Oh, but look, but Falcons, they've scouted him out. They bought one of the players back, and they know where he is.
I think they've also going to spot Hua out on the north side as well, so I think that's less of a concern. But now we jump back to expand in the middle of combat with RRQ by the western side of this ring.
Yeah, Santa Catarina.
Where is... Oh, okay. BRU in the middle of a fight with Vamos as well. Now, seeing that the elimination's bringing it up back to 4.
Bring it back to 4. A bit of a slower game here for BOOYAH, not sitting on as many elims as they would like for this particular matchup. Star Knights, though, going to be showing their face to BOOYAH. We'll have to see if we can see some of those names hit that kill feed very soon, as Wasana's been caught by Dew. So AG Global also sticking their nose into this business as well. 18 Deer is there setting up for the team. Liam sitting in the background for Star Knights with the supporting fire from AG Global.
Sneaking the nades. Does he find one? No. He's got good damage, though. I'll give him that. But at this point, breaking into the compound is costing them more than it took to actually fight for it in the first place. So unless this is a full squad wipe against BRU, I would imagine that the Star Knights are not too happy about this. Oh, Peter on his knees already, knocked down here as Expand fighting their way back on the outside of the blue.
Outside of the blue, Falcons bringing in their teammates as well, as they are also running out of fire too. They do manage to beat this out, getting rid of Expand, but look at who's coming into this fight. A full roster of RRQ. They were aggressive early on. They are fully equipped and ready to go. But speaking of fully equipped, Star Knights, they're still continuing this fight with BOOYAH, but they have been picked off time and time again, one by one, down to their final 2 players, and BOOYAH still 4-man strong.
Well, they're just going to have to try and hold out here, right? These compounds really, really valuable to all of these teams. Vamos looking to regroup here by the main ship, but AG has been holding it this entire time, holding a very dangerous spot where everybody wants to get a piece of that pie. Kathizi already down, and you can see that the Vamos members getting blasted by not only AG, but even on the opposite side.
Coming into the picture as well. They've launched themselves in right next to BOOYAH and Star Knight, so they could be the next ones to really start causing some issues for these teams. The question is, which compounds are they going to take? It's going to be the southern one, so they will possibly be the next challenger here for BOOYAH, if it's not going to come at the cost of AG Global throwing a couple of pot shots in as well.
Everybody's just holding hands right now. Whoever breaks the handshake first is going to get punished, and it looks like it's going to be the Star Knights who want to break their ties here against BRU. And now we see RRQ taking a wider angle to keep BRU within the area, and now the fight breaks out. 18 Deer is going to get knocked down straight away by Get High as they turn the corner as well. A double for Get High as he finds another elimination. Second floor has already been compromised here as BRU trying to use the movement as best they can to waste the shots as RRQ, they back away as the blue is now encroaching on their current positions.
I really like that defensive play, but look at this though, BOOYAH. I'm thinking this is an opportunity for them to attack into RRQ, who have tried to go for that defensive retreat. Ma'al still on the front lines here for the team. I'm surprised Star Knight still has one player standing, and who's hiding? Oh no, Fire's MKS. He was hiding in the compound, but I think Jonah may have spotted him out. But look at this though, AG Global looking to go for an invade themselves.
And now they've eliminated the Star Knights here. New kill leaders on top of it. 13 eliminations? What?
I don't think this is quite surprising, but look at where these teams have launched themselves. So RRQ and AG Global right on top of each other here, on top of this shipwreck. BOOYAH going to be hiding on the other side, actually playing towards the top 10 side of the ship. So it could be AG Global and RRQ happening first. Oh boy. I don't know who's going to make the first move. Like, is it going to be AG Global to try and go down? Is it going to be BOOYAH to try and go for those snipes onto AG? Oh, it could be anything. It might end up with, it might be stop.
I don't know. I think it's AG who's most likely having to give up that top position where Caramel and Do are once the blue starts pulling in. And it's not a great angle to fight against Moshi.
I think it's up to Moshi. If he pops heads, I think that might be the sign for this fight to break out for RRQ and AG Global.
I think
they need that catalyst.
Oh, Moshi. He's going to take his time with this. He's just going to wait it out, right? Honestly, they've got more space to work with in comparison to AG.
I don't know. I actually think AG and RRQ, they have a lot more cover to work with once this circle starts to move in, right? Because having a look at where BOOYAH is, they either have to play around the edge of the circle or they have to go right through the center, which is not ideal. But I do like the repositioning there for AG. They're going under the ship. So this is in towards the center. It will force these teams to fight into them.
Not too sure what it looks like.
Wrap around. Does you know?
I think he does. He sees RRQ where they are. BRU is still fighting on the top side. The Riptide Rhythms have been ripped upon them, so they're losing a lot of their natural cover, but they're looking down on the majority of the members as well. AG decide to actually go for the full wraparound to play underneath the ship in the middle of it on their side where BRU is. But things could change. There's plenty of exit and entry points.
Plenty of exit and entry points, and this could cause some issues as well if you do have a barrage of glue walls to work with as well. RRQ still staying grouped together, hoping it's going to be BOOYAH and AG to engage into each other first, trying to find that opening. Can't quite catch that head onto Wasana. These teams, they're playing slow but very methodically.
Very fun last end game here. Dude's gonna try as he takes down Caramel. Dude ends up going down. It's 1-0. The launcher from Ma'al does the rest. RRQ still in it to win it. They just have to deal with BRU.
RRQ is so lucky because, yeah, their players are down, but they can go for these picks unless they don't want to go for the picks at all. Alpine actually took his time. I think he was expecting someone to come in. They do pick up Dutz. They still have Sibek and the rest of his team, but Dutz actually ends up getting picked up anyway. BOOYAH, I think they're just going to wipe it up clean.
Yeah, but
that was
too much damage.
too much damage. I think there was hesitation for RRQ because they had one player standing. They had 3 on the ground. They could have gone for the immediate picks, but they decided to wait, right? Because they were waiting to see if they were going to get immediately rushed. They didn't. They did get the final pick onto Dutz, but it was too little too late. The blue zone was just too close to those bodies on the ground.
Yeah, it's literally just one audio cue away from something bad happening. You just know it. As soon as you make that move, you're going to get punished for it. So I can understand at least why they're just a little hesitant on picking them up, but give it up for BRU. Really interesting angle that they held on that ship as well to not only force AG in a pretty awful spot, but forces them underneath the ship where RRQ can then take their angles and mirror them.
I think he had to make that call, especially with how awkward that circle ended up being. It was right on top of the shipwreck, so you have to decide, do you play with the high ground and try and go for the opportunistic headshots, or do you place yourself in that defensive position and then try to go for the defensive plays, attack anyone that comes in and invades your personal space. But at the same time, you could also tell these teams were really juggling. They were juggling each other. They were hoping that the other team would fight into them, and then they would come in for the cleanup. They tried so hard. They all waited for so long, and it did eventually break out. And it was AG and RRQ at the end of the day, which for BOOYAH, they won this. They didn't have to participate at all. Numbers got cut down. RRQ, 3 players down, 1 player standing. I mean, I think the story's been written.
I think it was just RRQ and as well as AG just playing ring around the rosy in that ship around their side between not only the second floor but just outside of the ship as well, because there are entry points to the bottom side there too.
Yeah, there were multiple entry points. It doesn't feel safe at all, right? Because you've got people that can shoot you from the top, from the bottom, from the side, underneath. It was this was basically just the nail in the coffin for RRQ after that fight with AG Global. I think if they didn't have so many players down at the same time, they would have gone for the picks much quicker. Maybe would have had a moment to go for those heals and maybe reset for the fights, but just circumstances that happened. Too many people on the ground.
Yeah, happenstance. I mean, the Kalahari, at least Kalahari's been looking pretty interesting with these endgame rings. You know, it's a pretty unique position to be in, to not only worry about multiple levels, but being that... I'm used to the refinery, but being that compact, oof, I can already feel like my back itching, back of my spine, just the claustrophobia. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, we've also got a very different terrain. Like, the fact that the ship is... It's in half, so you've got like slanted terrain, and it's not something that we're all used to fighting. Like, okay, maybe if you play a lot of ski lodge, then okay, you maybe are used to that kind of stuff. But how many people tend to drop into ski lodge? Not many.
Not many
at all. So
not many.
Yeah, just to have that very awkward ground, I think most people just kind of want to get on the flat ground if possible and be like, okay, I'm going to fight down here. I know what to expect. Anything that's out of the ordinary, just nah. But Kalahari did kind of show us the difference in skill for these teams, because compared to the previous 2 matches where we had some very different results, I think a lot of our top teams didn't actually make it into the top of the bracket. Kalahari, I think, is a really good map to sort of differentiate the good teams from the great teams, because it is just such a skill-dependent map.
Okay. You would say it's more like a... I would agree with you that it's a bit of a litmus test. I do think that it forces a lot of squads to think about the map differently, especially when you're walking up to a compound. You have more options to actually break and enter in, and sometimes get out pretty safely, or you have other times where you whiff and you get shot out of the air. That's all part of the game, you know? It's part and parcel.
There's the extra mechanic as well, the grappling hook, the fact that you have to worry about the verticality as well. And especially with a lot of the other maps, like, you don't have to worry about that as much. If someone's sitting on a billboard, you know, like, oh, they literally just respawn, they just have a pistol. I don't care about them. But then you play Kalahari, it's like, oh, I died because someone sniped me from the rooftop because they had the grappling hook.
I mean,
I kind of have to watch all around and up and down.
I think the one bummer for me about the grappling hook is that as much as it gives you verticality, it also gives you a lot of distance jumping towards a person as well, which I think is like the one thing that I feel that needs to change, just to make grapple hooks focus purely on verticality, right? But now we look at the overall standings here so far. BOOYAH United currently at 133 points. They continue to crush today, but AG Global just behind them at 118.
Falcons. Falcons went from first place, starting the day with 90 points. And they've now dropped to 118, and BOOYAH has made the climb.
Yep, they have. They're hitting their stride.
They're hitting the stride. Their wings have been clipped. Their nest has been blown to smithereens. I don't know what's happened with Falcons. They have petered out today. I feel like they petered out. Like, we're not seeing the Falcons that we're so used to, especially at that top level play. The aggression, the outmaneuvering their opponents, and just being calculative. I think that's something that makes Falcons stand out quite a lot.
Well, I think now that they've clearly put themselves on the radar against a lot of the top 1% teams, they're now a little bit more worried about being that team who is known for that early aggression. Because how many teams have we seen in the past whereby, oh, this is the team that is going to fight you in the very beginning of the game, and then you see 3 other teams kind of circle around them every single drop to maybe pick up some of these scavengers, or at the very least pick up some of the survivors looking to go for the full squad revive. That's where I think that, at least for Falcons in their mind, we need to pick our fights correctly, but at the same time, on our first drop zone, if we are playing for outer circle, make sure our backs are clear.
Yeah. I'm just disappointed that they didn't do much better on Kalahari, truly.
I mean, it's like, what, 11th and then 10th? The following map after? That's...
It's just not great.
It's not the greatest.
It's not the greatest. Yeah, it's really shocking. But let's have a look at our standings here. The overall standings, we did see it just now, but quick recap. BOOYAH blasting themselves into first place, almost guaranteeing that first place prize for top 6. I think they're pretty happy with themselves. I mean, Falcons, they're in the same group. They can make that comeback happen, but I think at the same time, they have to deal with BOOYAH because you can't expect other teams to do that.
Yeah.
So Falcons maybe having to change their sort of direction in their up-and-coming games. AG Global, second place, looking pretty good here for them. I'm just thinking, is AG Global in that good of a position? I'm just thinking.
I think it's an okay spot. I think it could definitely be better. Ideally, at this point, we got to look at the breakpoints of it, right?
Yeah.
Anywhere between from 7th place all the way to roughly about 13th place. If they're in the 70 point to 80 point mark, it is still possible for them to actually break into the 100s, which would mean that teams like WAG and PE Sports would have to have a really hot day to contest their spots overall. So I would assume maybe a 30 to 40 point lead for them to make them feel comfortable.
Yeah.
80 points by the end of the day to really make sure that like that top 3 is not going to be shaken.
Yeah. Well, WAG and PE Sports, they do have one more game to go today.
Yes.
They've got one more game to go today to potentially solidify their spot in top 6. But of course, they do have to also consider the teams that are going to be in Group A, because Group A is also playing after this, right? This is the last game for Group C. And I'm keen to know who is going to be the one to finish strong on this final map. Is it going to be our top dogs, or could we be seeing WAG, PE Sports, and I guess Attack all round to a certain degree?
Yeah.
Are they maybe going to be stealing the spotlight? Because they have done really, really well today. Minus a couple of hiccups for WAG and PE Sports.
I think it really
hiccup was Kalahari.
it is Kalahari, but I do think it's a bit of a dice roll when we talk about these teams. Like WAG and as well, I would say to a certain degree even Attack all around, right? Because again, these teams are very much focused on figuring out where their endgame ring is and then looking for ways to maximize their points in the mid game before they get to that late game. So unless their predictions have been like really hard on correct, which so far I think AG's probably had a higher success rate than even RRQ Kazu at this stage, I think that whoever calls that ring in the end, it's going to be their game.
I was kind of hoping RRQ would wake up today.
That's what I was hoping for as well.
But they got a tough group. They got a really tough group. But to be also, I guess, to be fair and to be frank, I think they still should have done better today. Because WAG and PE Sports, like, they're doing great. Why can't RRQ do great? It can't just be because of the grouping, because like some of these other teams, they're dealing with the groupings as well.
Maybe something hasn't clicked in them just yet. I feel like some of the other teams have had their moments where it just made sense for them to do so. I think RRQ Kazu are just looking for that one snap of a finger to turn their whole situation all around. Who knows? That might be happening in our next map. So make sure you stick around. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be more Free Fire action here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. We'll see you in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
The stakes are high, and we're coming into our very final map between Group B versus Group C, and it's going to start off in Alpine. Welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Pro Series here, once again for Free Fire. Southeast Asia continues to fire up here. My name is Q and Danelli, here to be your casters for the day. And so far, these games have been a little, would you agree with me by saying it's wonky, it's a little off-kilter?
Unconventional, definitely. I think definitely the first two games, no one expected at BOOYAH's. PE Sports and a tackle round. Maybe a tackle round makes sense.
Yeah.
That's fine. But PE Sports are definitely something new, something unexpected, but also very much welcome, because we did start the broadcast saying, is it just going to be a case of all the giants eating up the smaller fish? But the smaller fish are fighting back, and they're actually doing a reasonable job today too.
Well, I mean, some have definitely ended up as fodder more likely than others.
Some are fish and chips.
Some are fish and chips for sure, but it's really tough to say because it feels map dependent to a certain degree. We haven't seen PE Sports be as decisive in the last map specifically, but other than that, that just could be like, one map down, the rest we could be doing really well.
Yeah, but the thing is, this is the last map for Group C. So this is your last chance today to grab your points against Group B. Of course, they do have their general play day tomorrow, which is their 8 games back-to-back, but ideally, you kind of want to set your lead up as much as possible now so that your journey tomorrow is going to be a little bit easier, right?
Well, it's got to be at least within a reasonable amount of points. I would say like 30 points is still reasonable, right? 50 points will be like kind of pushing it, but generally it should be okay. But it looks like the flight path has already been set. We should be heading into game real soon, and I'm curious to see what the hot drops are going to look like, especially early engagements, because we've seen many different variations of it throughout the past 3 maps.
We've seen different variations, but I think over the course of these 3 games, we've only seen one team get eliminated at the beginning of the game, and then we have a elimination drought until like the 3rd or 4th circle.
Yeah.
So what is that at Railroad? Expand PE Sports, and we even have remnants of RRQ there as well. And that's not it either. We have Homeboys, Hua, and WAG dropping into base camp. Hello.
I don't know how that's going to play out, but it feels like AG might third it later down the line. Burrup still doing Burrup things in Alpine, just playing on the highest points of the map anyways, but Excel taking a lot of damage already. Wait, hold on. And Expand stuck in this current building with PE Sports around it as well. RRQ might stick their noses out just a little bit, but Expand is already instantly eliminated. PE Sports dominate that fight as we cut on over to Hua versus the Homeboys. Looks like a 3-3? No, 2-2.
Gonna see a buyback as well there onto Yanbin. So Homeboy's second team to be eliminated as White Esports gonna have to deal with WAG. We could be looking at a third elimination right off the bat here.
Oh.
What an incredibly fast game of Alpine teams, just going absolutely ham. We had a couple of triple hot drops. WAG coming in with the cleanup. Yanbin has been caught by Stop. Oh boy, is this the end for Hua Esports? It looks like it is. No, they still have one more.
Yep.
They have one final player. They have Tricken. He has a big job ahead of himself to bring this team back into the fold.
He's gotta live, but it's AG, the final team to walk into base camp. They take out the last remaining WAG member hovering around in base camp. They get the revive just in time to bail away. Let's see what direction AG is going to start chasing. As we look at the drone view, looks like Cyrus, he's already out of there.
Thank goodness you don't want to be caught here. So WAG, they are not looking too bad. They have 3 players still remaining. They do need to bring X-Ball back in. Oh, it looks like Alan has been caught, unfortunately. So consolation, free elim there for Legalot. So Vamos going to pick up an elim for the team. Very, very nice, but not completely crippling the team at all as Alan gets brought back here for the team. So WAG back to their 4 players. The most important one I feel for them is actually bringing back X-Ball because we saw yesterday how important of a role he played for this team, especially when it came to that firepower. And if you lose someone like X-Ball this early on in the competition, I kind of feel like you lose a lot of opportunities to really do anything as Kathisi kind of got rid of X-Ball again. So X-Ball's going to have to try and wait for that next reset button.
At some point, he's going to have to tap out here. They've got to get the aggression, the aggro away from themselves and go be a little bit more inconspicuous. But for now, the Star Knights having to deal with BRU, it seems like almost constantly here. But at the top of the peaks, we would only imagine that they were going to start breaking apart and looking to play for survival. No point getting into an engagement against BRU.
Yeah, and Star Knight's playing extra safe. The team is split, so I like the play here from Fire's MKS. Just play on the very edge of the map. Very unlikely to be spotted, as most teams don't really scout these very edge of the map this early on. They tend to play towards that center as 18 Deer hiding behind the... Oh, he's just hiding behind the counter. He actually does try to go for Wasana, but none of his shots land at all. And he's the one to go down. I'm surprised he missed all of those. I kind of feel like you were that close. You should have landed everything.
I don't know. Maybe they got they might have gotten spooked by the marked for death.
Maybe
it's tough to say there. It should have been pretty free for him, but I guess the pre-fire just did not want to connect that time, right? Oh no.
This poor man.
I mean, he just wants to play the video game.
Okay, he is going to buy back the whole team. So he's done his job.
He's done his job, but now Cyrus ends up losing Yanbin 18 HP.
Ooh.
1 shot difference there. Such close odds. And Hua, I mean, at this point, you might as well slow down the rest of the AG members. They probably aren't fully equipped just yet.
They're just going to use Shin. They're just like, okay, you can have Shin. We'll bring him back anyway.
Yeah, he'll come back. He'll come back.
Yeah.
We'll see more of him later down the line.
Big bounty, though. Very big bounty.
Okay. Decent amount of coins alongside with him. Regardless.
Explore again.
Yeah, he's just having the worst time right now. I'm seeing the revives come through. I'm paying attention to where he's going on the map.
Export.
Yeah, it's just him getting shot out of the sky. It feels bad. It feels definitely bad. But I think at this point, WAG really need to rethink about what the revive spots at this point.
Oh, and they're probably going to lose their next player here.
Oh,
Cyberneck is their RQs nearby. They're just like, guys, come on, give us a break. We need something.
One bad early engagement, and this is what happens. It doesn't help that like the outer edges are currently closing in a lot faster as the main ring is centralized towards the center of the island anyways. That's why we see the docks already being held captive here by RRQ Kazu. But at least for WAG, still in it on the northeastern side, playing around Carousel. Hopefully they can recover. At this point, AG continuing to take out as many shots as possible. Vamos still holding the high ground upon them. Riptide Rhythm looks good, but the natural cover that AG finds just in time. Hopefully they're able to hold out. The cluster grenades doesn't find it. Glue Wall Melter in an awkward spot, but still, Vamos should have the advantage on this one as they got the men to do so, and hopefully they win their 2v1s as it's working out well, keeping the sniper and the rifler away.
Oh, Vamos. going for the aggressive plays. They're going to look for more as well. Cypher, I mean, if this man does not get out of here, he's going to be joining the death row. Possibly going to be shot down. He is doing a pretty good job of leapfrogging here. And the thing is, he's also leapfrogging them closer and closer to attack all round. So Vamos might be running into their next opponent very soon as they do take down Cypher. But look at this, attack all round is nearby, and we know this team, once they smell blood, they're going to be jumping into that water.
Jump God's already taking shots here. Vamos need to reposition fast. AG going to take some punishment against BOOYAH as well, so they don't get control of the revive point. No POI here by Rivermouth.
None at all, and look at this. Got a kill order there from Falcons onto Moshi, so looks like BOOYAH, they are going to be scouted at least, and I want to see, like, do they try and go for the challenge? They are quite far away from each other on that map. As attack all round, slowly going to advance there onto Legalot. Now, RRQ is in the vicinity as well, so after hearing a couple of these pot shots, we could be seeing our next skirmish here with RRQ and attack all round. I don't think they're actually running towards each other, so they're going to be avoiding each other nonetheless. Vamos going to be going for the double man buybacks, so Legalov and Kathizi coming back into that game. So Vamos back to 4 players, thankfully.
It sounds like a good recovery, but getting back into the ring is going to be pretty much impossible, right? South side controlled by Juan, north side controlled by attack all around, and even AG getting in the middle of this fight.
Jun doing a little bit of a scouting mission for the team, so they do know that it's definitely not safe towards this bottom quadrant of the map at all, because they are jumping into that skirmish there with AG. So Jun going to go down. There is another player for Vamos there. The other 2 are coming in as well. I mean, I feel like this is risky. They don't know that it's AG that they're going to be able to run into. So Vamos, if they win this, it would be a really spectacular skirmish for them.
I mean, let's see. Legaloth is already relaying the information about positions in the current compound, right? It's difficult to play around the POI as well. But since they've got 8 eliminations, I think it's worth risking here if they want to break double digits.
Yeah, and we're seeing PE Sports under attack by BOOYAH on the other side of the map as well. I think it was Lao Ho that was just eliminated there. Legalot on the side of Vamos trying to go for the 1v1, but he loses it against Caramel. Very unfortunate with both of these players playing around that door, but Caramel surviving for the team. This means Vamos down to their final player. It's Crime MKS, and he's in the blue zone as well. There's nowhere for him to recover. I mean, he's got some coins he can pick up, but it doesn't really matter. If he can't find a vending machine, and if he doesn't have the coins to buy his team back, it's all going to be for nothing.
He's going to try. He's going to run all the way to the back of the compound as well to maybe bait as many people into him as possible. Let's see how he's going to try and play this outplay here. Oh,
he gets two!
That's a big one. That's a big one. A good start here. He isn't able to find the full elimination yet. Sees his feet. All right. Sees the second person on that floor. Could change him. Nice juke. Plays it. He's holding on to his grenades for now. But he's taking so much the body shot.
Stop!
He gets him. He gets him. Wait. How many med packs does he have? 5 med packs currently. Drops 3 grenades. Still has 1 glue wall to play with. 50% HP. He needs to heal back up here and slowly take these isolated fights against AG because they keep on blocking off these corridors. Tries to go for the launcher again. Drogon in hand. Tries it. Goes for the woodpecker. Switches over. Finds another one. And still gets clipped at the end by the Drogon. Finding his revenge.
And Vamos, after that play coming up from Crime, he played that spectacularly. The baiting into the bottlenecks, the amazing use of the glue walls, forcing AG to go through those little tiny corridors. And with the fact that you have a Trogon, like that's the ideal place to use that Trogon. I feel like AG could have played that a little bit better, a little bit cleaner, but they just thought, okay, we've got the numbers advantage. Like, okay, maybe Soros hit the floor, but it's fine, you know, we should come out of it pretty decently. Now, speaking of coming out of this pretty decently, WAG is not going to come out of this at all because it's BOOYAH, Alan and Expo hit the ground. This team just can't find their footing in the game at all. They have their final player here, Krillin. But WAG, they struggled.
They really are struggling.
They struggled.
As soon as you see their sniper go down, there's a good chance that the rest of the WAG members are going to follow in suit. And Moshi has not been missing too many shots, man. He's been hitting some really good AWM headshots to really start off these fights quick. But speaking of which, the next ring, as we saw earlier, northern side still pretty full. WAG members around there. However, majority of the space, playable space, is controlled by attack all around. And I'm curious to see how long they can hold that level of ground.
Yeah, because the PE Sports, I think they're going to be a team to maybe watch out for if they do launch that way. Krillin, though, just came back into the game, spotted by Wasana. Now, they have a player left. They brought back Export, and he actually did manage to find a little empty patch of land for himself here in Forest Red. So we could be seeing another buyback here. We'll have to find out if the money is going to be there and a vending machine in the vicinity for him. But attack all round, advancing onto PE Sports, who are on the second floor. One of the dangers of playing on that second floor, or at least trying to get up there, is if you try and go up the staircase, that is the bottleneck.
And they're going to try it anyways. They're using the Riptide Rhythm to quickly burn it down after clearing the corners on the bottom floor. A good protocol is attack all around, easily break through. Electrotherapy not going to help you out when you're all lined up perfectly for the Trogon shots to come after. Jump God has done enough work, and LBT still alive because of the electrotherapy, looking for a revive onto Leaho, but it's only for what's getting blasted through. It's not looking good as a fight between AG and as well as Hop happening on the opposite side. Attack all around should be able to clear this up pretty quick. PE get eliminated at 8th.
Wonderful surround. They just covered all their bases, all their exits, just nowhere for them to escape. But esports, they're down to death. Shin is melting. AG is actually down to their final player as well.
They are, and Star Knights, at least they're at full fighting strength, but they don't have as many eliminations as some of the other competitors. They knock out Hua, and at this point, they should start getting hungry here to find and maybe even steal away limbs from the other squads.
Look, if you are hungry, there's a team called Star Knights who are starving. They have been wanting points all day today. And the fact that they have survived this long, and look at the teams remaining. It's RRQ, BOOYAH, Attack All Round, Falcons, the top teams in these two groups. If Star Knights can play this slowly, methodically, and find their way safely into that inner circle, they're going to definitely get those points. But they might have to try and fight through Attack All Round first or Falcons. And actually, it looks like they're the ones advancing onto Falcons as BOOYAH and RRQ having a bit of a standoff, but also scouting out the positioning of Falcons.
Yeah, they need RRQ and as well as BOOYAH to start off the fight. Oh, wait,
RRQ,
no.
they're launching away.
They're letting off the weight, so the pressure isn't on them as much as it is for Attack All Around or even Falcons, right?
They split. They decided to go for the split, so they have 2 players within that central compound, and then they have 2 players sniping on the edge. Risky play, because if both players from either of those positions get sniped, that's going to be it for that position. You won't have enough players to try and go for the revive. So, Star Knights, they tried to go for the central play. They launched themselves in, but they are sitting darks as they are being sniped by Falcons, and it's one more as well. We know how accurate this man can be.
Yep, and here we go. Falcons now taking up the space. They want to play on this lower side towards the rock face, just to make sure they have natural cover to play with. They're trying to flush out the last member here.
Coachio.
The poor man. Riptide Rhythms are coming through from BOOYAH United's side here, so they need to clear this up quick and pull back before they end up exchanging. Now that BOOYAH sees that the majority of the resources have come out, do they want to keep up with this war of attrition?
Now, speaking of this war, what is happening next? That circle is going to end up being next to the roadside. So these teams are going to have to continue up this hill and play with what limited resources, what limited cover they have towards that side of that circle. So Falcons having to play with the open ground. It's going to have to be a bit of a sniping war here. The moment they get that down, that's the opening for Falcons to go. But BOOYAH is also on the other side, providing a lot of assistance for Falcons, shooting away wherever they can. And RQ quietly sitting towards that northern side of the circle as well.
Yep, it's the short side of the circle, so they can actually slow walk into it if necessary, while everybody else will need to move relatively quick. Attack All Around know what their rotation looks like, but the real question is where is Falcons going to attack? Because BOOYAH looks to be pushing them into Attack All Around.
Everyone except RRQ is bunching up. That's a sign, Gideon. They are ready to fight. They have their glue wall melters ready to go. I hope they have their grenades, because we're looking at 3 rosters of 4 players. So many glue walls already deployed. These teams trying to work with the maze, but look at all of this. The glue walls absolutely melting, and even RRQ wants a piece of this.
Yep, they're trying to sandwich BOOYAH United, who was initially pushing Falcons into Attack All Around, now turning into a 2v2 squad battle. Attack All Around bowing out early here. Falcons, RRQ, and BOOYAH still have all 4 of their members up and kicking right now as they play around this shed. RRQ with a superior position, but the Riptide Rhythms is clearing out a lot of that space really fast as Falcons reposition. Oh, whoa. Look at this wall. Falcons getting looked down upon by BRU and RRQ.
That's a nest right there if I ever saw one. But, and we do finally have the summoning of the monster truck. So this is going to be something that will be a huge asset with how open of a space these two teams are playing with. But the fact that Falcons, because they're so dead set on using those glue walls and they have no cover, they are basically free food.
They're getting blasted down by both BRU and RRQ, working together. Riptide rhythming off of cooldown, get rid of the covers. BRU now looking for the points onto Peter. They knock him down.
They got him.
They've capped him, and now it's RRQ that they got to deal with. Full combat, here we go. Tatsuya dashes already to the right side, but the monster truck, it's cutting through at least two of the glue walls, not through the main thick of it just yet. Mochi ends up dying because of that. Dudes picks him up. You'll find that elimination is Jonas next to Paul. Wasana is keeping the right side as clear as possible, but it's not looking good as Wasana is the only one left. 3 against 1. RRQ Kazu looking to end this, and they find the BOOYAH, taking Wasana out, shutting him down. GG, well played for RRQ.
And they even had time to pick up Ma'al for that as well. They say, we leave no man behind when we grab these BOOYAHs. But that was a crazy endgame considering that it was a 3-way standoff, right? We had Falcons, we had BOOYAH, we had RRQ. And unfortunately for Falcons, they got the short end of the stick. They had no natural cover to work with. We had BOOYAH sitting in the shed. RRQ had the hay bales. And the fact that they had the natural cover, they didn't have to use all of their glue walls, just trying to buy time, to waste time. We did see that monster truck being summoned, but was it helpful?
It didn't cut through the thick of the glue walls, which I think was the main issue. It's scraped off a little bit off the side, you know, giving it a nice fade overall, but that's not what we're looking for. We need the main sources of cover to break past and then force your enemy positions on towards you so you can at least funnel them onto one side of your fence.
I do like the play that RRQ made, where BOOYAH, they tried to go for the final killing blow onto Falcons, and RRQ decided they weren't going to wait. They were going to go in while BOOYAH was busy, and I feel like BOOYAH wasn't expecting that kind of play from RRQ either. Maybe they thought it was going to be a bit of a slow standoff where these two teams blow through their utility and slowly walk in towards that central point, but the rushing power that came in from RRQ, I think so crucial in preventing BOOYAH from getting into their ideal positions.
Well,
I think getting rid of Moshi was also a pretty big factor into this as well, because Moshi, not in an ideal position to go for his classic snipes. You know his role for the team. The moment he gets that headshot onto somebody and he downs a player, that's when everyone on BOOYAH decides to go for the rush.
Personally, I was expecting that to happen here, but RRQ made a surprising move, right? Their initial 2-2 split, right? They were holding the central of the map.
That was so scary.
That was genuinely, I thought that it was pretty genius because now you understand the balancing act that's happening, right? In this giant Jenga machine. And if somebody pulls off the wrong pillar, everything's going to start collapsing. And I think that RRQ understood if we alleviate a little bit of weight and keep BRU in check, we could potentially influence the entire lobby just with that one move, and it worked out well. Luckily, attack all around didn't take advantage.
Didn't take advantage, but you know who did take advantage of the revives? Our players in this matchup. Almost 40 revives, meaning we had 39 extra points to go around on top of our usual collection of 48 points. Resulting in 83 kills total. Going to be split across all of our teams here. Quite a bit of damage. Not too many rescues. I'm quite surprised at how few rescues we ended up seeing in this matchup. But then again, we saw 2 teams getting eliminated pretty quickly. I think this is probably our fastest paced game for that early game. It did slow down to a bit of a crawl again, as it has been for the rest of today, but it definitely picked up towards that end point.
Yeah. Now, this is I think we're more accustomed to previously what we've been watching in FFWS, right? Like these teams like, okay, hyper aggressive, chill out for a couple of seconds, play to maximize points, and then end game scenarios, right? That's the format that we're used to. And honestly, you got to give it to the player, these players here. Really genius move that they pulled tactically, and it was leaning all on attack all around, who just so happened to not be looking at the direction before the Falcons pounced.
Yeah, and also just some of the numbers that we just saw. The fact that Dutz getting all the eliminations, but Abe, I feel like this man did a lot of the heavy lifting. Almost doing an extra 1,000 damage over the rest of his teammates. And the accuracy for Dutz, Seabank, and Abe I saw was over 30%.
Yeah.
Which is meaning 1 in every 3 bullets is connecting, allowing them to get the secures, to get the damage in, and that is incredibly important, especially towards the end game of that matchup, because if they weren't landing their shots, we've seen time and time again, you miss a couple of shots, you're going to be the one that ends up dead.
True.
Not the guy that you're shooting at.
It's fair. It's fair. I will say that the firing squad from RQ's long-range department, between Seebeck and as well as even Mal, they're doing really, really good work here. They're getting a lot of picks within this game alone, and that was built off of like a lot of maps where they got like maybe 1 or 2, 3 picks, but never got that final position.
Top 3 teams for the round. It's RQ Kazu, BOOYAH United Esports, and AG Global. So consider the top dogs, you know, of the tournament so far. They are getting their points, and AG Global, they're earning their keeper's ball on the top of the leaderboard as they are sitting in 2nd place. But I think most importantly, RRQ. I think, truthfully, we did kind of question them coming into this matchup. You know, we said, like, what happened to RQ? They're quite slow, looking a little disjointed, and then they decided, okay, we're going to wake up on Alpine.
Yep, of all the maps, it's like Alpine is the one.
It wasn't Kalahari, it was Alpine. But they did show signs of life in Kalahari, especially with their early game. I love the sniping that I saw then. So to see RRQ sort of wake up in this 4th game, very keen to see if this momentum will continue for the next 4 games, because we're going to be seeing 4 more games here for our teams in Group B. And we're also going to be saying goodbye to our teams in Group C, because they're done. They've done their 4 games. They will come back tomorrow to play their 8 games. But we have to welcome back Group A.
Yes, and we're welcoming them back with Next-Terra and 3 random maps. So the theory crafting is going to come back in, but I think at least for Group A, they've kind of understood, all right, we have a general sense of what these teams want to do from early, mid, and especially when it comes down to the late game on specific maps. And I think that's the advantage for them coming into it, even though they don't know the order of which map is coming first.
Yeah. Although we do remember we have to deal with Next-Terra first. So we have that preliminary map where everyone kind of gets that feel, and then you kind of pray Next-Terra. If you're good at Next-Terra, you pray it's going to be the random map. Otherwise, you don't. Depends on the teams. But round standings for the previous round. So at the bottom, unfortunately, we have Expand. I think this was the first team to be eliminated. No points to their name. They just really, really rough start, unfortunately, for this team. Same thing with Homeboys. They did get the elimination before they went down, but no placement points at all. WAG. This team really fell from grace. They started strong today, and then they just sort of petered out game after game.
Would you say petered out, or they're getting kicked while they're down? Because I felt like this game in particular really unlucky with their initial decision on the spot. Generally a hot area, not the place that they actually dropped, but the places around it. So many different directions were already taken up, and even when they found some kind of haven on the southern side of the map, they got pushed in really, really quickly.
Yeah, they did. Another team to sort of mention here is Star Knights. I was kind of hoping this team would get some more points. They got placements.
They did.
Yeah, they got placements, but unfortunately they are kind of let down with the eliminations, unfortunately. I mean, they played rather passively. They played the slow game, the passive game, so this is really a contingency plan considering that they did come in at a disadvantageous position, but 9 points, I mean, this is something that they needed considering they are one of the bottom teams. Famos, 9 points, not too bad. PE Sports, 10 points. I think this is a pretty expected result for PE Sports compared to the first BOOYAH starting today.
It's a lot more natural, what I'm used to seeing overall, but I'm hoping that they do start to pick it up here, especially in the second half of it, against especially a new variable in Group A. It could be different. It could go both ways. To be fair, it could go even worse for them than it has been.
Yeah, and first page, folks, we've got all of our top teams. They're all here. Minus Hua Esports. This one, I think, has been a bit of a shocker because everyone was expecting Hua to just be the team that feeds Group B. But they're getting points in some of these rounds. They're not doing too bad. Like, okay, as long as they're not like bottom 3 in the total result, I think they're happy with whatever placement that they're getting at the moment.
I think that right now Hua has understood that, okay, we're getting farmed heavy, we need to change something. So changing that early game to a certain degree, because they are still going out to get fights. They're putting themselves in positions to attain contact from another squad.
Which I think you have to do, right?
Yeah.
Like you already realize that you're at such a disadvantage simply existing in your group. Unfortunately, they got the short end of the stick when it came to groupings.
They did.
The only way to put your own fate into your own hands is for you to decide where to be in those games, whether it be to choose to go for a hot drop or to drop nearby a team that you eventually are going to feed off of.
Yes. No, I think that's something that we've been missing from Hua, because a lot of the early game contacts has been coming in from Hua, has been coming in from AG as well. I would say maybe to a certain degree WAG, but I would say more so because of Homeboys than anything else.
Yeah. So Hua Esports, kind of impressed. They still have 4 more games to go, so they will be able to grab those points. But everyone else that was sitting on from 1st to 5th, we all know who they are. They're supposed to be there. They're supposed to grab their points. But most importantly for RRQ, they needed those points really, really badly.
They did.
Yeah. So RRQ, they've got their 4 points. Sorry, they got their BOOYAH points. They're going to be looking for more here because Next-Terra is coming right up. And it's going to be with Group C. So we're going to be seeing 6 fresh teams join us and say goodbye to the 6 that we just saw. But before that, though, let's have a look at the overall standings to see where everyone currently is and what the point gaps are currently looking like between our grouping. So starting from the bottom, Hua Esports have crawled their way from 18 to 17.
Yeah.
That is actually a big yay for this team.
I mean, considering their day number 1, I mean, sure, but it's definitely going to leave a stain on the record as the tournament continues to progress, because again, it is a very slow climb from this point onwards to even break into the triple digits.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what you're aiming for at the moment. I think for Hua, they just want to have a consistent day.
Okay.
I think if you can lock in that consistent day, they still have 4 more games tomorrow. And obviously they have the 4 games coming up next. So the next goal for Hua is to figure out how do we consistently get like 10 points per round, because that's going to be guaranteeing 40 points for today. And then another 40 points tomorrow. And that might be enough to actually put them in a very happy place as they get ready for that final round to actually get that top 6 to get to the main event.
I guess, but then looking at the second page, right, what are the margins that they need to go for? If they're going 10 around, 90 is only going to get them like close to maybe even 7th place, assuming that nothing really changes on second page, right? And I think that's the main issue, because now that we're starting to incorporate some of the some Group A, we got teams like Twisted Minds, we got teams like BTR, and even EVOS Divine. If the maps don't go in their favor, are they going to lose momentum as we go through? Let's say Bermuda, EVOS Divine has a hot day. We might even see a resurgence of Twisted Minds as well.
Yeah. And also just looking here, right, we've got WAG, Star Knights, and Vamos. These guys have just played. So they're going to be at the mercy of everyone playing in Group A. They're definitely going to be making that drop happen. Maybe not WAG, because that 20-point gap, 15-point gap between them and Star Knights is pretty comfy.
It's a good buffer.
Yeah, really, really nice buffer. But EVOS, Bigatron, Twisted Minds, they can make that climb happen.
Yeah.
But the thing is, how good are they going to play today? Because I feel like these guys, in particular, EVOS, Bigatron, and Twisted Minds, these guys have been so inconsistent.
They have been.
Especially after seeing them play yesterday. So I kind of question whether they're going to even have a good day today or not.
Well, I mean, we say that right now, but keep in mind that looking at these teams, they have a very high likelihood of walking away with high elimination points, right? So PE, they were walking away with like, what, 32 that game? Really, really high kill points as well. Plus the BOOYAH, it just takes one of these games to send them flying over to maybe even the first page.
Yeah. Well,
one big game.
But the thing is, you're asking for one big game. And a 30-pointer is a lot to ask for.
Hey, man, I'd rather one 30-pointer and 3 just absolute dog water games, because those 30 points is significant in actually in breaking them in.
But wouldn't it make more sense to have 4 rounds of 10 points, guaranteeing 40 points, rather than having like 30 points for 1 round and 3 donuts?
So they got... Okay. If that is the case, then it's purely for fear tactics. It's purely to tell the rest of the world, hey, we're here to play. You don't mess with us. And then it might just make the next 4 games better.
This is why you're not a coach. This is why you're not a coach.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'd be the worst coach. I'd be the worst.
You'll be the demotivator.
I'd be the demotivator. It's like, oh, you're doing dog water now? Don't worry. You have plenty more games to be bad. Just, woo! No. Captain Obvious back in.
That's not how this works, but okay. It's the competition we are supposed to be winning, not losing.
No, but still, I would imagine the consistency is going to be key here, but we need to at least see a potential for them to walk away with big points, because it keeps everybody else in check when they take an engagement.
Yeah. I'd rather consistency.
That's fair.
Because at least the good thing with consistency is that you know your potential, and you know that you're able to put out some kind of consistent performance. So that, okay, we are guaranteed 10 points because we are that good.
What about you guys at home? Do you prefer one big explosive game to secure your slots, or consistency is key? Please battle it out in the chat. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be more Free Fire action with 2 brand new teams. Let's go. See you guys then.
We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. We still entertaining. We don't need to panic. This club is shady anyway. Who cares about the raindrops? All your exclusive rooftops. We just need a junk shop or a kebab shop. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. We still entertaining. We don't need to panic. This club is shady anyway. Who cares about the raindrops? All your exclusive rooftops. We just need a junk shop or a kebab shop. People come and go. People come and go. Nobody can take away our star and roll. If everybody's gone, if everybody's gone, nobody can hold up. We are going strong. Still in style.
And there you have it, a first set of games between Group B and Group C already concluded, but Day 2 doesn't end there just yet. Group B must now face off against Group A second time here, starting off with Next-Terra and then 3 random maps.
Yes, and when we say random, they are semi-random. I will repeat this again just so people are a little more clear on how these random maps are going to work. So how the random maps work is there will be no duplicate maps. So once a map has been rolled, for example, we get Bermuda for our first map. Bermuda is going to be removed from the map pool and we will be rolling the remaining 4 maps for the next game. So no repeats, no dupes, no way you can get 4 games, 3 games in Next-Terra because that would be pretty disgusting.
It would be.
And it would be a little biased for some teams. So we're trying to keep it a little bit open. But it also adds a little bit of strategy for these teams because they can now kind of anticipate what is coming up next and what isn't.
Personally, for me, I'm curious to see over these next couple of days, when we start to compare the random maps, is there going to be a significant dip in point gain for some of these groups, right? I think that's, because so far, consistency, if it's a fixed map pool, it makes sense. But now, this is the variance, and this is where we might see big influxes of points.
Yeah, I think it is a very likely case because realistically, there are going to be some teams that favor certain maps and vice versa. Some teams just do horribly on a map. And I think a good example of a team that kind of falls into this category is from Group A, not from Group B, God of Wolf. They are the one, I've said this before, they are the Bermuda one-hit wonders. It is their signature map. It is the scariest map. This team can absolutely perform on Bermuda. But all the maps after that, they tend to struggle.
I would say that I would almost make that same argument for EVOS Divine, but they have been expanding and evolving as well. I am interested to see whether Twisted Minds have kind of, you know, reformatted, gotten back to the standard that we're used to seeing. And of course, PT Esports, these guys, they're so fun to watch.
They are fun.
And it's great because it feels like they are brave enough. It doesn't matter what your banner holds, we're willing to fight.
I love their confidence that we saw yesterday. Like some of the plays that they made, they looked very, very confident, just running into teams, run and gun, and they were the ones to come out victors in terms of those little skirmishes. So PT Esports, I hope they aren't demotivated knowing that it's Group B, right? Because yeah, it was their game, or I suppose their day yesterday, so now they're at the mercy of Group B. As for Twisted Minds, okay, I love the name, but I really want to see these guys with their heads straight today. They really have to pick up their performance. I feel like yesterday, super flat. Super flat, should be higher up on that leaderboard, should be top 6, but they aren't.
Yeah, here's the thing. At the beginning of the tournament, I would have imagined that Twisted Minds were learning to figure out a couple of things after FFWS. Because again, they've been changing up the setup for their compositions, now leaning a little bit more to what WAG is currently running. I do hope that they kind of diversify a little bit more, go back to their Tatsuya comps to build back the confidence. Because yes, it is their biggest strength that they are willing to fight, and they're good at their fighting, but it also costs them positional points in the middle of the game if they take it at a bad time.
And another fun team I think we're going to have to talk about, Bigatron Delta.
Oh yeah, they're so great.
The Hot Drop Kings. For anyone that doesn't remember, FFWS, Bigatron Delta. Do you know what they love to do?
Ooh, what do they love doing?
They love doing hot drops on a particular team.
What color is that team?
What color is that team? It might have been a bit of a green team.
Is it the one with the wings?
Might be the bird team. Kind of don't know. It might happen again, but I kind of feel like Falcons, they kind of know about it now, so it's not much of a surprise.
They're aware.
We'll have to find out, though, if we're going to be seeing any kinds of those shenanigans on Next-Terra, because our teams, they are flying in, and it looks like it's going to be a generous flight path from right to left, and I don't see a hot drop from Bigatron. But they are flying towards Intellect Center, and no one is chasing them. Although we do have Todak and God of Wolf, both teams dropping in together.
Oh, okay. I mean, they're not too far away from RRQ, who's currently at Zipway. Motar Ruins also in control of Falcon. So this could lead to a lot of engagements if the teams on this eastern side just move down towards the south. Because even PTE against Homeboys, against EVOS Divine, whoa, that's more than 3. It's 4.
PT Esports? They're down to Varna. This is one of the last players up. They do have Godwin, and they should be able to get the pickup here. But PT Esports, they should not have had this many casualties early on. We still have one more player, 3 more players from Homeboys sticking around, trying to go for the punish there. They're going to go for this player onto BOOYAH Esports, who's doing their best to absolutely dash on out of here. And so far, Trekken's doing a pretty good job of juking. And actually, PT Esports, they managed to escape with one of their players in a vehicle.
Nicely done.
Look at this, their EVOS. Where did you guys come from?
They've only sending 2 people, though. Where are the rest of their anchors? I'm not 100% sure. Luckily enough for Homeboys, at least on their first drop, they found 2 Trogans right off the bat, which is probably why they're winning out of these fights, right? But here comes EVOS. They're taking the second floor of the compound here. Haven't spotted too much just yet, but Luffy's still lingering, relaying the information back to the team.
Relaying to the team, unknowing to Homeboys that there are 2 EVOS players underneath one of them, as Trekken does finally get spotted, and he will be taken out by Arlif there, unfortunately. So Homeboys up to 3 eliminations, starting off the game here. Now their next opponent is eventually going to be EVOS. 2 players are in the vicinity. They've got 1 in the distance. And so far, Aim God, they managed to get Luffy though, thanks to Aim God. Going to use the dash yet again to go for these amazing jukes. And Homeboys, they can't keep up with Ray.
Oh, they're getting out mechanic right now. They can't deal with it.
Gosh.
And they've cleared the Ray, has cleared them out.
Jeez.
Goes in for 1 more, making it efficient. Give him that shorty, and he makes miracles happen.
The jukes. The Tatsuya dashes. Like, that's one of the reasons why we see so many Tatsuyas on these teams, because it is such a valuable tool, not just to navigate around glue walls, but you can use it to juke players that are trying to aim you down. So Ray, masterful use of that, breaking apart Homeboys. Now, luckily for Homeboys, they still thankfully have 1 player left, but they're going to have to go for that really long macro game to try and bring everyone back into the fold. As it looks like, look how crowded this section of the map is. We've got Todak, God of Wolf, RRQ, and I do believe Falcons is sitting on towards the top side of that as well. So if anyone open fires, this could break out into World War III.
And this is where the truces are. Wait, hold on. C1 Bag has already been down by Falcons on the opposite side of that highway. And this is going to, I mean, they're giving away information here. This is great information. At least somebody's keeping RRQ in check. So maybe Todak or even God of Wolf could do something about this to break away from the stalemate.
Quite possibly. Kozki did get dropped though on the side of Falcons, and actually he just decided to go down and they went straight for that buyback. C-Bank though, RRQ up on this high ground. They absolutely regret being up here, as Mal also goes down too. So RRQ, they've still got 2 players. They do go for the buyback onto C1 Bank, but a bit of a painful one as God of Wolf going to be eliminated there thanks to traps on the side of Todak.
While that fight was happening, Todak went into the full engagement against GOW as RRQ lost their position against Falcons. So
Peter could maybe go for a very cheeky backstab there. Abe though actually already knew that Peter was there, but they has revealed his position. Peter though does get shot down thanks to Abe. And they finish him off as well, so that's going to be an elim there for Abe. Kozq was there in a vehicle. I do believe Kozq got bought back, so he does not have the inventory to deal with RRQ.
Not bad, not bad. So far, so good. Really good, in a matter of fact, for RRQ. They've been able to pick up 2 eliminations across the board.
And the 2 buybacks.
So now at full fighting strength and equipment to work with, we do now see Twisted Minds, who have been creeping up on this third for a very, very long time. And now that Todak has wiped the floor with GOW, Twisted Minds are the next challengers up on the chopping block.
Could be a really great contender to go for that elim. The fact that Falcons are so spread apart, like, I kind of like this, but I also kind of don't at the same time, because you're opening yourselves up to being sniped, giving away free eliminations. Your team is not grouped up, so you can't go for any hard team pushes. So for Falcons to sort of play like this, extremely risky, but also high risk, high reward if they're able to steal away some of these eliminations from these other teams. Todak, though, still sticking around in the vicinity, just grouping up as 2. And Falcon's going to use the high ground to try and scout out Godwin, and it looks like OnFire has found him, but he can't connect all of his shots. Brings him down to half.
Yeah, has natural cover to work with.
One more!
Oh, he spotted it out. They do find him still, regardless. Godwin.
Hashtag worth.
Hashtag worth. BTR, wait, BTR are getting shots off of Todak? I mean, I thought Todak were sticking around, but it looks like the one remaining member who was here ends up getting caught by RRQ. They split so very far. Sensei. Oh, okay. Sensei finds one. Looking for a second. Turns the corner to just get knocked down by the Micro Uzi. Nicely done by Dudes, finding the trade back just before the blue closes.
And actually, you just saw Sarming take down one of the players there for Falcons. So we're seeing some battles happening on the other side of the map as well. BOOYAH going to be getting rid of Arlif on the side of Homeboys. Traps going to be hiding here on the side of Todak and Rusttown, which it has been abandoned at this point of time. We're at Mortar over here with Falcons. PT Esports, one of their players hiding in the crates, and I think has been spotted there by Cosq. Cosq's like, hey, guys, look, free Elim. Thank you.
Thank you. Take the point and start running here. The rest of the Falcons should be collapsing him on his position. Mortar Ruin.
Esports. Hard game.
Very hard game. I mean, so far, the engagements that they've been walking to are against some of the best teams. So,
yeah, fair.
I mean, it's a bit of a luck of the die there, but so far, Falcons doing really, really good. This next circle closure.
PT, they're gone.
What?
They got bullied this game. I think realistically speaking, they got picked apart too soon, could not find an opening to try and go for that recovery, and I mean, they tap out game number 1. They've still got 3 more games to go, but this is not the best way to kind of open, you know? This is the last static map before you start going on to those randoms.
Yep. And right now we're seeing the engagement currently by EVOS Divine as well as RRQ Kazu here on the southern side, outside of the zone, actually, of where the closure is going to happen in 3 seconds. So this has got to happen quick. EVOS Divine are backing away and giving up the space, which begs the question, are they worried about somebody behind them, or is there a way or a POI that they can work around?
I'm not sure. It's RRQ. I mean, I think they're bloodthirsty after their first 4 games. They're just saying, guys, let's just try and go for these extra elims, grab these extra points. Let's solidify our position on the top of the leaderboard, because let's be realistic, who wants to play that final round on Sunday? Twisted Minds are going to be flying in to BOOYAH. The team is split, however, so this could be a bit of a very weird fight, unfortunately, for Twisted Minds if they do get picked off. Sarming in the distance. Exposy's going to be sticking around with his teammate. I don't know if I like this play. They don't have diamond, so they are down 1 man.
Didn't they just scan out where their sniper's position is from the side of BRU? I'm pretty sure they know that angle. Yeah, that's why they're pushing in even harder here. Aim God does pick up Ray in the meantime, but now that BRU knows where the sniper's position is going to be, they're trying to cut this front line in half, and Exposy, the first to fall, 1 more, and they're searching for him hard.
Now they found Nameless. All it takes is 1 shot. 1 shot, 1 kill, but thanks to Sarming, they do get 2 buybacks in. So Twisted Minds, they're not out of the game, but they're heavily crippled, especially with the fact that we are 8.5 minutes into this game as well. Not much space left to move in this game, and with how tight and cramped things are, it's going to be really difficult for these players to even find a landing spot.
Well, speaking of landing spot, Ray running away from the members of BRU as he's chased down a bit of an awkward direction. I would only assume that EVOS Divine is probably deep in the circle at this point. No, G'day is on the northern side from Intellect Center. They're still on the recovery path.
Still recovery path. And the fact that they're so spread apart, they can't make any moves happen together either. But Esports going to be caught by Cosq as they actually fly into the wrong side of the circle, unfortunately. And now with that information, Hua's going to have to try and figure out a different way to get in. They are gripped up here, and Wings is nearby on the side of Todak, so Tricken maybe trying to go for this cute little play, go for this little point. Hua Esports, they do spot Wings, and they're going to finish him off thanks to death there. And that's going to be another elim for Hua, who is actually sitting on 9 eliminations, Gideon.
Yeah, they've just been farming the rest of the lobby, especially the stragglers here. I've been seeing a lot of Hua's popping out, Hua IGNs popping out in the middle of the feed. But now...
Twin Bridge.
Ooh. Wait, how are these teams going to get it? Falcon most likely can gatekeep a majority of the team from Modar, but I think that BTR have a god spot, right?
No, I think RRQ is going to be the next problem here. Like, they've just flown in. They're going to be the ones to gatekeep Falcons. And we know the sniping game for RRQ is great. And their inventories are looking fantastic as well. They're going to finish off Nameless here, thanks to Doot. So this is an ideal position for RRQ. They are in such a good spot to just try and spot out some of these other teams, see which direction they're going to come from, and go for these little cute snipes as Death going to be knocked down by On Fire. Falcons looking to secure some more eliminations, sitting on 10 to their name at the moment, but kind of stuck now because they're outside the circle.
Actually, I don't think they're as stuck as we think. Right now, they're just hovering around trying to find as many stragglers as possible, but notice that on the main site where we see BTR, they're playing on top of a highway here, which means you can play underneath that road at the same time. So I would only imagine that once we see a definitive action from RRQ, do we see Falcons take their time in, because they're getting punished, and at the same time, BRU controlling the western side outside of this map, having actually a harder time to make it in.
So I do believe, okay, attack all round has sort of moved in. Falcons, I also believe, are going to be using that highway. So they have the high ground to play with on that top right-hand corner of Twin Bridge. And RRQ going to be at the mercy. One of the players are up there. BOOYAH going to be guarding this western side here. They do see one of the players on RRQ who is there in the distance. Exposy is nearby, but he is hiding, not revealing his position. But here's the majority of the players. Homeboys, relatively clear entry point, but everyone else, though, incredibly grouped up. And actually, Falcons about to run into one of their biggest nemesis, Bigatron Delta.
And this is after pushing RRQ out of the way. They're going to be fighting on top of this bridge here, and Kyung trying his best. They've already got 3 knockdowns. Oh my goodness, Falcons with one felled hand, taking out 3, and Kosku on his knees, but he doesn't mind getting picked back up here. An amazing trade here by Falcon. 14 limbs.
14 limbs, but unfortunately for them, the circle is not in their favor. It's moved away from that highway, so Falcons are going to have to try and make their move to find a different point of entry because they're being gatekept by attack all round and RRQ at the same time. And they're going to have to deal with another problem team, BOOYAH, who's coming in from that bottom left-hand corner, chasing that final player there on the side of Twisted Minds, Exposy. This man has done his absolute best to try and play that long-term game at the end of this final circle. I mean, he survived this long. He deserves to have a sweet farewell.
And here he goes. Jonah gonna put him down finally. They're still in it
Oh,
though.
Diamond!
Jonah!
One shot!
How did he get both of them? I thought for sure he's too far away to be seen, right? His head sticks up for half a second.
Holy, look at that. BOOYAH and RRQ, same compound, different floor.
They can try still. They got to make it into the compound first. They know their outsides are exposed to the homeboys, which they know, so that's why they have their anchors on the outside. RRQ still holding on to two separate compounds. Oh, no, you're right. It is a portal goal. They're getting out of there entirely, giving it up to BOOYAH.
Giving it up to BOOYAH. I really like this move, just giving themselves a bit of breathing room to try and not have to sit there worrying about a team that's going to try and storm your second floor. Falcons, really great point of view here over attack all round. RRQ is on the low ground as well, so attack all round, they are going to have to defeat RRQ or find a different compound because you know RRQ, they don't like to share.
They do not, and RRQ just trying to keep homeboys out of it, but even attack all around, making it difficult for anybody on the outside. They don't commit too hard to this as Falcons now take the roof here, and will have to attack all around first. RRQ, are they aware of this? If they swing out now, they might just find a couple of stragglers. They almost find one and attack all around Cougar, but at this point of time, holding on to that bottom floor is way more important as Falcons control the top side. They've drawn their battle lines, and now it's about washing them out as they're trying to flush them bit by bit through walls.
Infestation of players in this one compound. We've got Falcons on the rooftop, RRQ on the ground floor, attack all around, trying to find a room to rent, but this hotel is full, baby, and they're down to their final player. Poon is gone. Top 4 teams, 11 players remaining, and we've got some major teams left in the competition. But how in the heck is Homeboys still in the game?
Hey, the Aleph, he's just creeping about. He's at the back of the room. He's just chilling. Doesn't want to stick his head out too far. Play for those sweet positional
look
points.
at Ali if he's like, guys, please no. Just walking with the circle.
He's like, please shoot Falcons. Please shoot Falcons.
Oh,
no!
He's been spotted, Jonah. Jonah, why? Mercy, Jonah.
Jonah is just ending people's stories. Oh, whoa! Kosku, back of his head blows straight through. A Falcon making an overly aggressive move here onto BRU's position, thinking that they can isolate the fight, but now fall into a 4-to-1 man advantage. Even couldn't be dropping the Riptide rhythm here. Oh man, that's such a big blunder.
I feel like they were in such a desperate position to move that they had to just sort of make that risky play happen. And the fact that BOOYAH, they have this defensive advantage, they're just going to walk right into RRQ. They don't care. These glue walls don't mean anything to them. They have 14 points to their name. 4-man roster strong. Just going to run right behind those glue walls. Get High does get dropped to the ground though, but BOOYAH, they have more than enough in the tank to finish this game off, but they've got one more left on the rooftop. Falcons, the last player. He's like, guys, I don't know what to do. There's no nest up here. My wings are cut. He gets Jonah.
Oh, dude, I thought Jonah was going to one-tap him one more time, just for old time's sake, but at least we get to see the score. 16 eliminations. eliminations by Falcons.
He has to jump at some point. He's got to jump. He jumps. Moshi, animation,
Huh?
full animation. He gets Moshi!
Oh! Wait,
Oh my
okay.
gosh.
Wasana ain't gonna let that slide. Wasana at least was able to pull it back, but it does mean 2 more elimination points for Falcons, despite the whopping number that they're putting up here. Holy cow, this lobby got farmed hard.
This lobby, yeah. Looking at the final scoreboard, we're going to be showing this a little later on, but the points are skewed.
It's
Terribly skewed.
Page 1 is kind of disgusting. It's bad. It's real bad. But give it up for BRU. Buriram United Esports does it again. And man,
30 points to their name too. They're just propelling themselves to
They're
the
just-
top of the leaderboard.
they want to. I don't know what it is about them. Maybe it's the philosophy from their coach, but it's always get that buffer first, man. Just relax, have some fun after we get like a 100-point buffer.
Yeah, they're just like, oh, day 1 means nothing. You can kind of fumble on day number 1. Just make sure you do well on day 2.
Yeah,
Get your
consistency.
points there. Yeah, but we still need that $2.5 grand, okay? So to kind of take it seriously, make it to finals, but we also would appreciate the extra money. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank
I mean,
you very much.
They've earned it. They did the better job just playing passively. They could have tried to pursue RRQ, I feel. They could have tried to pursue in that other compound, but they decided they're going to stay in their original compound. There was no one there to deal with anyway, so it was just a waiting game to see what was going to happen on the other side.
I think that BRU right now are following really strong like Battle Royale fundamentals, because it comes to a point where you see the number of squads and you think, all right, if anybody makes that first move, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. But at the same time, they're positioning themselves where they can see the most amount of action and actually steal away a good number of eliminations in the middle of that fight. So it really just goes to show that they are just positioning themselves way better and not in the line of fire as many teams as I would imagine they would be, like Falcons for an example.
Yeah, and I think they also understood that if someone did try to advance onto their position, which did end up happening, right, where we saw Falcons launching themselves towards Buriram, hoping to go for the surprise play, that there was so much space, like open space between them, that they had time to react, to realize, okay, Falcons are coming, we're in position, we're in a good place to defend ourselves, just pick them off one by one. 3 points for us anyway. So I don't think Buriram was really worried about that end game at all. They were just waiting to see what happens, you know? How many players are left? What do we need to clean up?
Especially washing a majority on the outside already, forcing them into that compound. It just worked out great for them. It's all about space, right? Look
at the damage.
Yeah.
67,000 damage. Jeez, that's inflated.
It's crazy. A crazy amount of damage. Crazy amount of damage. But the highest this is going over to Cosq. But the glue, surprisingly enough, glue breaker going over to Moshi when he was the one picking off a good chunk, including Jonah as well, which I would have imagined that they would be in the highest kills, but it's 1 more.
I mean, 1 more, we did see him get a couple of clutch snipes, actually.
He did.
Falcons, credit to their positioning in the early game, using that highway. I feel like that was the key to getting a lot of those eliminations from Falcons, just getting all those pickoffs. I think a key one as well was just getting rid of Bigatron. In a matter of like 10 seconds, that fight ended.
Oh, well, to be fair, Bigatron was taking a lot of punishment from RRQ anyway, so it felt like by the time the killing blow came in, it's just like, I got nothing left to fight you with. I can't even put up more glue walls. I'll just take it, just shoot back and hope for the best. But BRU, they continue to show why they're some of the best, the best of the best, man.
Moshi, look at the damage. Almost 5,000 damage.
Right? That's why. It feels criminal with what he gets away with.
Yeah, because I think in this game, he didn't actually get punished a lot. So the games that we see Moshi tend to struggle the most is when there's enough open space for a team's rusher to cut into the back lines and to go for Moshi. But just with the way that the end game happened, again, choosing the right compound, great positioning, so no one was going to be able to cut through the back lines, that they were just sort of free to do whatever they want. Stay on the rooftop, stay on the ground, work inside the building, honestly, just do whatever you want.
At a certain point, I genuinely thought that maybe RRQ as well as even Falcons were going to start working together to take out because they only had one compound to play with. So eventually you got to look out to potential predators on the outside who have the natural cover. So
you know what could have maybe worked for those two?
What?
RRQ and Falcons. I think if RRQ realized Falcons were going to launch themselves into Buriram, I think they should have rushed in together with Falcons. Like if they understood the assignment from the get-go, two teams rushing at you, there's only so many people you can target down. I think you have to zombie rush it. Like if both
You have to
teams
zombie rush it.
zombie rush BOOYAH's compound, I think that's when things start to get a little bit messy because now all of a sudden BOOYAH's like, oh wait, we've got 8 people running at us.
I don't know. This kind of feels like it's going against your philosophy of consistency, because if you are in RRQ Kazus' position, seeing Falcons launch themselves in feels like you almost guarantee yourself second place for placements overall.
I mean, if you want to play it like that, but it's like, but the thing is, like, you're setting up for the other team to have the advantageous position in the end game, right? Because they already have the compound. They had to make that mad dash through the open space. And so I guess the reason why I'm kind of suggesting the whole zombie rush from Falcons and RRQ is that Falcons, we're trying to cut into the back line. So the fact that BOOYAH, they have to turn around for a moment, sometimes you just need a fraction of a second to get yourself into that position to reset and hopefully turn the tides in your favor.
Could be a mentality thing, you know, playing for second place more than playing for that BOOYAH to begin with.
Well, the thing is, like, we also have like God's point of view, so we get to see everything.
Also
whereas
true.
the players also like only get to see their point of view. So
Yeah.
we don't even know if they actually saw Falcons set up for the initial launch. Okay, so I think like once you start to see the launch pad, you're like, oh, okay, guys, let's go.
It's too late by then. You missed it. Blinking, you missed it, right? But that's why we're seeing that a lot of these games. Oh, interesting. Well, RQ Kazu, the only one deciding to not have the Trogon within their top list of weapons, but instead
Charge Buster.
a Charge Buster and an M79. Like, I get the M79 Charge Buster though.
I'm just thinking. I mean, they didn't have a tough game when it came to loot. They could have actually had the opportunity to try and get a Trogon themselves.
It's an active decision.
Yeah.
So I think maybe a couple of reasons why they have this active decision. I've noticed that at least for RQ Kazu, they're good at pushing people into corners, and then what do you do once you're at that corner, right?
Boom.
And that's when the M76 comes up and it's like, this is what I'm built for.
That's what I'm good. That's what I'm good at. I mean, these guys made it here because they're dang good at the game. So there's no chance for us to ever make anything happen.
It's true, but man, I don't know how many games that could have been different had I known how to play a launcher properly.
Yeah.
But hey, with that being said, let's look at the current standings just to keep you guys up to date with what's happening currently. Starting things off, 12th place.
Look how sad this page is.
It's bad.
It's so sad.
Is bad. We're not even breaking 20 points here. 3 points for PT. Oh, Todak at 9. Oh, okay. At least we're starting to see the variance here. Even for Bigatron at 9. Attack all around at 10. Homeboys at 11.
But the next page is where it's at. The point distributions between like the first and second page is just like, it's night and day. 30, 26, 21, and then 13.
Oh, man. The top 3.
13!
The top 3 have significantly set themselves apart from everybody else right now. I'm expecting bigger things from both Hua at this point and even for Twisted Minds. I think that Evos Divine did pretty good considering the scenario. Could have made a couple of different decisions, but I think making it to first page with at least double-digit points, not that bad.
Just seeing these results, it makes me question which group is going to suffer the most against B. And I actually think it's going to be Group A. Because Group C did reasonably well, right? Like, they had WAG, they had
true.
P. I actually think that lobby did remarkably well up against Group B, who was supposed to stomp them. But now seeing this initial stomp against Group A,
yeah,
and seeing how weak Group A looked in their matches yesterday, I kind of think Group A are going to starve.
I think that Group C currently has at least established themselves that they're willing to push back. Right now, we don't see that establishment from Group A just yet.
I want to say yet because I want to give them a chance.
Exactly, yes. I think that game first maps, especially from when a new team, a new group walks in, is going to be difficult, right? Slow rolling. Sometimes you have your hot game, sometimes you don't. Majority of the time, it's not going to be a hot game, right? So give it 2 more maps, and then we can make a conclusion on this.
We've got 3 random maps though. And I think that's the problem because now there's this level of uncertainty for all the teams. What is this next map going to be? Is it going to be a map that is generous for everybody, or is it going to be skewed in favor of Group B?
If it's going to be skewed, what would be a map that other than
Kalahari.
probably Kalahari and Alpine?
Easily.
Yeah, I think for sure. I think the most even one would be
Bermuda.
Bermuda.
I mean, Bermuda's even for everybody. Everyone knows how to play Bermuda.
So we'll take Purgatory and Next-Terra then.
Well, okay. I mean, after seeing Next-Terra, that was pretty top-heavy as well. So that's like 3 out of 2 maps, you know? You have a 3 out of 5 chance of getting a terrible map.
Not great odds.
No.
Oh boy. All right, here we go. Here we go. It's time to RNG. Let's figure out what our first random map is going to be. First, we're hoping that it's going to be somewhat even for the teams. Fingers crossed
I'm
here.
scared, man.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We got Bermuda, Purgatory, Kalahari, and as well as Alpine. It could be any one of these maps.
Oh,
Give it to us. Man, that's a rough start, dude.
That's scary. If I'm Group A, I'm crying.
I mean,
I need 2 minutes to cry. I need tissues. I need wet wipes. If I have a girlfriend, I'm calling that girlfriend. I need emotional support. Oh, jeez. I can't believe we had such a brutal map for our first game.
It really is. Worst yet, Group B has already gotten a pretty significant warm-up prior to this. So this could be a slaughter here. I'm not going to say that it's guaranteed to be a slaughter, but there's a very high chance that it's going to be. I'm just saying. Just saying. But with that being said, we're going to go on a short break. Hopefully these players, after their 2 minutes, they've reclaimed themselves. They're ready to fight back against their demons here at the SPS. We'll see you back with more Free Fire action right after these messages.
Put it together. Ever since I found ya, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Every time I start to doubt if I'm good enough, looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had.
What's up, survivors? We're back here for day 2. We've already completed 5 maps. We've got 3 maps left to go, already predetermined. It was Kalahari who won the RNG battle, and now these teams from Group B and Group A must face off against each other on the desert plain.
And the prediction on the desk so far is we're probably going to be looking at another very top-heavy game. A lot of the teams coming in from Group A, they're not necessarily the strongest on Kalahari, and we all know the majority of the teams in Group B, they love Kalahari. It's one of the maps that they specialize on this map almost.
They're killers.
So I'm praying, I am hoping that Group A can somehow scrounge something together, because if they are not able to come out of this ditch anytime soon, I fear this is just going to be a clean sweep of Group A.
You have some valid concerns here. Let's pull up the overall standings and give you guys a bit of an idea of what the heck is going on here at the SPS Free Fire in Southeast Asia. Homeboy's currently at the bottom of the standings alongside with Expand as well as BOOYAH. Not too surprised that the MSP team's currently sitting at the bottom of the standings, but even for PT, this is their moment to try and make it into the second page. Same goes for God of Wolf, but even so, really struggling overall.
They struggled in game 1.
Yeah,
like PT Esports struggled, God of Wolf struggled, unfortunately, so not off to a strong start. Flicking on over to the second page, because that's where the majority of the teams in Group A are, unfortunately.
Yes.
They need to get off that second page, or at least some of them need to get off of the second page. I know Twisted Minds was definitely there. This is a team that I actually think should be much higher up on the leaderboard, but I mean, their day 1 was quite weak. Their day 2, not looking that great either. Here's the second page. So Vamos, Star Knights, Bigatron, Twisted Minds, EVOS, WAG. Look, EVOS, Twisted Minds, and Bigatron, I have expectations for these teams to actually be a little bit higher up here than they should, because they played 8 games yesterday and they played 1 game today.
I agree. I agree with you entirely. I think definitely these teams are expected to do better, but I feel like there could have been, I wouldn't say a meta shift, but definitely tactical differences amongst the types of groups that we're expecting to see here today. Now, as we're going to go into this game, hopefully we're going to see some early hot drops once more to see teams be brave, be bold. Might as well try it. High risk, high reward.
High risk, high reward. They got to do something.
Yep.
Do something. And when I say do something, put your fate into your own hands. Make the decisions to not have everyone just decide they're going to eat you up. You have to decide, okay, I'm going to challenge somebody that I think we can beat. I'm going to pull something off. I'm going to surprise somebody, because if you leave it to other teams to make that choice for you, in a lot of cases, you're going to be losing out, especially with how things happened earlier on today. Now, it looks like a bit of a battle there with God of Wolf and EVOS landing together.
Oh, this is some very interesting spreads, because those two teams are so concentrated on this area. Teams around them, Toda, BRU, all having some great space. Ray, I mean, at this point, they've traded 1 for 1 at this point. Now, the back line is what I'm most concerned about. They do get the initial revive onto Ray at the very least to get him back into this fight. These early revives are going to matter.
They're going to matter, and Isa goes down for God of Wolf. So now down to 2 players. Dion going to have to go down from that watchtower. APAC, though, on that low ground, looking to catch Demon here as well. He is going to back up instead, though. Dion fighting up against Aim God, who's actually decided to change trajectory, pick up the coins instead. Ray's been picked off here. Ton gets brought back, so it looks like it is slowly starting to even out for both of these teams. It's not going to be so lopsided in favor of EVOS anymore.
Yeah, Demon getting some really good spray downs here. Same goes for Dion. Oh, APAC!
Demon! What a Demon!
He's found one. Can he get one more here? He just needs 2 shots to connect, or at least 1 headshot here. Melees the air, but still gets the shot. Clutches it and is able to get full elimination points for his team, as the rest of EVOS looking to regain composure.
But we have Aim God hiding in this. Is he trying to maybe surprise Demon? Is he just going to be like, okay, maybe Demon comes this way. I'm going to try and go for the cheeky play. Ton gets caught on the side of God of Wolf thanks to Sensei on Todak. So that's going to be a elim for Todak.
No.
So Demon is back to being alone. He has coins, but there's no vending machine here. Aim God.
There is a
He runs past
market.
Aim God. Oh, the backstab! Full health!
I mean, he bought just enough time here with the help of that glue wall, but no, still could not. Gets collapsed upon.
But he gets the buyback. He got the ball. 2 players came back just in time. The sacrificial revives. But okay, Diane's just flown over Falcons.
Yeah, at least they have the information. Hopefully Falcons don't chase it just yet, but we're going to quickly cut over to BTR versus Hua at this point, with PTE actually looking down upon them from the northern side.
Looking from the northern side. And remember PT, they had a horrible start in that first game for theirs today. So they need to make this comeback happen. And the best place to do that is to vulture off of another team. And looks like Dick's caught by Yan Bin from the high ground. But Yan Bin actually going to be knocked down by a skill there. So Hua not going to be too safe either. PT Esports still raining down fire from that cliffside, and Ivarna going to be on the low ground here, opening things up for PT Esports as well.
Do they? Ooh, I don't know if they know about iCall's position right now. PTE, all looking down on the members of both Kyong and as well as Koja here. Even Dawn is taking a sweet time taking these shots. I don't think they know that iCall is actually very close by, and that's what BTR are pulling them towards, into his line of sight.
Oh, Varna, though, going to try and go for the E-limbs for these players hiding under the bridge. Kyong is there. Nice glue wall to actually block the initial shot, though. So Ivarna and Kyong. Oh, Ivarna gets punished. Fantastic opening thanks to that glue wall. Koja's gone down. The team on Bigatron, I think they are almost petered out. I believe they've got one player remaining, but they're not here at all. And PT, I mean, they are the major victors in this. Ekal, though, running into homeboys. If Luffy saw him, that is it for Bigatron. They are out.
It'd be so bad if the pet revealed his position.
Oh, no.
It'd be terrible.
Oh, no.
He's covering it, yep.
I'm very sure Fies knows. There's no way Fies does not know.
What? Wait, no. Just turn a little bit left. He doesn't know. Ekal, this is your moment here.
No. They really?
They're not crossing paths. Where is he going? Where is he going? He wants to take the high ground on this, but Homeboy's not even going to bother walking through the asphalt at all, knowing that PTE is actually across from them, the river.
Ekal just pulled off the most
random
tree juke today.
The man's playing a different game. How does he live that?
Oh, but there's God of Wolf there. And he's about to run into Hua Esports.
Wait, they're by himself? God of Wolf is by himself there. He sees his feet.
Wait.
He's out of there.
No, he's fine. He's fine.
He's out of there. He's gone.
He's like, guys, no, please.
He's gone like a shadow. Just completely gone. We come back over to attack all around, and currently facing off against Falcons. Falcons a man up, but Peter needs some support, and he's getting it from one more.
Oh my gosh. Falcons need to redeem themselves. They've got to somehow catch up to BOOYAH, and the best way they can do it is to dominate this map. We know that they can do this because they have won the Esports World Cup. Their final map ends up being Kalahari, and they can play aggressive if they want to, but they have been very reserved today in a lot of their matches. So if they can kick things up a notch, maybe they can close that gap against BOOYAH. Peter, though, going to be totally okay. Cougar, unfortunately, does not connect with the hit, and Peter going to continue with the barrage of bullets as attack all round are trying to run all round.
Yeah, and they're getting isolated here, unfortunately. Falcons is going to keep on pushing them further and further south of the map. But how long? I'm pretty sure there's somebody like hovering around
Cougar got
Katarina.
caught. Cougar got caught by On Fire, and they left 2 players behind. So now all of a sudden, attack all round, they don't have anyone to actually be their backup.
No need. Don't
Oh,
need it.
limit. But we're doing the hiding game again.
He's not gonna get away with this, is he? He's not gonna get away with this. Is he gonna do?
It depends on how observant Falcons are.
Wait, he's down. Somebody shot a Mochi.
This man's too observant.
Yeah.
Too observant. But this is a major battle, though, because if we do see a full engagement from Falcons and BOOYAH, if BOOYAH gets eliminated, this is the opening for Falcons to just take over this game.
Wait, let's have a look at where the ring is currently, because it's pulled down significantly towards the southeastern side of the maps. Homeboys, PTE, Hua, are going to struggle making it in. Twisted Minds towards Maze side. I thought they had full control over the southwestern bank here towards the sub and as well as Mammoth. Huh. Things have changed pretty significantly.
Look, Twisted Mind, I'm glad they're doing something different, okay? Because what they were doing for the past day, not quite working out. And to see that they are trying something new, maybe this is going to be the recipe or the formula to bringing them back into this game. As we are back to PT Esports, they've run into Homeboys. Oh, an E-car from Bigatron finally getting caught out, unfortunately, by Fies.
Yeah, now we see the full engagement between Homeboys and as well as PTE by the Shrine here. PTE's backs are exposed as Alif is able to get a couple of shots in, uses both Tatsuya dashes to reposition on the high ground here. So the rest of the Homeboys getting pinched slowly by the duo of PTE. This is starting to break up the battle lines. They go underneath the caverns as well. And finally, the 2v1 that they've been looking for works out. Micah is down on his knee. Godvan has already good traded. They managed to pull him back up. And this is looking great for the Homeboys as they've been winning out their individual twos.
Yeah, and Zenzi gets caught out. So PT Esports, they don't manage to win that engagement, unfortunately. But they do have players on the other side of the map that did get picked up. So yeah, Homeboys, they might get the points. But PT, they are not out of this game. But they do have a long way to that road to recovery. But for Homeboys, like this, I said it before, you know, this team has been doing reasonably well every now and again. They are towards the bottom of the leaderboard at the moment. So every point that they get is going to be crucial for them to somehow make their way, or at least make that climb back up on that leaderboard. Now back onto Refinery here, we have RRQ. Watching things from the high ground. They found Don, it looks like, with Dutz, and they're going to be able to take him out as well. So
yeah, PTE currently still very, very spread out here. They haven't been able to regroup for a very long time. But speaking of Refinery, right, we do see that members of RRQ are looking towards the southern side in deep in the ring here. At the same time, we do see the Homeboys finally making it out.
Varna's been caught. PT, this is one of the players that they've revived, so has been spotted out. The entire team did get revived as well, but I mean, we've seen it earlier today, Gideon. Like, even though you're reviving your teammates, unless someone is able to find that kind of opening for your team to just sit there and loot up and at least prepare for that mid to late game, you are so under-equipped to deal with everyone else that's just been constantly farming you left, right, and center. Yeah,
speaking of which, speaking of those who are getting farmed here, PTE just can't seem to get a break here. They keep on walking into the next follow-up team. This time it's EVOS Divine who's going to be able to find an elimination point for themselves. They're still in it though, but nah, I don't think they can recover from this point onwards. There's just not enough play space.
Yeah, it's too little too late, I think, especially with how small this circle is going to get. Oh, it is getting tiny, folks.
Wait.
Oh, it's on to command post.
Where the heck is Falcons right now? They've been chilling in Shrine for quite some time here.
They're chilling. No rush, weirdly enough.
No rush. That's a lot of space to kind of cover in a short period of time.
Now that I think about it, weren't they with BOOYAH?
That's the thing. That's what I thought. They were by Santa Catarina, but then they decided to head on north after the fight between Homeboys as well as PTE.
Apparently the view was better over there, but blue zone, bit of a hindrance, unfortunately. You've got to pay the health tax if you're in that blue zone. And it is the third blue zone too, so it is going to start to get a bit painful, but not enough to discourage you from being in there. So clearly for them to be out there, I think they're trying to play the eco game. Like, they're probably looking for something before they're ready to try and come into this circle. Because other than that, I really don't see a reason for them to be out there because they haven't been wounded. I don't believe they actually got picked off by any of these other teams. So they're not really in a position where they're in desperate need of loot.
I think, I'm just going to speculate that they probably knew the positions of the PTE members, and then when they saw the kill feed of Homeboys actually taking them out, they knew the previous position, so they wanted to walk back in to maybe catch Homeboys off rotation. Hard to say, but maybe in the postgame we'll figure it out. Right now, RRQ have to deal with EVOS Divine, and Aim God, you know what he wants to do. Judge, Jury, Executioner walks out wide, walks out strong, and he's bringing in the rest of his team to maybe look for it, but RRQ goes for the counter flank.
Yep, and RQ is going to go for the 2-2 formation. So they've got 2 rushers, 2 snipers in the back as well. Aim God almost getting caught there thanks to Dutz, but the connection's not fully landing there, so still able to get away. EVOS hanging tight onto this compound so far. Fire's on the other side, though, getting picked off by Falcons, unfortunately. Abe going to go for the heal on the side of the building. And looks like Homeboys, they've run into Hawaii Esports, and we've got a monster truck involved.
Yeah, Mika going to take the monster truck and on fire. Wait, hold on. Falcons is also here as well. BOOYAH, 3 members will have to take on the rest of the Falcons at full fighting strength from the northern side. It's quick CQC, but it looks like the Falcons seem to be holding the ground for now. They're looking for death. If they get this, they find it. And now it's a 2v4, and it's not looking good. Insurance policies have been put into play. Yanbin out of there. Jumps from one fight to jump to another. Gets taken out. BOOYAH eliminated.
Thanks to Twisted Minds, who was able to get the final shot there. Twisted Minds hanging tight there in command post, holding the southern side of that circle. Only really having to worry about PT Esports as Zenzi gets sniped out of the sky. Thanks to Moji. It's actually BOOYAH that got the final hit there. Falcons going to be taking the eastern side of that circle. Really playing this slow.
Yeah, everybody's playing on the outside of the ring right now. But command post, interesting spot that it is from north to south is actually a bit of an uphill here. So right now, Todak, they've got compounds to play with. Same goes for RRQ. But EVOS Divine is holding a really hard spot right now.
Oh, BOOYAH though, they are launching themselves into the circle. They had someone scout out. They sent Jonah first before they said, "Okay, guys, it's clear. We can go in." There's a lot of hilly terrain here actually, and I don't think this is actually that bad here for BOOYAH. They might be able to find a couple crevices to kind of hide in. A couple of cliff faces might be enough natural cover for them to bide their time and really find that space to walk into that circle. They've got 6 teams remaining in the competition, 24 players, and this circle is starting to get real small here, Gideon.
It's getting really cramped really fast. The question is, who's going to make that first shot to incentivize everybody else to double down? And it looks like it's going to be Falcons who jump forward.
Okay.
EVOS Divine trying to keep BRU in place, but BRU don't have to worry too much about the Falcons' initial, unless they're pushing out. Wasana quickly takes a look back and closes off the angle to isolate
the
them.
backstab! Come on, one more!
Oh, he finds it! Get high!
Oh!
Amazing shot. He goes down, but they can lock themselves in, and BOOYAH look to regroup. Another pick off there. Oh my goodness.
High risk, high reward. I mean, it kind of paid off for them. BOOYAH, such a risky play, and they caught Kororo as well. 2 players down on the side of Falcons, and Falcons, they're pushed up against this blue zone. They have to start moving at some point, and look at this, the monster truck has been flown in as well. I mean, BOOYAH, they're in such a good defensive position, and Falcons with only 2 players, I don't know what they can do here.
Nothing much, and I think that BRU need to take advantage of this. If they have the opportunity, clear out the Falcons first and then look to push forward, because currently they're getting stalked by Twisted Minds. They hear these shots going, but they don't have a clean angle yet.
Yeah, Twisted Minds are playing this slow. I don't think they're going to advance into BOOYAH at all. I think they're going to wait, bide their time, wait for a full-blown fight, but they are slowly making their way. They're advancing onto that combat. Twisted Minds. Look at this though. I don't think BOOYAH are paying attention.
They're
more focused on Falcons, but RRQ are going to be the ones to jump right into Falcons territory too.
I think BOOYAH's in an okay spot. The first nade here. Oh! Moshi takes the punishment, and here comes Diamond to start pushing in as the entry fragger for the team. If they got glue wall melters, now's a good time to use them as they start pushing through. BOOYAH forced to actually move into the compound where they see Falcons fighting RRQ for no choice other than to fight.
Down.
2 are down, 2 remaining as they continue to push forward. Falcons continue to show why they're the best, but RRQ stays strong. Peter the next to fall. Jonah, the last person remaining for BRU with 11 eliminations under their belt. Could be a 12 as RRQ control the Arsenal area.
They barely defended, and it was all because of Twisted Minds. The fact that they came in from a blind spot. BOOYAH did not know that Twisted Minds were coming. They came in for the surprise. It forced BOOYAH to go into RRQ's compound where Falcons also were, and the fact that there was no cover, they couldn't get in safely at all. They just got picked apart left, right, and center. So now we have our top 14 players remaining. And look at this, 2 rosters of 4 and 2 rosters of 3.
Oh my goodness, wait, this is working out for Todak actually. They keep control over RRQ while EVOS Divine actually runs straight into Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds on the high ground, but it's actually not good for them because they're so close. EVOS taking punishment from the opposite members of RRQ and Todak, but it's going to be Twisted Minds Nameless who finds the frags anyways. More elimination points for Twisted Minds.
Ray is hiding on the corner of that glue wall, but he is basically running out of time there. Now out in the open, EVOS are gone. Top 3 teams, RRQ, Todak, and Twisted Minds. All 3 teams would love to get the Booyah here. They need it so desperately. Twisted Minds playing on that high ground. Turret going to try and work with that natural cliff face. They do try to use that monster truck, but instead Wings gets shot out of the seat.
Twisted Minds continue their oppressive side. Spartan Tactics pushing onto the wards, the weak flank here, and they continue to press out. Twordog's trying to keep them in check, but RRQ is not participating in this whatsoever.
And Mal, I think he's going to try and play the long game, hiding inside the glue wall. Sensei going to be caught out by Exposy. Twisted Minds, 4-man strong. I think this might just be their game. They are in a no disadvantage position. They have all the glue walls, all the utilities, everything, and the kitchen sink just to win this game. And they're going to finish off Mal. Final player in this game. Twisted Minds have finally woken up. Their heads are screwed on straight. Welcome back.
Yeah, drop the balloons on. Definitely a good celebration for Twisted Minds to find back the pace, get some tempo back, get some speed, and, of course, in their natural habitat. Man, good stuff coming in from Twisted Minds. I think that generally, this is a pretty high elimination lobby, but I want to see the game stats at the end just to confirm it.
I think we all want to see the game stats because of how it was a very interesting game coming into like the 5th circle, right? Because we had numerous teams juggling multiple compounds. I think thankfully for Twisted Minds, they really weren't in that position, such as RRQ and BOOYAH and Falcons, like trying to find somewhere to hide. They found their established position. It was a very safe one as well, where they weren't really the primary targets. They were just sort of on the sidelines watching to see what is happening on the other side. They only came in when they were forced to, which was practically that final circle when teams started to rush in, take their position. I think Twisted Minds, they just played it patiently. They played it the best that they should have.
They did, and I think they also understood how under the radar they were. Because again, even though they had a pretty good spot, it's not a spot that's worth fighting for. It's not an endgame god spot that you should be sitting on top of. And I think because of that, it presented a very unique opportunity. Because now RRQ as well as EVOS Divine, both one controlling the arsenal, the other one controlling the only other compound in the area. This gave Twisted Mind an opportunity to actually, their best move is to push out and push opponents into each other.
I think another thing to sort of point out too is that even if you wanted to engage Twisted Minds, they were on the other side of the field. It was an open space, so you'd have to make that mad dash through the desert just to even make it to them. So unless you had a launch pad ready or you had a portal go that could get on top of them, I don't think it was just possible to safely get on top of Twisted Minds. So understandable why all the targeting happened for these other teams. Twisted Minds, they just made the best of the worst situation, I suppose.
They did. They
probably thought, guys, have you seen our position? This is disgusting. We are done.
It's bad. It's bad, boys. Boys, we're down bad right now. We'll take anything. But they actually achieved both the highest assists with Something and as well as Nameless as the highest kills. Total revives 37. I think that's more than understandable considering the amount of teams who were crippled for at least 4 rings.
They were crippled. I mean, even the low damage spread between these players. I mean, it's not super low. It's average-ish, but nothing outstanding for Twisted Minds because they never stuck their nose into someone else's business.
Yeah.
Because they could have decided to just go full ham, full pot shot, just shoot everyone and see what happens. But doing so draws attention to you. And so I think every now and again we did see a couple of shots here and there, but they just decided, keep it calm. We're harmless. We're harmless.
We are harmless.
Don't target us. We are harmless. Have you seen our spot? Yuck.
Terrible. It's a work of art. It's a work of art that only the fewest can understand.
Very few can appreciate.
Yes. It's one of those abstractual ones.
It's very abstract.
It's
only the twisted will understand.
Only the twist. That's what we were looking for. I think overall, with the way that they've been playing here, and they've kind of changed up their lineup a couple of times, having a lot of utility on their side, but generally very opportunistic, right? I feel like the only times we see Diamond and Exposy actually go down is when the Tetsuya dash is on cooldown, when they have no more utilities left.
Yeah. Just Tetsuya's OP.
Tetsuya is good.
I don't think there's any nerf that would ever happen to Tetsuya to make this.
Tetsuya's
make him like irrelevant. We have one dash.
Yeah, you have one dash.
One dash, just one. That's it. Okay, maybe that's when things start to get a little bit hairy. You know? Like,
Honestly, I think a cool change is you get a refresh in the Tatsuya dash when you get a knockdown or an elimination. One or the other, right?
oh,
Set the
okay,
conditions.
yeah. So, what if it refreshes every time you get a knock?
Dude.
Like you still have the standard cooldown, but it rewards rushes.
Oh, that'd be great if only that they had a side character
But
that helps you
one
loot
dash.
for free.
Yeah. So you only get one dash. You don't get the 2 stacks, but it refreshes.
Oh, that would be...
Every time you get the knock.
Oh, would knocks be too easy at that point? Would an elimination be just the safer bet? If somebody's on the ground, you take him out, you get a refresh. At the very least, it's like, okay, you know, there is a committal degree to it. It's I don't know. This is all speculation for anybody concerned.
We're not on the balancing team.
Yeah, we're not on the balancing team. We're just throwing ideas out
Thank
there.
goodness.
If we were on the balancing team, it'd be bad.
Yeah, I think it would be bad. We might be on the team for the April Fool's patch.
Ooh, that'd be fun. Hey, that'd be fun.
Yeah, fun ruining other people's games, definitely. So.
It'd be the worst. It genuinely would be the worst. But for the upcoming next map, right? It's once again, it's going to be RNG anyways. But before we even get to that, let's quickly look at the round standings to keep you guys in the loop with what's going on. As expected, map number 6 not going too well for some of these teams. Not even breaking the double-digit points, but I can only imagine page 1. It's going to look like just profit, stonks.
Yeah, for Group B. Because I want you to name these teams on the second page. Attack All Around, Group A. Bigatron, Group A. God of Wolf, Group A. PT Esports, Group A. Homeboys, Group B. Quiet Esports, Group B. So there are four teams from Group A. Bottom 4.
It hurts. It hurts. It hurts bad because these teams definitely have potential. But
They're
it's just...
lucky. They're lucky. Gosh dang lucky Twisted Mind's got the BOOYAH because kind of offset the results for everyone else. But
it does.
It also just shows the state of this lobby. How top heavy, how Group B heavy it is, unfortunately.
I know we say that it's very top heavy, but even when we look at where it's top heavy, right, it's really just the top 2 as of right now. In the previous game, I would say even make an argument for top 3, right? But anyone below that 4th position, you're getting close, but still it is not enough if you're trying to catch up in terms of points.
And we played our second game. That's scary.
2 more maps.
2 more maps for Group A and 2 more maps of pain, potentially. But the thing is, we still have to wonder what this next random map is going to be, because one thing we do know for sure, for certain, is that Kalahari is out.
It's gone.
So no more Kalahari today, but it does mean every other map is going to be available in the pool. And that includes Next-Terra, I believe. So if you guys are wondering why Next-Terra wasn't in the original map pool, it was because we played it as our first map. We do not want to have back-to-back maps. So no Next-Terra, Kalahari. So Next-Terra is now a potential map that could be selected. And here we go. Bermuda, Purgatory, Alpine, Next-Terra. What's our next map going to be?
Come on, give us the classics.
Oh my gosh, I cursed it. I cursed it. No.
Dude, this is such a rough day. This is such a rough day. Group B is having the time of their lives right now.
They're winning at this point.
I mean, like,
They're
what can you really, what can you say about it? It's out of our control. Group B is continuously crushing it, and now they have to go back to Next-Terra again to get farmed.
And we need to also explain, because I know some people are going to be confused, like, why is this such a bad thing? Group B crushed Next-Terra.
Literally pull back an hour.
Group A just melted. Eviscerated, didn't even exist. It was Group B Haven. And it's very likely this is going to be a repeat for our second map of Next-Terra.
I wouldn't be too surprised if it was repeat, honestly. I don't know. This is going to be a really tough one for sure, but hopefully you fans out there are going to be supporting as that player 6 for each of these organizations as they continue to battle it out. Don't forget, next map is Next-Terra here at SPS, Free Fire Southeast Asia. When we come back, it's going to be more Free Fire action. You know where it's going to be.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everybody. All survivors watching Southeast Asia right now. Be prepared for the city of the future here at the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Season 5. Twisted Mind taking the BOOYAH up from the previous map in Kalahari. Can they do it again, this time on Next-Terra? Or is it going to be a Buriram United day?
Oh boy. I don't think it's a Buriram United day, but I definitely think it's a Group B map. So it could be a Group B day because we saw what happened on our first Next-Terra map. Absolute domination.
We're expecting the Star Destroyer to come by. Group B right now is currently the big bad, and Group A and Group C have not come up to snuff against them so far. We're waiting for that to change. Whether or not it changes in terms of points, probably not going to happen. But at least the shift in momentum.
Overall points. We do have to give you guys a quick rundown on what's kind of happening here because we are almost done today. 2 more maps to go. So starting from the bottom of the bracket. So there are going to be some teams that won't be really moving because they aren't playing. But most importantly, we have Homeboys and Hua. They are playing. Homeboys have pushed themselves out of 18th and are now 17th, but this does mean that Expand is going to be occupying that last spot. They are not playing today. That is also one of the reasons why Expand has dropped down. While esports, 72 points. They are actually making a reasonable comeback towards the middle of the pack and are in a reasonable position to maybe make that second page.
I mean, they need a big game. They need a big game if they want to come remotely close to that second page here. So I don't know, consistency or not, they got to whip out something new. But now in that second page is where it gets a little more exciting. God of Wolf, unfortunately, not in a position to really argue with it yet.
This team's fallen from grace. Yesterday, they were like first page. They were happy as can be. And now borderline third page.
I mean, that's why you already set the tone. Like, hey, this is unorthodox for them to be doing this well.
Have you seen? We are about to set the page even more, where they're potentially going to fall even further down in Next-Terra.
That is also true. It is fair. I'll give you that at the very least. Everybody else seems to be doing better, even to a certain degree, even Bigatron. But that's only for now because Bigatron had set higher points for themselves on day 1. Coming into this, however, they're not doing that hot. And then you start comparing them to EVOS Divine, who's currently at 107, being that Indo standard for everybody else. And then you come back to the big players, already breaking 3 digits. And of course, BRU were like, I might as well touch 200, right? Just quick tap.
Quick tap. Just be like, oh, we've hit the mark. All right, guys, we're done. Stop taking the game seriously. We've hit the mark. Look. It's up to the teams on what they want to do, but we are going to be flying in to our second last game of the day here, folks. It's match number 7, Next-Terra. Second time we're playing Next-Terra today as for Group A, we unfortunately doubled up this map. So we'll have to see if Group A can make that comeback happen because Group A have already proven to us they can dominate on Next-Terra. Now, speaking of domination, we're going to be seeing a pretty interesting skirmish happening from God of Wolf and RRQ as they have dropped in together. But look at this, though. Todak are also going to be some close neighbors.
Yeah, they're going to be taking control over Rusttown here. A bit of a change in terms of like drop zones here. I was expecting a little bit more on Boxing Gym, but it ended up heading towards Deca Square and Mud Site. So interesting enough, BTR at the very least on the northern side is going to be okay. But let's quickly look at RRQ as they're taking down. They've already found Iza here.
No,
they might just want. Oh, can they get one more? Yes, they've already found it here. Quick elims being found by RRQ. They just need 2 more to take out the rest of GOW.
Oh, Dion, this man is empty.
Wait.
He's got no coins. He's got nothing. He's on the rooftop. Todak is coming in, and that's it. God of Wolf has been caught.
They've been caught. But now that Todak is scouting out, there's also Twisted Minds. Raja gets called in as well. So 2 scouts, Traps, and as well as Raja, Explosive and Diamond sniffing out this early elim leader.
Oh boy, Twisted Mind's going to be sticking their nose into their business, and Abe going to be caught and finished off by Exposy. In the meantime, looks like PT Esports going to be running into Homeboys on the other side of the map as Twisted Minds running into RRQ. Gets a big fat hit into C-Bank. That's going to be another player for RRQ, done and dusted. But thankfully for them, Jutz has managed to find an escape, and he is going to survive for the team. But now Twisted Minds running into a bit of a skirmish here with Todak. They can't find the finish. Diamond, he does finally get it onto traps though, which is a very big pickoff. Major player for Todak and Raja.
Oh my goodness. It's got to be a little frustrating for Todak, but at the same time, that's basically a full squad being handled, honestly being manhandled single-handedly by one dude and a shorty. What the heck? That he should not have gotten away with that much.
No, now speaking of getting away, we have a couple of teams that are not too happy. Homeboys in particular. It's Luffy. He's now seeing 400 coins. Can finally buy back another one of his teammates. But yeah, had a really tough early game, but is maybe going to run into one of the RRQ players. And yeah, they has been spotted. Luffy does get the buyback in though. So Fires will be that final player to hold the flag high for the team. But he's very vulnerable flying in.
Yeah, thank God. Thank God. At the very least, they were able to make it happen. Just the Mind's going to be pushing back in here. With 3 of their members, it looks like they're split
look at
up.
that. PT Esports and Homeboys crippled 3 minutes into the game.
So early on as well. Like, I saw PTE get a number of revives. His head just poking out at the most awkward spot here. Another elimination for Twisted Minds in the bag.
But I think, did they give their position away to Bigatron Delta? Because Bigatron Delta is in the vicinity. And it's just Diamond and Nameless here. Summing is there as well, but thankfully they have the launch pad. So they have that nice little quick getaway to escape Bigatron Delta. So
pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, Bigatron Delta initially came from Intellect Center. They headed down south to Farmtopia where PTE was initially. And I think it was also a tackle around.
Oh, there goes Homeboys.
Already out at 11th. Hua, hey, at the very least, Hua doing a little bit better this time around. You know, they're not getting eliminated earlier anymore. I think they've kind of found their stride in these matches. Yeah, the consistency. We just need them to warm up just a little bit more. Just add a little bit more of that chili pepper spice each and every ring.
You got to add the green chilies, not the red ones.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we start with the red ones, and then we start adding the green ones by 4th and 5th.
Exactly. Alrighty. Bigatron Delta going to go for a scout themselves as RRQ going to go for a double buyback there onto 2 of their players. So they're going to be A-okay, but according to our stats, they're still sitting on 2 players. So RRQ are not looking too happy either.
Not looking too hot. That's a problem.
Same thing with PT Esports. They only have Varna.
The difference is the number of revives between the 2 teams.
Sure.
For now, right? We're waiting for a team to pick up on the scent of maybe RRQ this time, but it feels like they've got a pretty good spot by Plazaria anyways. BRU looking to get into the ring. Yep, this is by Plazaria. They're just holding this entire river area.
Ooh. We have Abe. Jonah is nearby. Not that nearby, though, so no scouting information for them, unfortunately. Back to Twisted Minds. And this was the team that just got the BOOYAH in our previous map, actually leading in eliminations. This is some great news considering we have been begging Twisted Minds to give us a little bit more these past couple days. And they're starting to show up, but is it going to be short-lived with just that one game today as EVOS, APAC's first one to go down to Hua Esports. Yanbing going to be finishing him off and getting that elim for the team as EVOS, yeah, definitely not interested in taking this fight at all. They're outside the blue zone though, so I know it's not a lot of chip damage, but any kind of chip damage can be quite lethal if you get spotted.
It's an interesting push and pull dynamic, right? Because EVOS Divine are using the natural portals to buy time for themselves to bring in the recently eliminated member. Shin, the next to fall, Ray goes down once more. ABAX, he should be fully looted. He should be getting his loot back soon.
He's
probably
just
10
going to
more
hit
seconds.
the ground. I think it's too late. He's just hit the ground.
Oh, no.
And good day's run into Todak!
That's so unlucky.
No.
That's so unlucky. He just went into it, just wanted to create distance, ends up falling into the jaws of the swordfishes anyways. What can you do about it? Hua, still in it though.
Hua still in it. 4 eliminations. Happy as can be. Happy as a bee. They're just farming away, picking up whatever flowers they can find. And they could be looking at 2 more eliminations because we have 1 player from EVOS and 1 player from Todak. just there.
I mean, the next ring closure doesn't. It doesn't look too bad here. I mean, for now, the Blues eventually going to start encroaching on Plazaria. So any teams there probably have to make their way in. The longest side being the northern side. I would only imagine that Hua is fighting so hard for this spot just to ensure that their backs are clear.
Yeah, just to be safe. I don't blame them. I mean, they already know that Todak is in that direction. So they're probably a little bit worried about maybe just having any kind of shenanigans as they try and make their way in. And for Aim God, he wants to go shopping. Oh, he actually sees death. Did he actually throw the pot shot? Did he reveal his position?
I don't think he did.
Oh, wait, Todak's actually flown right into Twisted Minds.
Wait, did they hop over them? Did
Yeah.
Twisted Minds not spot that out?
I don't think they realized it until it was too late.
Oh, missed opportunity. But now Twisted Minds knows that it should just be Hua. They were taking pot shots at them earlier as well. Yep, they see him. Yanbin the first to take contact.
That can't be Yanbin. Yanbin's been a really key player on the side of Hua Esports, especially when it comes to the rushes. As Sa Ming actually going to be caught by death.
Unlucky indeed. But RRQ coming back to full fighting force soon. Now they just need to worry about the loot. They've got the manpower now, and they might just fall into the remaining members of EVOS Divine.
But if it's one player, maybe it's just going to be a free elimination. Who knows?
We'll see. I mean, right now EVOS Divine, in terms of they've got their full squad back up. 2 are currently in the blue. 1 just on the outside and 1 hiding on the inside. So the one that we just spotted just now was their inside player.
Yeah. Very quiet game there for Bigatron. Just sort of scouting around on that high ground to see if they can spot any teams moving around. Speaking of moving around, though, Twisted Mind's going to be maneuvering themselves around Hua Esports and picking them off one by one. This team has just made a comeback, and now they're being feasted upon by Twisted Minds. We still have Death left, and he's found a vending machine. He's got coins on him, so he will be able to bring his team back, but it's going to come at a pretty hefty cost.
Yeah, but now with that revive gone down, Twisted Minds know that at a minimum there is at least one person outside in the blue. Is it worth chasing it right now as we're getting into the third ring? Nope, they've decided not to. Might as well wait for the information on where the next ring is going to be before they rotate.
I think that's the better play, really. Just sort of position yourself within that circle, and then if you see any stragglers coming on in, could be some free points, free food. Just sort of depends if anyone is there. Cougar's been knocked down, actually. Looks like attack all round. Running into Bigatron at Delta. We do have a really great sniper on the side of attack all round. Raining hell down onto Bigatron, who are hiding inside their compound. But Cougar's been caught. He's on the ground. He's losing his health as well. They're going to try and go for the pickup there with Pringot. But Cougar, he just got picked up and he's immediately dropped and Limit's been caught.
Oh no, wait. This is actually turning around here. Riptide Rhythm as well as the electrotherapy. BTR busts out of the compound. Attack all around, tried to pinch them on the bottom floor, but it ends up that they lost their position. BRU on the third floor fighting against Todak as they've already rushed them on this top side. The ice grenades doing some good work against Wings trapped on that stairs. Todak, their insurance policy in Raja.
Raja has no idea that Twisted Minds is on the rooftop.
I'm
he has
sure
no idea.
He can hear the footsteps for sure. He's down to a crawl. He cannot reveal himself.
Panic right there. But we're do the tech. You know, you're staring at the wall. No one's going to know. He tried.
He tried. There's no way he's winning this.
He juked for a little bit, you know. 2-second juke.
I mean,
props to him.
Diamond took 0 damage. He took 0 damage in that entire fight. But now, at the very least, we do spot out BRU's position relative to Twisted Minds. We look back at RRQ. Still, it's just Abe. What happened in that short period of time? It looks like they took significant damage here.
Yeah, I mean, we did see earlier on RRQ, they got crippled pretty significantly, right? So they've just been playing catch-up all game, and I presume they just got picked off left, right, and center from some of these other teams. And considering that it's PT Esports here, it's probably PT that bullied them back down to their final player. And Abe, I mean, I'm looking at his inventory. He's got barely anything to work with. He's only got 1 glue wall. He's only got level 2 items on him as well. So I think he might just be at the mercy of PT Esports here. Not even a med kit.
Yeah, he's just going from cover to cover. I'm pretty sure Don knows exactly where he is from that jump shot alone. Yep, he's already setting up for the pre-fire. Might as well heal up. Tatsuya dash, trades 2. Yep, and that's RRQ eliminated. Hey, at least PTE, 6 eliminations. This is taking some positional points for themselves and actually a pretty good spot in the ring.
pretty good spot.
I'm about to eat my words.
Yeah, because you saw BOOYAH.
More so, I feel like this fourth closure, it might mess with them.
Oh, but maybe EVOS could maybe save them from that hell. If they can actually cut down BOOYAH from a couple players, that would be massive. G'day, the first one to go down on the side of EVOS and AimGod. PT and BOOYAH teaming up to eliminate EVOS. And now they're down to APAC, their final player. And he's basically just left on this side of the building. He's going to try and do a little bit of damage to Twisted Minds, but I think he regrets it now. He's like, wait a minute, I'm poking the Hornet's Nest here.
It's too late. You're already knee-deep in the Hornet's Nest. He gets blasted down by PTE, actually finding that elimination. Now, the Riptide Rhythms are going to be ruining the glue structure that we see, but Diamond, quick turnaround, turns the corner, gets some good damage. BRU still has to fight back. Wasana is alive at the very least. They're back up to full fighting strength. No knockdowns just yet. But they're locking themselves inside, hoping that an outside team is going to do something about it, and I think that team might just be PTE.
It might be, although I'm looking at these teams, I kind of think you guys have to turn around, right? That compound that you're competing for, it's not within that next circle. Twisted Minds, they're on the outskirts, being prevented from moving forward due to BOOYAH, but PT coming in from the sides could be that third party that's going to stop both of these teams. Twisted Mind's going to be launching their players inside the circle. This play has to happen. I do like this, but can they find a compound to hide in?
Oh,
There's one nearby, and they're going to be able to occupy it. So now BOOYAH and PT are going to have to try and find a way to safely get in. But look at Diamond picking away at Bigatron Delta.
They didn't know. Bigatron Delta is too involved with the fight, with their current fight on the high ground against Falcon. One on the highway, one on their roof. Actually, two on their roof. You might even say that they own the building already, but they're starting to push on through. And BRU taking on PTE. They're making short work of them. PTE not even shooting back at this point.
Yeah, they're so focused on trying to get within the circle that PT, it's up to Varda, but you are surrounded. You've got BOOYAH left, right, and center. Get High is there, and Varna is gone. PT is finished in 6th place. Now Peter going to be going onto that rooftop because look at this. Twisted Minds are going to try and compete with them as well. Nameless going to be on the ground. Team is still there on that rooftop. Falcons, they don't really have too much to clear here because they've used that glue wall to block that entry point. So they're stuck on the rooftop. Bigatron, though, their last player, hiding on that ground floor, staring into the corner, praying nobody notices him either. These guys, they're still fighting for this compound, but the final circle, it has been determined. It's on the roadside.
Okay, that's totally fine. They're summoning the monster trucks in now. For now, Falcons don't mind staying on the outside. If BOOYAH really want to force everybody out, they probably should try and flank this house, but it's going to come at a very heavy cost.
Death is met his death.
He's meeting himself for the first time, just looking in the mirror.
The name fits.
The name is suitable.
In this context, yes.
For now, once again, I think that Falcons, it's a really interesting position to be in, right? You're on the 2nd floor, but you're only playing on this rooftop of the 2nd floor. You don't control ultimate height, but at the very least, you've costed Twisted Minds pretty much all of their resources.
Yeah, I think forcing out the utility is a good idea too, though, no? Because it means later on they're not going to have access to this to try and flush them out of the building. On fire, though, actually trying to rush that 2nd floor. Peter on fire down. Korora is the only player left on the side of Falcons. Twisted Minds, I believe they have finally overcome that building, forcing Falcons out. They're going to have to try and find a different way into the circle. Going to try and play around on the outside, but with barely any health. This might just be it for Falcons.
Yep, and this compound is slowly getting encapsulated by the blue. Kyong should be the next to fall as Get High is going to cut him off. Any rotations of making it into the ring. BOOYAH still on the opposite side, eliminating their options to get out. BOOYAH! They box them in. Wasana? First of all, they're still going to fight it out. It's currently a 4-for-1 trade. It's not looking too good as Twisted Minds are the ones at the life deficit. BRU is still relatively healthy. They go on the outside and Moshi gets so many!
That's what happens when there's nobody to contest with Moshi. He pops heads like it's nobody's business. It's his full-time job.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's why his setup's right in front of the door. Opens that door, pops heads, closes it. I'm done for the day, boys. Call me when you need me.
See you tomorrow.
Disgusting. That was really smart of BRU. Cuts off any escape mechanisms. They're all in that house, and they're just using glue walls not to protect themselves, but to make sure that their opponents don't get out.
They were also, to some degree, I think, fortunate because they didn't have any major teams on their side of the road.
Yes.
So, because it was all Falcons and whatnot, sharing that same compound, they were so busy dealing with each other using utilities, trying to pick each other off, and as the players slowly did get whittled down, BOOYAH just sat tight. You know, they were just like, all right, guys, we'll just let you settle
We're
the
just
score.
chilling, yeah.
And then when it's almost time, we'll come in, but we'll send the team in and just let Moshi do the finishing blows.
Just
you
the
know?
finishing touches. You know, just put the bow on the cake at this point, right? Man, it's a really rough game because generally we're seeing that even teams who do get crippled from the start still manage to actually itch their way in towards at least top 6 sometimes. We see PTE, for an example. Even Hua has been able to sneak away with a couple of, well, I don't want to say positional points. At this point, it's participation points because they haven't been winning enough of their fights convincingly, and it always feels like at this point, Death is playing less of a sniper role and more of just insurance for the team.
Well, do you think it was a good decision to sort of make that swap happen, or would you prefer the former?
I would think that the former, it's tough because again, Group B has just been dominating a little too hard.
It's Group B.
Yeah.
Just Group B things.
Group B things. They're currently, I don't have a direct answer to Group B unless these teams are able to kind of identify their opponents a little bit faster and kind of work together against them. That's probably the only way.
Or somebody hot drops BOOYAH. I think it's time.
Who's brave enough to do it?
It's the last game of the day. I think it's time, you know? Someone's just got to do it.
Somebody's got to do it.
Someone's got to volunteer. It's like, oh, okay, guys, $500 bounty. If anyone can get rid of BOOYAH, 12th place, all yours.
Ooh, big asks.
Yeah.
Very big asks. Oh, boy. I mean, looking at the stats so far, the total damage still through the roof here. As soon as we get involved with Group A, Group B is just currently... I would only assume that a majority of that came from Group B. But highest assists and as well as highest kills on 2 different teams. Twisted Minds take it with 6 kills thanks to Diamond, and Joanna able to get 8.
Oh, look at those numbers. 2.6, 2.9, 2.5, 2.3. It, like, just looking at the numbers alone for BOOYAH, you can tell they weren't just sitting on their heels all game. Like, they were definitely making things happen. So it wasn't just a case of like, oh, they just got lucky, they got the right compound for the final circle. They were getting their eliminations as well. I mean, collectively, look at how many elims they got. 15, 16, 17, 18.
18 total. So many points, so many points. They've already broken the 200 mark at this point. They're just trying to set records. Is that the same? I mean, I think that's the safest way of putting it.
What record have they not made at this point of time? I think that's the question we sort of have to be asking ourselves. Like,
Also, actually, now that I think about it, I probably should check last year's SPS to double check what some of their highest numbers were. To be fair, if they are making a record for themselves here at the SPS, might as well go along with it, right?
yeah, but the thing is, like, we have to also remember it doesn't matter if they come first here, right? All that matters for these teams is you win the entire tournament. Make it to the finals and win the whole thing. Because it's like, okay, yeah, I guess it's like a nice little ego boost. 2.5k is your prize money, but you want the lion's share. Like, this is nothing compared to the finals. So, like, at the same time, are you sure you want to be showing all of your hands?
When it comes down to showing all of your hands, I think, especially in Free Fire terms, it feels more like a switch, right? It feels like a lot of these teams don't actually have a hidden strat, but they do have a different opener. So in terms of style, only once we get to the play, once we get to like elimination territory is when we're really going to see people go out of their comfort zones and play a little bit more creatively around the map.
Because I think, like, for some teams, they try to play mind games during this part of the tournament where they create habits. And so teams anticipate the old habit, but don't realize that there's going to be a new strat coming into the final tournament. So you would assume, for example, let's say Kalahari. RRQ, they, in the group stage, have consistently dropped Refinery, but all of a sudden they decide, okay, we're not going to go Refinery. We're going to actually hot drop a different team.
You telling me that maybe Twisted Minds and even Bigatron Delta might succumb to the Pavlov theory at this point?
I have no idea what that is, so
Shake the
time
bell.
to explain.
Sorry, shake the bell enough, and then the dog is like, yes, food is gonna get given to me. So every time the bell starts to ring, they start salivating.
Yeah, so like as soon as you start to develop the habits,
Yes.
I think it's not uncommon for people to just assume the habit continues.
Ah.
Because it's not like you can sit there and be like, okay, it's grand finals. This team is not going to drop in their usual spot, but I know they also like to drop in this spot.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to have that level of information.
That's also fair. That's also fair. It's really, really tough to say. That's the beauty. That's also part of the beauty of Free Fire, right?
Theory craft.
The theory craft.
The brains.
The long-term mind games. I don't know how many teams have probably been sitting on, like, for half a year. It's like we've been marinating this team for 6 months. It's
That
time.
sounds a bit gross, but okay.
You never know. You never know. It's competitive level. But let's have a quick look at the standings just in case you guys are just tuning in. So far, GOW currently not getting any points whatsoever. Todak actually bowing out pretty early there. Same goes for the homeboys. Attack all around. EVOS Divine. Oh, wow. I really thought EVOS Divine and maybe RRQ broke into double digits there.
RRQ were taken out pretty early because remember the team got crippled early on and then we remember seeing practically just one person remaining.
Yeah.
And like the third, fourth circle. So I think the fact that they just got picked on too much in the early game, they never got to stabilize. They never got to come back. So like it's understandable that they're sitting on, okay, I think 6 elims makes sense, but the placement points also make sense because yeah, they did not make it that far when it comes to placements at all. I want to see the next page. BOOYAH, 30 points.
Oh!
I mean, but 18. Okay, 18 plus 12, the math. So that makes sense, but top heavy again.
Super top heavy. We basically got the replay of Next-Terra that happened in round 6.
But there is a bit of a difference, right? Bigatron Delta is up here and Twisted Minds. So Group A are not out of it. I think they are starting to show some level of resistance, but I'm just worried it's a bit of a too little too late kind of case because they did sort of bow out in that first round. Second round was also quite top heavy as well, I suppose. So it's going to come down to this final map.
It was, but right now I'm a little concerned about the inflation of numbers when it comes down to like how many people are getting crippled and picked off time and time again. Like RRQ, PT Esports is in that same spectrum.
Yeah.
Attack all around, unfortunately enough, also within that same bubble. The only person who've actually broken out of that bubble is Hua.
Random map time.
Random map.
This is what we've been looking forward to. I need to know what is our final map. And it's either Alpine, Purgatory, or Bermuda. Are they going to be generous or are they going to be torturous? They're going to be a little generous with Purgatory. So
okay.
I am happy with this because this is a map that everyone can play and somewhat enjoy.
Yes.
I say somewhat because
Somewhat.
everyone is capable of playing Purgatory and it's not so lopsided for Group B because everyone understands Purgatory. And so this is the chance for Group A to finally shine, to grab those points, to make the comebacks happen. But again, it's an executional thing. Just because you are capable of playing a map, you need to make sure that you can show that performance when you're actually on the battlefield. It's not going to be given to you on a silver platter.
For sure. And I think, right now, a lot of teams who have been landing towards the central part of the main landmass has been punished time and time again. Maybe there should be some consideration. That's why I was hoping that the map wouldn't land on Alpine because devastation would have probably ensued for us.
Yeah.
For momentum's sake and obviously, my personal bias towards at least Bermuda. That could have been the choice, but I think that Purgatory, if you're playing for that central landmass, you might want to be focusing on the outer sides of that ring.
But we also have to remember that Purgatory can also be quite brutal as a map because if we do get a water circle and you just guess wrong, sorry.
It could be over. It could be over real fast. I don't know about you guys, but we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, you already know what the next map is going to be. So stick around after these messages for more Free Fire action. We'll see you then.
Go for a swim. folks, we're diving right in. It's my turn to shine because we are going to Purgatory for our final map for Groups B and A.
It's gonna be interesting.
It's gonna be wet.
It's gonna be very well.
Moist.
I mean, you're making some hard predictions that it's gonna be a waterboarded sided map here, but there's a very good chance that it could happen here in Purgatory. So I'll give into that argument for now. Group B versus Group A once again. Let's see whether or not Group B is gonna be farming the rest of the lobby once more. We've had 2 times that we've touched Next-Terra at the very least. 1 Kalahari map. At least Purgatory might just give the best odds for Group A.
I really want Group A to shine in this final map because the majority of them have imploded. They have struggled. They have just not been able to pick up their points. So if they have a chance to do it, it is now.
Yeah, this is their moment here. Let's look at the overall standings just to give a quick update to those who are just tuning in right now. So far, majority of these teams have been catching up a lot faster than expected. But even so, it's not enough. Hua, unfortunately, despite being part of Group B, has not been able to climb up too much from that point, not even breaking the triple digit mark. Same goes for Torak, GOW, Vamos, Homeboys, and as well as Expand.
Yeah. Expand is not... So a couple of these teams are not playing in the groups, by the way. They did play the first 4 games, so they will have their opportunity tomorrow to grab some more of those points. Second page, though, bit of a different situation. We have seen some teams sort of make that dip. Some teams are on the rise, and the ones that are on the rise is EVOS, Bigatron. They have shifted upwards. They did fall down in those past 2 games, and I am glad to see them make that shift back up, but they're going to have to keep going up if they want to have a chance at staying in that competition, especially if they're aiming for that top 6.
Absolutely. I think right now their biggest concern is some of the other group's competitors actually catching up, well, at least breaking into triple digits, right? Right now it's to build that buffer up, and I think the most notable one is from WAG at 101. So if we take that as our baseline, every other team is trying to create as much of a gap to keep themselves away from them. And then we go down to the page 1 where none of these teams are worried at all about their position.
No, not worried at all. I wouldn't say guaranteed. I do think there is room for teams to maybe not the top teams, okay? Maybe 6, maybe 5, maybe even 4. I kind of feel like 3 to 6, anything can happen. Like
Agreed.
if something terrible happens tomorrow, because we still have one more play day tomorrow. If something terrible happens to one of these teams tomorrow and maybe someone pops off, someone could just fall off the leaderboard.
You're right about that, actually. Yeah, it is still pretty attainable, maybe even for page 2 members to actually overtake that spot. That's under the assumption that they do... Yeah, that's under the assumption that they do badly tomorrow. A big assumption here, but I think to start things off here in Purgatory, let's just see how many points that these teams are going to actually accumulate. I'm still looking at BTR, I'm still looking at PTE. Hopefully, they're going to give us something palpable.
Something palpable, an exciting matchup, an exciting flight path. What is it going to be as we jump into our final map of the day? It is none other than Purgatory. Beautiful crystal blue skies and a beautiful juicy river.
What?
Look at that flight path, heavily skewed to the western side. It's top down, but if anyone's trying to aim for Ski Lodge or Forge, good luck.
Yeah, that's going to be quite the distance. Well, let's see where this first ring is going to be, because if it's alongside that flight path, this is going to be an interesting game.
It could be an interesting one. Now, at the moment, we do have a couple of teams, couple players crossing paths, but we're not seeing any major... Oh, okay, never mind. I take that back. We could be seeing a major hot drop here. Falcons and RRQ, although maybe RRQ just deciding Fire Brigade instead. They do drop nearby, so Falcons are there. I mean, we could see an early skirmish for these 2 teams. But speaking of skirmish, we do have PT Esports, Bigatron, and EVOS in such close proximity.
Why are we so out in the open here? Where is the looting stage of this game? Because I'm seeing that MP5 do some good work. Koja has the turn, gets blasted. Good use of the vehicle instead of having to waste the util to find this a quick elimination. But it doesn't mean they're out of the danger zone. Godven, the next to fall, getting sniped down by Ray from EVOS Divine, who's honestly got a really good angle here.
Don? Don? Hello? Don! Single-handedly, 2 snipes, halved EVOS's roster, leaving them to APAC and G'day.
And they're
shocking.
And they're out of there. PTE, whoa, they're still going for more against PTR as well.
Go ahead. Fly, my pretties. Fly. BT Esports going absolutely ham in our final map of the day. 5 eliminations in the first 2 minutes of the game, and it doesn't end there. BOOYAH Esports now under fire from attack all round.
Yep, and BOOYAH controlling the upper floors so far, hunkering down pretty hard against attack all around, who's been walking around their ground floor for as long as they've figured out BOOYAH was in this building to begin with. But at the same time, do they want to keep on sticking around? But it looks like they are going to go through with the breaching of the second floor. They've traded 1 for 1, but now looking for the rest. The entry frag was good, but a little too good, as a matter of fact. But BOOYAH is still holding strong, holding the same angle, playing behind the couch, and leaving Limit all by himself.
Limit all on his own. And look at this Shin. If he can get the elimination here, that's attack all round gone. He just has to find that money shot. Can he get it? He gets 1 connection, still chasing after Limit and Tricken. He's found a monster truck. He's like, guys, we're going after this. You thought you could bully us. It's our time to shine.
Oh, and even with committing the Tatsuya dash, Limit tries.
Limit.
He
He's gone.
tries.
Attack all around. They're gone. To BOOYAH Esports.
That's crazy. They failed on the breach, had to invest in the insurance policy, got run down.
And on the other side of the map, we have RRQ shredding Falcons.
Oh? Wait?
What?
Is that...
That
wait.
was what was happening towards the southern islands.
Interesting. Even GOW is actually in that vicinity too. We might cut over to them if it does get a little bit hotter, but for now, there's action all across the board. Even towards that northern side, we're seeing that BRU and as well as Twisted Minds are still in engagement while looking over the boathouse.
Gosh. Yeah, just looking at the map, on fire, he went towards the left side, but he's run into God of Wolf, the entire team. And there's only so much you can do as a single player. I mean, he's trying to defend himself, but against a full roster of God of Wolf, yeah, good luck escaping them.
Not looking too great, not looking too great, but let's look at the rest of the Falcon members. Ooh, seemingly slipped under the radar past RRQ, gotten through Fire Brigade and heading to Lumber Mill.
And because of that, RRQ's decided to go for the split, but God of Wolf are the ones that decided to cross the river. So we might see God of Wolf maybe going for these slow pickoffs onto RRQ, who is now currently spread apart on the island, whilst Falcons tries to play catch-up. Now, PT running into EVOS, it seems, and they do manage to get rid of 1 of the players so far. EVOS, though, holding their own against PT Esports, going to heal behind that glue wall. What's the play here for Aim God? Are they trying to go for the rush? Are they trying to leave? I think it seems like they're a little indecisive as to what do they want to do here.
I think they're trying to figure out whether or not the entire squad of PTE is around. I think there's only 2 members here right now. And if I'm looking at the God view, I'm pretty sure that others are actually launching in relatively soon here. Yeah, 3 members of PTE against 3 members of EVOS. One of them I can't spot out just yet. Never mind. I see him just on the south side of Ski Lodge.
Yeah, one of the players is going to be able to escape, it seems, in a vehicle. And Zensi, he wants to escape as well, but he's just going to have to hang back for the team. Just try and create some space and ensure his teammate can escape. EVOS is going to stick around. APAC still on the ground. And Ray will get the finish off onto Don.
Nicely done. Even glue-walling it off, expecting resistance afterwards. Electrotherapy going to keep his boy alive, but
they're gone.
Unfortunately, they're gone. Big shutdown here. Huge shutdown, actually, for BTR. And now Toda come in to say hello.
They've come in to say hello. Surprise, EVOS and ABAX and Ray get caught with their pants down. That's a big elim for Todak. And unfortunately for EVOS, they are now currently split as a team. They still have Aim God and G'day. And thankfully they found a motorbike for one of the players, so he's going to be able to get one out of there. But with the team technically cut in half, they're going to have to try and play the eco game again. Just get the revives in. And here we go. It looks like we're finally seeing this full-on engagement of RRQ and God of Wolf. This has been a long time coming. God of Wolf has been camping out this section of the island, and RRQ have finally regrouped.
Yeah, they have. Initially, I don't know, with being on the southern side, I'm surprised that Falcons were able to slip outside of their perimeter that they were trying to set up here. So we'll see what that is going to lead to later down into the game. For now, we look at Homeboys pushing away the BOOYAH Esports members in the central side of the landmass of the map. The monster truck on fire, eventually going to explode, but in the meantime, oh, it looks like they found a straggler. Yeah, they're using the UAV. Shin is trying to keep them distracted to pull them away from the main forces of both Yanbin on the southern side of the island.
Looks like Dutz has been caught on that rooftop and no one's nearby to save him, so he's not going to be able to be picked up at all, leaving RRQ at a one-man deficit going up against God of Wolf. These two teams, they are playing with a lot of elevation, a lot of cover, and it seems like positioning-wise, God of Wolf are looking much better than RRQ as they run into Abe, cutting them down. Another player down to 2 players. RRQ, this is your time to leave. You cannot stick around up against God of Wolf. You are not going to win this engagement at all. Ma'al gonna do his best to try and waste as much time as possible with God of Wolf so that his teammates able to escape and hopefully reset, but this is an issue for RRQ because we saw what happened on that previous map. You get picked off this early on. If you can't stabilize and eco your team, you're just going to be food in that late game.
Yep, indecision is going to cost them. Same goes here. Twisted Mind's already taken out a majority of the members of Todak here, winning this fight pretty handily. Wings by himself. Currently, Todak, as the elimination leaders, Wings the only one standing left, and the corner turns too fast. Todak eliminated at 8th.
And RRQ, full revive, so thankfully they hit the gold for it. I'm pretty sure they got that because of those Falcon eliminations early on. So they are back, but this is going to be a slow return to the top for RRQ. If they can somehow make that comeback happen, it would be crazy. But the circle so far is looking pretty scary for these teams because it is slowly narrowing to the riverside. It could still pivot towards the land, but it's looking like a river circle.
No, it's not looking good because the fact that the river is right smack in between, no matter what...
No one knows where it's going to be.
Exactly. Even if it ends up to go closer and closer to the riverside, it's still not the greatest endgame scenario. Ideally, it pulls more towards the right where there's more landmass to actually play with, but there's no guarantee here. Right now, we look down towards the southwestern side, GOW, trying to finish off this fight against RRQ, who are back at full fighting force, but...
It's just T-Bank.
He's revived the rest of the team. The rest of them are scurrying around elsewhere.
He's done his job. He's wasting so much time. Like, look at all the resources that they're actually using just to go for this single player. Maybe thinking that the rest of the team is there, but they don't have that intel. And they're also playing in that blue zone, so GOW taking a sizable amount of damage just for that one elimination.
I think it's actually smart of GOW to be playing on this side of the map, right? Because right now, if we're looking in terms of raw positions, there's been a lot of action happening on the southern side. Evos Divine, Falcons, for an example, all of which we don't know where they are currently. We look at campsite and it's Falcons. Are they still... I don't think they have the time to go through the southern side. I think they just have to go through the main landmass where we see Evos Divine, Homeboys, even BTR as well. Twisted Mind's coming up from that side too.
Too many teams coming in from that side. It's going to get crowded really quick.
Yeah, so quick. And the circle. Oh my goodness, the next circle pull.
Oh, that is a big advantage for teams that are on the eastern island. So teams on the western island, they're going to have to try and either decide to cross the bridge now. They need to get across now before that circle gets a little bit too close, because ideally you do not want to be crossing that river if possible. Bigatron, though, going to be in a skirmish themselves, fighting up against Twisted Minds, who are using so many glue walls to pincer them in, trying to go for the final shot. Kyong has been caught on the side of Bigatron. Dix trying to fire back. They have caught Nameless so far. Diamond, big grenade, and Twisted Minds deleted from the competition. Perfect.
Disgusting. BTR, RQ, these Indonesians and their launchers, they don't miss with these very often.
But next opponent, Falcons.
Round 2, baby. Here we go. Falcons going to be lobbing the grenades first to actually break the position down from BTR. They've already found one in Koja. They want to get the secondary one in Aikal, but he's already in a vehicle. All blasting it. It's going. The vehicle should be destroyed soon. 15%, and he's down. Aikal. Whoa, wait. RRQ are the ones who pick up the elimination, though.
Nice steal. Nice little pick off. And Dix.
Don't move.
Don't move, yeah. Good call.
Oh.
He's healing.
Just walk away. Just walk away.
No, you don't. You just pray that they don't look around. They didn't look. They're not looking.
They can't see him.
They have no idea.
He even drops a wall! No way! He drops a wall. They don't hear it. Wait, does he realize that somebody is literally right behind him right
Yeah,
now?
I'm very sure they're scouting now. No?
Huh? No way! Another one! Another hide-and-seek champion!
Oh my gosh. We have seen too many of these today. It's insane.
It's so bull. How are they getting away with this? And now Homeboy's
criminal.
position is getting attacked as well.
Homeboy is going to try and hold down the fort here, but can they do it though up against BOOYAH? Now the issue is EVOS is also in the vicinity, and obviously for EVOS they are a rather bloodthirsty team. They're more than happy to join this fray if they're allowed to. They are in a separate compound, however, and look at where this next circle is going to be.
Oh.
It is in favor of RRQ. Dead center, but we have to also consider the fact that what is in this circle? There is hardly anything. It's just trees, path, nature. Where's the natural cover?
They could play on the low ground potentially. It's a bit of a slope on that western side, that where GOW is right now, which is what they're doing. They're playing around that hill, and there's still more low ground to actually play the further north they head up to. BTR, despite getting full revives, all get eliminated by 3 different teams. They are, again, not allowed to touch the sacred ground.
Can't touch the sacred ground. EVOS are not allowed to live in peace either. So Homeboy's just throwing a couple pot shots here and there, hoping just anything connects at this point. But RRQ, I am really interested to see how they're going to hold down the fort being in the center of that circle already. Is it just going to be glue walls? Is it maybe just going to be a whole barrage of monster trucks as your natural cover, you know?
I feel like it kind of depends on what cover they actually have. I don't know if they're currently just sitting in a shack or a chalet with windows at their backs, or if not, where BRU was previously in map number 6, where it's only facing outwards. But APAC's trying his best. He doesn't have the weaponry. It's CQC, but it's still, you're just seeing heads float by as even the homeboys are not letting them out. Electrotherapy ain't gonna save you if you're the only person with 4 members looking down your throat. Luffy is already down. Mika the next to fall. 2 for 2 trade as Ray and his G'day get APAC's back up to fighting strength. Ray the next to fall. It's now a 2v1. They've taken out APAC's. Can they get a little bit more? Yes, EVOS is eliminated, and Homeboys, they win it out, but it looks like GOW had a hand in that bout.
They had a hand in that bout, and also it doesn't help that they had such low health bars in that fight because they were fighting in that blue zone. And look at that though, we see Jonah being eliminated by God of Wolf. Looks like BOOYAH are struggling to find their way into that circle. Wasana running into Falcons, and he manages to get the elimination, but at the cost of Wasana's life. They still have Get High and Moshi, but with only 2 men remaining on the side of BOOYAH, it's going to have to come down to the sniping game. But with God of Wolf looking them down, their sniper barrels, I don't think they're going to survive for very much longer.
Nah, God of Wolf, they've played their endgame so well. They've crippled every other team. They now have a full man advantage. The only way is if we see a pickoff on GOW coming in from RQ or even BRU. It just seems unlikely that it's BRU right now because, again, God of Wolf currently just looking down their sights, making sure they can't get any ground.
And it looks like we do have those little shacks for RRQ. They have been quietly hiding away. So they're waiting for their opportunity. It looks like it's going to end up being that major skirmish between God of Wolf and BOOYAH, and RRQ maybe coming out of the woodworks later on to clean things up and hopefully sweep up that final BOOYAH for themselves. But they're not out of the woods as of yet. That circle is slowly going to start advancing, and it's going to come down to BOOYAH. Can they break through God of Wolf, or will God of Wolf stop their advancement?
Okay, this is working out actually pretty interestingly because BRU now hide behind the trailer, now open and exposed to RRQ, flushing them out, and now it's all open field. Oh my god, it's about to get real hectic here. RRQ trying to hold their own positions as GOW have the most amount of play space. They've already taken 1 member down from BRU's side, and now are looking for the rest. Demon finds 1. They need to pick Iza back up, and they do. Mal the next to fall. Dudes as well as Abe taking fire, but they can only deal enough damage to keep themselves alive. It's 2v1v1, and God of Wolf have collapsed.
And Dutz is down to his final glue wall. He's got one more med kit, so he can go for a little bit more healing. But this is really awkward. 3 teams left, 4 players remaining. 2 of them from RRQ. The snipes not connecting as of yet. It's a question of whether. Moshi!
What?
Shutting down Diane's dreams, and now it's going to be Dutz and Abe going up against Moshi. But the thing is, Moshi is in his terrain. He's a sniper. Dutz and Abe, they're going to have to try and carefully craft their path towards him. Bring in the Dutz is caught! Moshi.
Give him one more.
Moshi. Abe. How do you do it, Abe?
Oh, he's tagged. He lost. 60%.
I don't know how this man does it.
I really don't either. Abe is going to have to try his best because Moshi is full of util. He just used all of his nades.
Abe!
5 glue walls to no glue walls.
He's got one shot!
He's going to try. Oh, it's close! It's so close! Abe has no glue walls, and that's why he's running around, but he does have a Trogon, which Moshi does not have. Connects the shot! Abe! Clean swing! Oh my goodness! The pucker factor on that game.
Look at the relief on their faces too. The patience on that man. They could have just zombie ran into Moshi, but the fact that he held his composure, he waited. He waited so patiently. He thought out that route so carefully, waiting for the Tatsuya dash to come off cooldown and to use Moshi's glue walls to his advantage.
That was some genius plays. I mean, I gotta give it up to Moshi. He is a nasty, nasty player. 2 headshots in a row with a third on its way.
I don't think Dutz felt bad that he just got sniped. I think he knew it was coming. He was like, oh, dang, it was me.
I wonder sometimes that with these snipers, with the caliber of which they play, do they already know? That was a little slow, I'm dead. Just 0.1 seconds off of ADSing and I'm dead. I just know it.
Man, but it just... Situations like that, it goes to show how dangerous certain matchups can be, especially if it's a Russia going up against a sniper. And it's not just any sniper, it's one of the best snipers in the entire world.
In an open playing field.
Yep.
No natural cover. It's not like a CQC as you would like it to be, but dang.
Yeah.
Dang, that was great. That honestly should have been the highlight of the day itself.
I think this is definitely a highlight. There's no way that play does not happen and does not end up being a highlight. Like, yes, okay, Moshi didn't win, but that was like
genuinely
just watching
disgusting.
that was not just disgusting, but it was quite fascinating to see the thought process happening between both players. Obviously for Moshi, trying to find that opening for that one shot, one kill. And on the other side, you're trying to figure out, how do I juke this guy?
Yup.
One wrong step and I'm dead.
I mean, at the very least, that the parameters were already set. They both, well, I would say the 3 of them knew what was up. The 3 of them knew. Moshi knew what he had to do, and the rest of the RQ members looked at each other and it's like, look, I don't have glue walls. One of us might go down here. And Dutz is like, it's not going to be me, right?
It's okay. Dutz has been celebrated because he's the glue wall breaker and the highest assists.
Fair
so
enough.
The fact that he went down, it was for the team.
It was for the team.
All for one and one for all.
Truly, truly. I mean, they played a strong game this time round. Definitely, there were a couple of moments where I got genuinely worried for them, but
when they got flushed out by BOOYAH.
Yeah, when they got flushed out by BOOYAH, I was like, oh boy, is this where it all ends? The fact that they were at a man disadvantage, but the target acquisition. Hey, GOW currently is the only one untouched, 4-man, fully combat ready. We have 2 in 1. Maybe we can make something. Maybe we could do something here. Oh, sorry, 3 in 1, in a matter of fact.
I think they were also fortunate because I think the targeting for God of Wolf, as soon as they saw RRQ get flushed out, I kind of feel like they decided to split their targeting. They could have focused onto BOOYAH, but then they decided to go for that 50-50 split. I remember one of the players for God of Wolf deciding to go for a backstab onto RRQ, and then half the roster was trying to focus down BOOYAH. I feel like this game would have been much more different if God of Wolf just decided to 100% focus on BOOYAH or 100% focus onto RRQ.
I agree with that. There definitely needs to be a driving force there. And in the initial flush out from BRU, because I'm noticing that this is a consistent pattern, right? When it does come down to just 3 teams, they always want to flush out one team first to force them into that fight and then look to recover. And I think that RRQ, we're in a pretty decent position, but GOW were pretty much the team to determine who wins.
Yeah, they were the deciding force, I suppose.
Yes, because they could have just kept on leaning towards that left side of that, not caravan, the trailer initially, and that means that BRU must fight RRQ in the open field.
Like, basically continue the clockwise rotation that was really happening in that circle. Yeah.
It's tough. I got to give it to RRQ Kazu. Great target acquisition. Without it, this game would have looked so very different.
I also think it was a good decision for them to not stick their nose into the initial fight that was happening between GOW and BOOYAH, because I think if you start drawing attention to yourself and showing people like, hey, I'm going to put myself in this conflict, I think that would have also been something to draw attention to God of Wolf. And maybe that would have pushed the game in favor of BOOYAH, because a team that has split attention, that is dangerous, because you are now leaving yourself open to being intercepted by the original team that you focused. And it's BOOYAH, it's not just any team.
Yeah, I would agree with you, but I think that GOW reacted to information, and I think that
Naturally.
even RRQ understood, hey, GOW likes to play in this way. If they hear that sound, they're going to pivot towards our side. But despite all of that happening, in terms of the top 3 teams, Homeboys is part of that. Homeboys conspiracy in second of all places. Like, how many points did they truly accumulate in that match?
They got 10 elims.
Dang, okay.
10
That's pretty
elims,
good.
12 elims for RQ Kazu, and 9 eliminations for GOW. Quite surprised that BOOYAH is not up here. I would have expected this team to actually grab more eliminations than Homeboys, but
Agreed.
not gonna complain. Homeboys, definitely one of the few teams in the competition right now that really needs these points, because they are still towards the bottom of the leaderboard. They would like to try and close that gap, and this is their day. Like, this is their grouping. You know, they're in Group B. This is their last game. Finish strong. They've
tried. I want to see how many points in total first. But man, I'm hoping at least getting close to 20, right? Even I'll take an 18, I'll take a 19, even a 16.
Hello.
Okay, that's not bad.
17 points for Homeboys. Very good, very good. Also 17 points for GOW. This is another team that we were both sort of side-eyeing, I think, on the leaderboard, because they were slowly just falling down. 17 points, great way to end the day. They really needed those points. I'm really, really happy for them here. BOOYAH 15 points. Yeah, they got second. They got They got second place, but they only had 6 eliminations, which is quite shocking for BOOYAH, honestly. I really thought that they would have had more eliminations under their belt, but just looking at the total kill distribution, right, between all of these teams, it's really spread. It's not focused on just one roster. Everyone's had a piece of the elimination pie.
Yeah, we're not breaking into the traditional 30 points
Like
for
30,
Mr. Number 1.
25, 22, and then
Yeah.
everyone's like scraps.
And everybody else is scraps. This one has been, very diverse in terms of the distribution, but now the overall standings, BOOYAH clearly in the lead without any questions. As Team Falcons close to breaking 200. Maybe if they started off a little bit better today, 200 easily.
Yeah. And Araki Kazu securing third place for themselves, 170 points. And I think most importantly, creating that gap between them and Twisted Mind.
Yes.
They have this gap where they can say, okay, we probably locked in the prize pool for third place. Ideally, they try and overtake Falcons, but with only 4 games remaining tomorrow for them, I don't think we're going to be seeing much change happening for our top 3. But 4 to 6, I could absolutely see something happening here tomorrow.
Yeah, if they have a bad day, anybody between 7th all the way down to 12th has an opportunity to maybe get some points for themselves, overtaking them unless they've got a big game. But like again, it might not necessarily be their group.
But the most important thing we have to remember is that for tomorrow, it is the final play day for teams in Group C. They have their 8 matches. Final 4 games for teams in Group A and B. And the ultimate goal is making top 6.
Top 6 is the objective here. And that's why you're seeing a majority of the players from the leaderboard coming in from the groups that have just played. And I mean, Group B just... what can we say? We cannot sing their praises more than this.
Group B.
They're just crushing it.
They should rename this to Group B Player Leaderboard. Because truly, you only have teams in Group B here. BOOYAH, Falcons, RRQ, all in Group B.
It's tough. It's tough to see, but that's just how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately. I will give it to Moshi today. He's been landing like...
He earned it.
He earned more headshots than he honestly... I don't want to say he doesn't deserve it, but like something's up with this guy.
The setup. Well, he had numerous games where he was just popping heads non-stop, grabbing eliminations for the team. So like Moshi absolutely deserved it. But
so nasty.
Nasty day, I think, for teams in Group A and C because they had to deal with Group B.
Oh, yeah.
It's almost at the end. You know, we've almost reached that finishing point. Teams in Group A and B, they have locked in their 8 games. Tomorrow is the final play day where we finally figure out who's going to be the top 6 teams that make it straight to the finals. And the 12 teams that's going to play the final play-in to determine the final 6 teams that's going to join our top 6 winners in that grand final. And for teams in Group C, I actually think we could be seeing some changes on that leaderboard. I think we're going to see 1 or 2 teams creep up into top 6.
I agree, especially when they have the opportunity to face off against specifically Group A. That's the catalyst right there. It's hopeful, but hey, guess what? In case you guys don't know, here is tomorrow's schedule, just to make sure that we're all on the same page here. Starting things off with Group C versus Group A. We're going to, of course, start on Next-Terra, because these two groups have seen each other before, and then it's 3 random maps. Group C will then fight against Group B, Next-Terra, and then 3 random maps again.
And the maps are absolutely random, so whatever you get in Group A, it will not be the same for Group B, but we are going to follow the same format as today. No map will be a duplicate, although there could be another Next-Terra, because this first Next-Terra, in case you guys are wondering, this is the first time the teams are playing Next-Terra for these particular matchups. After that, it's really just left up to RNG at this point. We could be getting another Next-Terra, which is what happened today for our 3rd last map. So we'll have to see if it's going to be in favor of teams in Group C and Group A, because truly some of these map matchups are going to be heavily favored towards certain teams and certain groups.
Yeah, I mean, especially for Group B, it's clear we know what the formula is. Just get Next-Terra, Kalahari, Next-Terra, and then if you're lucky, Purgatory, but maybe you might get Bermuda. Who knows? Either way, as long as it's not Alpine, that's great. Because that would have been the worst.
Hatred.
It's not even about the hatred. I mean, most of my hatred comes towards Kalahari. Alpine, I'm pretty chill with it, but the way that Group B plays, though, that is not the map rotation you want to get. So ideally, A versus C, it stays away from that, and honestly, it's a bit of a coin toss for me. I'm not sure who's going to be coming out on top between A and C, even if you get the most ideal map matchups.
Well, I think you got to believe in them. Don't believe in Group B. Not Group B. Believe in Group A. Believe in Group C, because these are the groupings that need your belief. But guys, that's going to be it for today. Thank you all so much for watching. Make sure you come back tomorrow, because we still have our final play day for Group C. It's their last chance to secure their final 8 games before we find out who's going to be our top 6 going to the grand finals. My name is Natalie. His name is Gideon. We'll see you guys next time.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Let the weak melt away.
Prime time, baby!
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Si tú también lo quieres.